This young man possessed a legendary skill. His eyes would turn dark, granting him the ability to perceive absolutely everything. However, prior to his awakening, his existence had been miserable. A week before the current events, during an ordinary day, a horrifying announcement was broadcast on television stating that the world would face starvation within 2 months. Following this, monsters that were even hungrier than humanity arrived to prey upon the population. Although a higher power seemed generous enough to let humans awaken abilities, the death toll remained nearly absolute. He had remained secluded in his room for 3 months, following the collapse of the outside world. The isolation was difficult, as he was the sole survivor in his apartment complex. But the most agonizing aspect for him was the total absence of an internet connection. His monotony was shattered when a monster appeared at his window. The creature looked nightmarish and sported a repulsive mouth. He nearly perished from fright, yet the entity was unable to breach his sanctuary due to his specific ability, which dictated that his rules applied within his house. As the ultimate shut-in, no intruder could enter without his consent. Since this was not his first close encounter, he assumed shock would not be the cause of his demise. While this power ensured his safety, it came with a significant drawback. He was also physically unable to leave. Trapped since his awakening, he questioned the value of survival without the internet, a partner, or any form of entertainment. The notification stating that the ultimate shut-in could not exit the premises frustrated him intensely. Despite being wealthy and handsome, he remained single and helpless, a situation that had only deteriorated. His food supplies were dwindling, and with a broken refrigerator, everything was spoiling, leading him to wonder if his excessive safety would ironically result in his death. Suddenly, he noticed his skill had increased in level. Having never considered the mechanics of leveling up, he surmised that the monster which struck his window and perished must have yielded experience points. That seemed to be the case, as the creature had become prey for other beasts below. However, strange phenomena occurred as the monster with the hideous mouth dissolved into smoke. The system notified him of a reward, depositing 2 million in currency into his wallet. Although the concept of the wallet was unclear to him, he was astounded when the electricity was restored. With water and power miraculously functioning again, he could finally bathe and improve his hygiene. He checked for internet connectivity but found none, much to his profound disappointment. Amidst the disorder of his apartment, he discovered a forgotten flash drive. Upon checking its contents, he found old family photographs, including one of his mother from the time of his birth, looking beautiful. Other images showed him as a smiling 5-year-old, then at 12 with long hair, and finally at 15, appearing happier than ever before. Filled with a longing for his parents and uncertainty about their survival, he made a firm decision to locate them and bring them to his sanctuary, regardless of the obstacles. He stepped out onto the balcony where he observed a new system interface, a level 1 shop. The feature appeared somewhat suspicious to him. Upon attempting to use the shop, it displayed a balance of 3,000 in cash, resembling a supermarket credit system. He then attempted to open the window to exit the building, but he remained confined. However, a realization struck him. He could increase his level by hunting the creatures outside, understanding that eliminating them would allow him to grow stronger. He considered that if he leveled up sufficiently, he might eventually be able to depart from that location. However, observing the terrifying flying monsters outside, he knew there was no possibility of defeating them. He recalled that the specific creature on his window had actually died on its own. He reasoned that he could potentially kill the goblins down below, as they were significantly weaker. To test this theory, he decided to throw a water bottle. He watched as it successfully left the building, confirming that while items could exit, he could not. Based on this, he formulated a plan. He intended to throw a heavier object to eliminate the goblins from his position. Just as he prepared to hurl a dumbbell, the goblins signaled to one another and fled. He was frustrated that the creatures had managed to escape. Needing to verify his theory regardless, he threw the dumbbell with maximum force. He missed, acknowledging that his aim was poor. With only one weight remaining, he felt uncertain about his next move. Suddenly, he heard a noise as the goblins began screaming. They clustered together and sprinted toward the building, a terrifying sight as they moved in perfect synchronization. When they rushed the structure, he feared the worst. However, he realized the situation might not be entirely dire. If they came closer, hitting them would be easier. An idea struck him, and he opened the shop interface to check his points. He requested a list of available items, and as he suspected, the system analyzed the dumbbell. The item was listed for purchase at a price identical to online rates, functioning like a virtual store. He ordered more dumbbells, and they materialized in front of him as the cost was deducted from his account. The situation felt insane, and he wondered if the people downstairs had heard him shouting. He threw a dumbbell with all his strength, and through a stroke of luck, landed a direct hit on a goblin's head. The system confirmed the kill and the gain in experience. Additionally, 3,345 in cash was added to his account. The remaining goblins were terrified, confused by the heavy objects falling from the sky. He continued throwing dumbbells, but the alert creatures evaded every subsequent shot. He persisted, purchasing more weights and trying again. Through sustained effort, he managed to hit several of them. Consequently, his level increased repeatedly, providing an amazing sensation. The system then notified him that the ultimate shut-in had unlocked storage level 1, an alternate dimension for storing items. To test it, he placed a dumbbell inside. It vanished from his hand and appeared on the storage list. When he retrieved it, the object returned instantly to his hand. He found it incredible that he could store and retrieve anything at will. He then decided to execute a ruthless strategy. He filled the storage with dozens of dumbbells and released them simultaneously outside the building. A rain of weights fell from above, crushing the goblins who were unable to escape. All of them were killed. He was amazed by his powers, having never realized they could be utilized in such a manner. He subsequently discovered he could analyze other items, such as food, and purchase them with shop funds. However, a new problem arose. His money was limited. The electricity bill continued to drain his finances, and since he had wiped out the goblins with the dumbbells, no new monsters approached his apartment. Without targets, there was no money and no experience. He realized that if nothing came close, he would be in a dire situation and needed to find a new method to kill monsters. As he was deep in thought, an object appeared in the sky, triggering a memory of the creature that had previously attacked him. He realized the situation was dire, identifying the entity as a calican, a high-level monster. Reacting quickly, he ran to the kitchen, tied shiny spoons to a chair, and suspended it outside to reflect the light. The strategy proved successful. The monster noticed the reflection and flew toward the building, poised to strike with its repulsive mouth. However, unlike the previous encounter, he felt no fear, knowing the barrier remained active. He reasoned that the creature could not break through and would likely kill itself if it persisted, resulting in more experience points for him. Yet this calican was more intelligent. Realizing it could not pass, it appeared to fly away, only to land on the roof instead. When he leaned out to investigate, he was terrified, nearly soiling himself again. The beast pecked forcefully at a specific spot, but the barrier remained absolute, as nothing could enter without the Supreme Shut-In's permission. He paused to think and accessed the shop, wondering what could kill such a massive monster if dumbbells were effective against goblins. As the creature continued pecking, he formulated a plan and purchased bottles of oil, deeming them perfect for the task. He poured the oil into pots and heated it, curious to see if boiling liquid would be lethal. Next, he wrapped paper around sticks, transferred the boiling oil into his storage, and ignited the stick. It was time for his ultimate trick. As the beast continued to peck at the barrier, he commanded the oil to fall from the sky. The storage opened above the creature, drenching it in boiling oil. As the monster screamed, he threw the burning stick, igniting the oil and causing flames to erupt everywhere. The plan succeeded, leaving the beast in a state he likened to fried chicken. It crashed to the ground, burning, emitting a terrible smell and looking even worse. Upon its death, the system announced that the calican was defeated and experience was gained. His cash balance rose to 9,347,000, making the Supreme Shut-In wealthier than ever. Suddenly, a new event occurred as he met a requirement. His territory expanded beyond his apartment to encompass the entire building, granting him a new ability. Initially, the process was painful, causing his vision to glitch. He was then able to view the entire building, including the people on the floors below. He observed a family sitting in their living room, appearing sad and hungry. Confused by the strange sensation in his eyes and the identity of these strangers, the vision faded after a few seconds, and his sight returned to normal. However, the system displayed their information: a 30-year-old man, a 30-year-old woman, and 2 daughters aged 3 and 6. All were eligible to become citizens of his territory. The system warned that non-citizens would be expelled. If he took no action, they would be forced out and killed by the monsters. Consequently, he granted them citizenship. He then examined the ability, confirming it was Supreme Eyes Level 1. He could perceive everything within his territory, letting nothing escape his notice. The system then displayed a population list, currently showing 4 citizens. He noted that there were 600 slots available, a number that seemed impossibly high to fit within his apartment or even the entire building. Then, he discovered an amazing feature. Citizens shared their power and experience points. If they fought and increased their levels, he would receive a portion of the gains, which he found to be perfect. This meant he could become stronger at a faster rate. Furthermore, a mission had been unlocked, complete with time limits and penalties for failure. The first mission required him to kill a goblin within 168 hours. If he failed, the stated punishment was that his manhood would fall off, which he interpreted as essentially being death. To him, the outcome was the same. The system inquired if he wished to accept the mission. He hesitated and chose to decline for the moment. Afterward, he decided to test his supreme eyes once more. His vision went dark, and he was able to see the family in the apartment below. The perspective shifted to them, where the little girl asked her father what they were going to do. There was no food, and the children were starving. The father felt devastated watching his daughters suffer from hunger, but he knew the outside world was a living hell where leaving could mean never returning. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to try. He informed his wife that he would go out to find food. She understood the implication. If he stayed, they would die, and if he left, they might all die. But at least there was a chance. He prepared to leave, saying his farewells as if it were the last time. The children wept, begging him not to go. Just as he was about to open the door, the handle turned on its own. The family froze, fearing it was monsters. The door opened slowly, and light flooded into the room. The father grabbed a weapon, ready to fight, but instead of a monster, he began shouting for mercy until he realized it was Jae-hyun standing there. Jae-hyun announced that he was there to help with water and food, noting that they must be starving. The family stood in shock, unable to comprehend how someone could appear to assist them. The father, realizing this was the only way to save his daughters, could not refuse and invited him inside. Following that, the scene changes to show chubby Choi Hyung-jun's 2 children, hiding behind their father. Their suspicious eyes are fixed on Jae-hyun, clearly indicating that the 2 kids do not trust him at all. Meanwhile, chubby Hyung-jun, his wife, and the 2 children sit together at the table. Jae-hyun peels oranges, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. He observes them in silence, wondering if his arrival caused too much of a shock. However, as he looks around the room, Jae-hyun notices that it is completely empty. There is no food, no water, and no light. The curtains are tightly closed to avoid attracting monsters. Jae-hyun agrees with himself, recognizing that this was a wise precaution. Deciding to provide further assistance, Jae-hyun focuses on the room's ceiling fixture. His eyes begin to glow blue, and with a blink, the lights turn on. The chubby man is astonished. Before the man can overthink the situation, Jae-hyun slides a water bottle across the table, requesting that he give the water to the kids first. The children drink as if they have been stranded in a desert for months. Jae-hyun watches them closely with a slight smile. The younger child, Seo-hyun, nearly chokes due to her extreme thirst. Noticing this, Jae-hyun quickly offers her an orange. Seo-hyun hesitates, but takes the fruit. The sweet, citrusy aroma spreads through the air, causing her mouth to water. Seo-hyun brought the orange to her mother, who fed it to her with great care. The moment the child tasted it, her eyes sparkled with delight, for the fruit was so succulent and sweet that it seemed to dissolve on her tongue. Her happiness was unmistakable. Observing his sister's enjoyment, Na-hyun also requested a portion from their mother. Hyunjin's wife complied, and soon the sound of children's laughter began to fill the room. While Jae-hyun watched this cheerful scene, a system notification materialized, indicating that the family's trust in him had risen significantly. Specifically, Seo-hyun's trust level had reached 57, qualifying her to become a vessel. This alert stunned Jae-hyun. Although he did not fully comprehend what a vessel entailed, he was certain of one thing. He had no intention of using a 3-year-old child for such a purpose. He pondered how he might raise the chubby guy's trust to 50, noting it was currently sitting at 31. His contemplation was interrupted when the man abruptly addressed him, expressing profound gratitude from the bottom of his heart. The man inquired about how he might repay the kindness shown to him. Jae-hyun responded calmly, proposing that they step outside to discuss matters further. The setting shifts to the hallway. where Jaehyun and the chubby man stood together. Jaehyun questioned whether the man had received a system alert regarding citizenship, and the chubby man confirmed that he had. Probing further, Jaehyun asked if he had observed anything odd. The man explained that for a split second, everyone seemed to freeze in place. Hearing this, Jaehyun arrived at a critical realization. Had he not granted citizenship to the man and his family at that exact moment, they would have been forcibly teleported out of the building. This understanding caused Jaehyun's expression to become grave and focused. Speaking clearly and confidently, he informed the chubby man that in exchange for his assistance, he would supply food, water, shelter, and most importantly, protection. He asserted that their safety would be guaranteed. The chubby man was shocked and asked how such a thing was possible. Jaehyun offered no explanation. Instead, he firmly stated that if the man desired sustenance and security, he must place unquestioning trust in him. Jaehyun vowed that he would never request anything that would endanger the man's life. Relying on his instincts, the chubby man closed his eyes. Despite the circumstances, he sensed that Jaehyun was not a malicious person. He asked what was required in return, noting that nothing in the world comes without a cost. Jaehyun replied calmly that he sought no material goods, but rather needed the man to perform one small task. Relieved, the chubby man went so far as to address Jaehyun as brother, to which Jaehyun offered a faint smile in acknowledgement. Shifting the topic, Jaehyun inquired about the value of the golf club the man possessed, realizing it would be too expensive to add to his store inventory. He told the chubby man they could discuss the club later, and then asked when the apocalypse had started. The man recalled that it began on a weekend with an attack by a horde of goblins. Jaehyun pieced the information together, recalling that on that specific day, he had been relaxing in his room like a true supreme shut-in. He deduced that those who had remained indoors were spared from the initial wave of destruction. Jaehyun reflected on the nature of the goblins and concluded that the citizenship system was essential for his continued survival. Consequently, he issued a clear command to the chubby guy, instructing him to locate other survivors and escort them back to their building. Following this, the scene shifted to Jaehyun resting comfortably on his sofa. His attention was fixed on a system notification as he monitored the gradual increase in the chubby man's trust. The level had reached 40, but Jaehyun felt impatient, hoping it would hit 50 soon. Simultaneously, he was lost in deep thought, questioning when he might be able to leave the barrier to search for his family. He wondered if granting citizenship to others might be the key to reuniting with them. Suddenly, a loud noise pierced the silence, startling him. He instantly recognized the sound as a combination of a zombie's moan and a human voice. Rushing to the window to investigate, his eyes widened as he spotted a group of 6 or 7 people engaging a goblin horde in combat. He initially deduced that the group was doomed, as they were too far from his building for him to assist using his summoning abilities, causing him to panic. However, he was surprised when a teenager hurled a baseball with tremendous force, instantly killing a goblin. Another teenager, dressed in a purple tracksuit, fired 2 arrows simultaneously, taking down 2 more creatures. Finally, a third adolescent wielding a baseball bat crushed a goblin's skull with ease. The remaining monsters fled in terror. Abruptly, a noise surprised the girl in the purple tracksuit. She discovered a pack of ramen noodles on the ground and questioned its origin. Looking up, she spotted a dark silhouette atop the building. It was Jaehyun, attempting to lure her inside. As Jaehyun observed the group, he heard a knock at his door. It was the chubby man. Jaehyun told him to enter, but the system prevented access. A notification appeared stating that the chubby man was prohibited from entering. This revelation astonished Jaehyun, confirming that no one could enter his room, even with his permission. He briefly wondered if a vessel would be granted entry, but set the thought aside for the moment. Leaving his room, Jaehyun instructed the chubby man to gather any inexpensive household items that could serve as weapons. After verifying the situation, Jaehyun accessed the Supreme Recluse's shop and summoned 5 packs of ramen noodles and 5 water bottles. Within seconds, the supplies materialized before the chubby man, leaving him shocked as he witnessed Jaehyun's powers for the first time. Jaehyun calmly collected the items into a box and handed it to the man, assigning him his next mission, to deliver the box outside the building. The chubby man's expression grew worried as he reminded Jaehyun of the numerous goblins lurking outdoors. Jaehyun reassured him, claiming he had already eliminated all nearby goblins. Although the man hesitated, he ultimately chose to trust Jaehyun's word. Jaehyun added that food held immense value in the outside world. Jaehyun explained his grand strategy, which involved providing food to the hunters so they would regard him as their king and obey him without question. He smiled, aware that he was applying Lilith's slavery technique, a method suggesting that those who receive food and water will inevitably become subservient to the provider. The chubby guy placed complete trust in Jaehyun and agreed to the plan. Consequently, Jaehyun generated a new mission in the system for him, which the man accepted with excitement at the prospect of earning experience points. Carrying the box, the chubby man descended the stairs. Although he felt nervous, he maintained his faith in Jaehyun and gripped a golf club tightly. Finally, he stepped outside the building, where fear struck him immediately, accompanied by a single impulse to drop the box quickly and flee. As he bent down to place the container, he heard approaching footsteps and froze, his body trembling. Catching sight of a dark shadow in his peripheral vision, panic consumed him, and he imagined a bloodthirsty goblin. He attempted to retreat into the building, but slipped, causing the box to fall. Paralyzed by fear, he lay there with a flushed face and ragged breathing. As the footsteps grew louder, he begged for mercy, pleading with the imaginary goblins. When he mustered the courage to open his eyes, he was shocked to discover that there were no monsters. Instead, a group of teenagers and students stood before him, looking at him in surprise. Following this, the scene shifted, and the system notified Jaehyun that the individuals he had previously observed outside were now attempting to enter. Grasping the situation instantly, Jaehyun activated the Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes. Through this vision, he observed the teenagers standing at the building's door. A girl wearing a purple tracksuit remarked that this was the same apartment from which a strange man had thrown ramen noodles. One of the young men, holding a baseball bat, commented that anyone discarding ramen in such a manner must possess a significant amount of food. Jaehyun deactivated his ability and attempted to register them as citizens. However, the system interrupted him with a warning notification, stating that while he could propose citizenship, the teenagers had the right to reject it. This possibility troubled him, as it threatened to disrupt his plans, and he realized he needed a strategy to ensure their acceptance. At that moment, the chubby man contacted him through the camera system. Struck by a brilliant idea, Jaehyun instructed him to wait and updated the mission to serve food to the 6 guests. The chubby man accepted the task immediately. He approached the group standing outside the barrier and informed them that if they accepted Jaehyun's proposal, they would receive everything for free. Upon hearing the offer, they quickly agreed. Jaehyun opened the barrier, allowing them to enter. Once they were inside, the system notified Jaehyun that his citizen count had increased by 10%. The experience points and currency acquired by Jaehyun's citizens also received a 10% boost, a bonus he considered significant. Jaehyun studied the teenagers, examining their profiles. He identified Ha Dong-gyeon as the highest-level individual, recognizing him as the one who had hurled the baseball earlier. His skill, baseball throw at rank D, enabled him to project objects with 10 times the normal force. Acknowledging the extreme danger of this ability, Jaehyun determined that the entire group consisted of meta-humans. He adjusted the settings so that the teenagers would retain 70% of the experience points, while he would receive the remaining 30%. He felt content with this arrangement, realizing that by recruiting more citizens, he could form an automated hunting party. This would allow him to gain strength and wealth passively. The situation made Jaehyun feel as though he were playing a match of Age of Empires. He understood that his subsequent task was to cultivate trust among these new recruits. To his surprise, their trust levels were already on the rise. Although puzzled, Jaehyun chose to continue observing. Meanwhile, the perspective shifted to the chubby guy, Hyungjun, who had led the teenagers into his apartment. His wife appeared confused by the arrival of the group, but after listening to her husband apologize and explain their need for sustenance, she agreed to assist them. Utilizing his Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes, Jaehyun watched these events unfold, pleased with how things were progressing. Eventually, Dongjin inquired of the chubby man regarding Jaehyun's character. The man replied that he knew little, other than that Jaehyun was a peculiar yet kind-hearted neighbor. He added that because of Jaehyun, they now had access to electricity, water, and food. This information caused Dongjin to feel anxious, and his eyes shifted to the pack of ramen noodles Jaehyun had provided. Dongjin surmised that Jaehyun must be an exceptionally powerful and dangerous metahuman. He made a silent resolve to impress Jaehyun at any cost. Consequently, Dongjin's trust in Jaehyun rose significantly, driven by the belief that it was safer not to provoke someone possessing such immense power. Meanwhile, the chubby man asked the two girls in Dongjin's group if they wished to bathe while the meal was being prepared. At the mention of a bath, the girls' eyes lit up with excitement. The prospect of bathing thrilled them. Dongjin was equally surprised, realizing the shower was functional. The chubby man confirmed that hot water was available, attributing it to Jaehyun's abilities. In that moment, Jaehyun appeared to be an electrician, plumber, and water supplier all at once. One of the girls joked that he seemed to be the deity of all trades. As the group discussed this, a teenager wearing glasses approached Dongjin and asked if he believed he was stronger than Jaehyun. Dongjin admitted that, considering Jaehyun's capabilities, such a thing was impossible. Suddenly, Daeoksu grabbed Dongjin's shoulder and suggested they gang up on Jaehyun. His absurd reasoning was that if they overpowered him, he would be forced to surrender all his food. Hearing this, Dongjin became visibly annoyed, calling Daeoksu a lunatic and warning him against doing anything foolish. The group ultimately agreed that their best strategy was to impress Jaehyun. The scene then shifted to focus on a timid boy in their group named Byung-ho. Dongjin approached Byung-ho to offer an apology, believing that if he had not invited the boy to the party just hours prior to the apocalypse, Byung-ho might have been able to save his family. Byung-ho replied that it was not Dongjin's fault, but Dongjin promised that once they finished eating, they would formulate a plan to rescue Byung-ho's grandmother. Despite this assurance, Byung-ho remained distraught, fearing it was already too late and that the goblins might have already devoured her. The atmosphere grew heavy as the group sensed someone approaching, fearing it might be a monster. In a sense, it was a monster, but his name was Jaehyun, and he entered carrying 2 black bags. In that instant, Dongjin realized that Jaehyun was the sole individual capable of resolving their predicament. Jaehyun walked in with a deadly serious expression and surveyed the group. Without hesitation, he confidently stated that he would assist them. Shortly thereafter, everyone was seated, though the tension in the room remained palpable. Hyunjun's wife apologized for the small size of their home, but Dongjin attempted to reassure her, insisting that the fault lay with them for arriving unannounced. At that moment, the chubby guy arrived with the hot food and began to serve the guests. The young people were astonished by the sight of the dishes. It had been a long time since they had seen food, let alone a clean, hot meal. Hyunjun's wife grew increasingly nervous, worrying about whether the guests would like the meal, which consisted of rice, fried eggs, kimchi, and warm water. The food looked appetizing, and the table was full of various dishes. One of the girls took a small piece of egg to sample it. As soon as she bit into it, she was shocked. Her mouth watered, and she exclaimed that the food was delicious, clearly loving it. Hearing this, Hyunjun's wife felt relieved and smiled. She remarked that the credit belonged to Jaehyun's ingredients, noting that without them, the meal would not have been so good, as she previously had no food even for herself. A silence fell over the room as everyone wondered about the true identity of this man named Jaehyun. At that instant, a system notification appeared for Jaehyun, informing him that the trust level of Hyunjun's wife had reached 50. This pleased Jaehyun, as her trust had increased more rapidly than that of the chubby guy. The group then began to enjoy the meal together, their faces lighting up as if they had not eaten such delicious food in ages. They relished the meal thoroughly. One of the girls commented that the egg rolls were excellent, worthy of being served in a restaurant, and that in the midst of an apocalypse, such food was practically divine. Another girl curiously asked the chubby guy's wife if these were the same egg rolls served in Japanese restaurants. Seeing everyone so happy, Hyunjun's wife felt equal joy and encouraged them to enjoy the meal. Just then, the younger daughter approached her mother with a sad face, saying that she also wanted to eat the delicious egg rolls. The mother placed a hand on her forehead and promised the child she would prepare more rolls once the guests had departed. Despite this assurance, the little girl remained unsatisfied and appeared on the verge of tears. Seeing this, one of the young women beckoned to the child, asking if she wished to share her egg roll. Upon hearing the offer, the little girl's face brightened with excitement, and she hurried over to sit beside her. Overcome by Seo-hyun's adorable joy, the young woman used her chopsticks to feed her a piece of the roll. After tasting it, Seo-hyun became incredibly happy. As the group relished the meal, Jae-hyun observed the chubby guy and his wife standing nearby, watching the scene with satisfied smiles. Noticing their hesitation, Jae-hyun invited them to the table to eat with the others. Although initially surprised by the gesture, the couple eventually sat down and joined the group, partaking in the shared meal. As the dining continued, Jae-hyun felt a tinge of sadness. Witnessing the communal meal reminded him of how much time had passed since he last experienced such warmth. His thoughts drifted to his parents, and he hoped for their safety. Eventually, the dinner concluded. Afterward, Seo-hyun approached her mother, complaining of sleepiness. The mother picked her up and carried her to bed, followed by the older daughter, who also went to sleep. It was now time for a serious conversation. Jae-hyun suggested they resume their discussion, turning to Dongjin to ask why he was unable to reach his grandmother's house, despite its close proximity. Dongjin appeared nervous as he explained that the goblins were the obstacle. Upon hearing about the creatures, Jae-hyun's expression turned grave. Dongjin elaborated, stating that the apartment's underground parking lot served as a perfect hiding spot, which the goblins had established as their base. He estimated that there were at least a few thousand of them residing there. He insisted that unless they defeated the horde, reaching his grandmother would be impossible. Hearing this information made Jae-hyun restless. He reflected internally that the Supreme Recluse's ability was only valid up to the 30th floor. Consequently, the goblins were able to access the building via the underground parking lot, which lay outside the protection of his barrier. He realized this was the reason he had not seen any goblins. They were all concentrated in the basement. Dongjin continued his explanation, noting that all the apartment entrances were connected to the underground parking lot, which was why they dared not attempt to leave. The atmosphere grew even more tense. After deep consideration, Jae-hyun suggested that, according to his memory, there were secondary roads and small additional passages that acted as shortcuts to the underground parking lot. Dongjin agreed, confirming that their original plan had been to utilize those secondary routes for their escape. However, they had been halted by a monster far more terrifying than the goblins. Upon learning of a creature more dangerous than the goblin horde, Jae-hyun experienced a sudden pang of fear mixed with surprise. Wearing a sorrowful expression, Dongjin recalled the beast, explaining to Jae-hyun that it resembled a cross between a wolf and a bear. Specifically, he described it as possessing the massive size of a bear, combined with the ferocity of a bloodthirsty wolf. Dongjin experienced a flashback of the creature battling a large group of goblins. He added that their escape had only been possible because the beast was preoccupied with slaughtering and devouring the smaller monsters. This information caused Jae-hyun deep concern. Dongjin admitted they could not be certain of the entity's true nature, describing it as looking like a shadow beast due to the darkness of the environment. Jae-hyun remarked that they could not avoid this threat forever. Still frightened, Dongjin mentioned that they had their limits, explaining that without those constraints, they would have already engaged the goblins. Curious, Jae-hyun inquired about these specific limitations. Rin, who was seated nearby, responded that their weaponry was nearly destroyed. Since they were relying on bows and throwing baseballs, they were bound to eventually run out of ammunition. To Jae-hyun, this issue was trivial. He reassured the group that he could resolve the problem for them and requested to see the bows and baseballs. They presented the equipment, which Jae-hyun inspected before immediately adding the baseball to his system inventory. However, when he attempted to add the bow, a system message appeared stating that a fee of 1,830 was required to list the high-quality compound bow. Without hesitation, Jae-hyun paid the amount and registered the bow in his system. With an unlimited supply of arrows and baseballs now added to his store, Jae-hyun asked if everyone in the group knew how to handle a bow. The group fell silent. Before they could respond, Jae-hyun, maintaining a serious expression, quickly purchased 5 bow and arrow kits from his system. Within seconds, the weapons materialized on the table. Adopting a casual tone, Jae-hyun told them that even if they lacked experience, they should take the opportunity to practice. He handed them the bows and encouraged them to begin using them immediately. At that instant, Jae-hyun received a system notification indicating that the trust levels of some members had increased slightly. Seeing this, he felt a mixture of surprise and happiness. Simultaneously, a sense of hope began to fill the group, as they started to believe that, with Jae-hyun's assistance, they might actually have a chance to save Byung-ho's grandmother. The group's trust in Jae-hyun continued to grow steadily. Dongyun felt extremely pleased, realizing that the new weaponry would significantly improve his hunting efficiency. Another member remarked that with these tools, they would no longer need to risk their lives retrieving used arrows. The general mood shifted, becoming more hopeful and excited. Suddenly, Jae-hyun became serious and addressed the group, stating that before they could move forward, they needed to reduce the goblin population. Matching his serious tone, Dongyun asked when the hunting would commence. Jaehyun replied that they would begin the following day, guaranteeing that they would definitely rescue Byung-ho's grandmother then. He attempted to motivate the group with this assurance. Upon hearing Jaehyun's promise, Byung-ho's face lit up with happiness. Donghyun then inquired about the method they would employ. With a confident smile, Jaehyun revealed that they would utilize a bait strategy. He proceeded to explain the details of his plan, but after listening, the group's expressions betrayed their tension. They questioned whether Jaehyun's bait strategy would actually succeed. Despite these concerns, they held on to the hope that it would work. Suddenly, a system window materialized in front of Jaehyun, informing him that the chubby guy had completed the mission and earned a reward of 30,000 won. The notification momentarily startled Jaehyun, as the reward money was deducted from his own account. He realized that as long as he possessed sufficient funds, he could level up his citizens. Consequently, he decided that, moving forward, he would refrain from spending money unless it was absolutely necessary. Before he could contemplate further, another system window appeared, stating that Byung-ho's trust level had increased. It had now reached 50, unlocking loyalty and fulfilling all the requirements for him to be registered as a vassal. This surprise shocked Jaehyun. At that moment, strange physical changes began occurring to Byung-ho's body. Confused, Byung-ho could not comprehend what was happening or why he was experiencing such odd sensations. A new system window appeared, announcing that the vassal registration was successful. As a reward, Jaehyun had earned the ability Summon Vassal. This ability allowed Jaehyun to summon his vassal into his home, but only after 2 hours had passed since the initial summoning. From that point on, Byung-ho was officially Jaehyun's first vassal, earning the title of First Servant. Additionally, Jaehyun acquired strength comparable to that of a gorilla, and this same physical capability was also bestowed upon the chubby guy. Another system notification appeared, explaining that any experience points and gold the chubby guy earned while hunting would be doubled. Furthermore, it indicated that Jaehyun could utilize the Supreme Recluse's Omniscient Eyes ability to summon his vassal within 5 meters of his home. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. At that moment, Jaehyun noticed a plus button on the system window and clicked it. A message appeared inquiring if he wished to spend 1,000 won to increase his vassal's level. The exorbitant price left Jaehyun shocked. He sat down, clutching his head in frustration, wondering if the system was merely some kind of slot machine game. Observing his distress, the chubby guy's wife asked Jaehyun if something was wrong, but he shook his head and assured her it was nothing. Jaehyun then resolved that from that point forward, they would address the chubby guy by his real name. Next, Jaehyun asked Byung-ho how he was feeling. Byung-ho responded with excitement, stating that he felt an overflow of strength, as if he could punch a hole through the wall. He paused before asking if Jaehyun had done something to his body. Jaehyun confirmed that he had. Byung-ho continued, adding that he felt 10 years younger and that a mysterious aura was filling his body. Hearing this, Jaehyun smiled with satisfaction. He handed a bow to Byung-ho, indicating that he wanted him to join the mission. Although Byung-ho accepted the weapon, his nervousness was evident, as his hands trembled while holding it. Internally, Jaehyun calculated that while citizens gained 10% additional experience, vassals earned double the amount. This meant that the chubby guy would effectively evolve into a powerhouse comparable to a gorilla, making incredible progress. Aloud, he instructed Byung-ho to eliminate as many monsters as possible. Although Byung-ho was still terrified to the point of tears, he agreed to the task. Jaehyun was delighted with Byung-ho's decision, smiling and assuring him that he was counting on his efforts. The mission finally commenced as the group inspected the first floor of the apartment building. As they moved with caution, Daeoksu remarked to Dongjun that checking the first floor seemed unnecessary, given that the windows were broken and the area was in a dilapidated state. He suggested that there were likely no survivors there. However, Dongjun disagreed and insisted on checking regardless. He reminded the group of Jaehyun's instructions, emphasizing that they were a rescue team obligated to save as many people as possible. He explained that their primary objective, assigned by Jaehyun, was to rescue any survivors within the building and escort them safely to the 30th floor. Pausing for a moment, Dongjun addressed the group to explain the core of the mission. They needed to lure a large number of goblins into the building and eliminate them. For the strategy to succeed, it was imperative that they located as many survivors as possible. Dongjun asked if everyone understood this objective clearly. The team agreed with confidence. a response that significantly boosted Dongjun's morale. Meanwhile, Deoksu prepared himself, gripping his iron club in readiness to crush any monsters that might appear. Dongjun instructed his team to commence their search at Room 101, warning everyone to remain vigilant, as goblins could emerge at any moment. The group entered Units 101 and 102, where they were immediately assaulted by an unbearable stench filling the air. Inside, bloodstains covered the area, suggesting that someone had been dragged across the floor prior to being killed. They discovered a horrific scene characterized by scattered bodies, shattered windows, and walls splattered with blood. Some victims had been severed in half, and the women found they were unclothed, likely having been victimized by the goblins before their deaths. This gruesome sight proved too much for the women in the rescue group, causing them to vomit on the spot. The shocked group looked to Dongjun, who, despite feeling disheartened himself, encouraged them to press forward. The team completed their search of the first floor, but failed to find any survivors, a result that left them discouraged. Dongjun then led them to the second floor. However, the situation there was no better. Like the first level, it was filled with corpses, bloodstains, and destruction, which further disturbed the team. Determined to persist, they decided to check the third floor. Upon arrival, Dongjun knocked on a door, shouting to ask if anyone was alive. Filled with hope, the team began knocking on doors one by one, yet they found no survivors. Dongjun's morale began to crumble with each passing second, but he resolved to continue and check the fourth floor. The group headed up, and Dongjun knocked on another door, inquiring once again if anyone was inside. Just as he was about to give up, frantically praying to find at least a single survivor, they received a surprise answer. A man cautiously opened the door and asked if they were truly a rescue team. Seeing a living person brought Dongjun immense happiness. He assured the man that they were indeed there to rescue survivors. Visibly exhausted but still suspicious, the man asked for water. When the group handed him a bottle, he was shocked, having previously assumed they were intruders intending to harm him or steal his resources. Despite the man's lingering doubts, Dongjun attempted to reassure him, explaining that they were fellow residents of the apartment complex conducting a rescue operation. He invited the man to join them. Still skeptical, the man slowly opened the door fully to reveal two other people inside his room. Apologizing for his earlier paranoia, he introduced himself as Hong Jung-soo and agreed to accompany them. Clearly excited, Dongjun shook Jung-soo's hand and introduced himself in return. He then instructed two of his teammates to escort Jung-soo to the 30th floor before returning to continue the mission. Upon learning about the 30th floor, Jung-soo became agitated, declaring that they would not leave the apartment. However, his youngest son interrupted, assuring his father that rescue was imminent. Surprisingly calm and clearly influenced by zombie apocalypse films, the boy speculated that a helicopter was likely waiting for them on the upper level. Rin clarified that while there was no helicopter, accompanying them would guarantee hot food and a bath. Hearing the mention of a bath, Jung-soo's daughter became excited and encouraged her father to join the team and stop worrying. Despite his initial reluctance, Jung-soo eventually agreed to go with them. Gradually, more survivors began to trail the group, joining the rescue effort. As this progressed, Jae-hyun received a system notification indicating that his citizen count had reached 40, resulting in a 90% increase in the experience points and gold they generated. The scene shifted to Jae-hyun, who decided to house the children and elderly temporarily in the chubby guy's apartment, while the others remained in the hallways. Dong Ji-hyun approached Jae-hyun to report that they had only managed to rescue 40 individuals thus far. When Jae-hyun inquired if that was the total population surviving in the building, Dong Ji-hyun replied with sadness, explaining that those who had ventured out of their rooms had been brutally murdered. He noted that they had searched up to the 29th floor, but it appeared many residents had never left their homes. Jae-hyun was pleased with their efforts, though he noted that the chubby guy's home was nearly at capacity. Nevertheless, he felt the current number of people would suffice for the time being. Activating the Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes, Jae-hyun observed the group's activities. He noticed Byung-ho lifting a chair, while the chubby guy and others worked with the women to carry a massive water jug. Finally, he saw Dong Ji-hyun busy with his assigned duties, confirming that they had nearly completed the preparations he had ordered. With a faint smile, Jae-hyun informed Dong Ji-hyun that they were ready to initiate the second phase of the goblin hunt. Dong Ji-hyun gathered the survivors to explain the mission, which involved luring the goblins hidden underground, starting with the first basement level. He detailed that the group would divide into 2 teams to draw out and eliminate the creatures on B1 before proceeding to clear B2. Nervously, the bespectacled man asked what would happen if the number of goblins exceeded their expectations, fearing they might become trapped and isolated on the first floor or encounter issues while transporting the bodies. Before Dong Ji-hyun could respond, Rin, gripping her bow, confidently declared that she would eliminate all the goblins to ensure such a disaster did not occur. She comforted the man with glasses, reminding him that as his Nuna, she would guarantee everyone's safety. Dong Ji-hyun also reassured the group, noting that unlike their previous situation, they now possessed an ample supply of arrows, which meant they would be secure. His confidence persuaded the anxious member to consent to the plan. Abruptly, a sound drew their attention. The entire group went on high alert, spinning around with grave expressions to behold 3 goblins positioned directly before them. Wasting no time, Rin fired her bow instantly, striking 2 of the creatures with her arrows. Dong Ji-hyun swiftly crushed the remaining goblin's skull with his club, shattering it like a watermelon. Within moments, all 3 monsters were dead. Subsequently, the man with glasses jokingly questioned why Dong Ji-hyun had bothered to bring a bow if he intended to use only the club, recalling that he had previously claimed to need the ranged weapon. Dae-oksu replied that wielding a club simply felt more natural to him, though he observed that he felt somewhat stronger than he had in the past. Unbeknownst to him, this increase in power was due to the enhancements Jae-hyun had applied to the club. Before Dae-oksu could speak further, a woman directed their attention toward the goblins' corpses. To their surprise, the bodies began to vanish. It was Jae-hyun collecting the loot. Witnessing this, Byung-ho was startled and wondered in shock if this phenomenon was yet another of Jae-hyun's abilities. Disregarding the distraction, Dong Ji-hyun commanded the group to proceed toward the first basement level. They followed him, while Byung-ho's faith in Jae-hyun grew increasingly steadfast. He started to genuinely believe that Jae-hyun possessed the capacity to rescue his grandmother. Meanwhile, a system notification materialized before Jae-hyun, indicating that the group's trust in him had risen. While drinking water, Jae-hyun read the alerts and reflected that, although unintended, he appeared to be looking after them like a guardian. He felt akin to a protective older brother. Just then, another notification popped up, revealing that Byung-ho had attained a trust level of 50, thereby meeting all the criteria to become a vassal. This surprised Jae-hyun, as he had not anticipated Byung-ho's trust growing with such speed. He deduced that Byung-ho must hold a sincere belief in Jae-hyun's ability to save his grandmother. Acknowledging this significant development, Jae-hyun realized that accumulating more vassals would accelerate their collective growth. He checked Byung-ho's loyalty and was shocked to see it stood at 88, a level even higher than that typically found between a mother and son. Composing himself, Jae-hyun determined this was excellent news and confirmed Byung-ho's status as his vassal. Internally, he vowed to do everything within his power to ensure the safety of Byung-ho's grandmother. The moment Jae-hyun confirmed the action, Byung-ho's body began to glow amidst the goblin fight. Byung-ho was left in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the events unfolding around him. The brilliant light startled everyone present, including the goblins, causing the creatures to retreat in fear. Visibly nervous, Dong Jae-hyun admitted that he did not understand the situation either and ordered the group to fall back. The goblins appeared to be blinded by the flash. Seizing this opportunity, the group began to flee. As they ran, Dong Jae-hyun and Rin fired arrows back at the monsters. Their aim was true, striking the goblins directly in the forehead and killing them instantly. Maintaining a serious expression, Rin utilized her ability to discharge multiple arrows simultaneously, eliminating numerous enemies. However, they were soon overwhelmed by the sheer volume of the horde as more creatures continued to emerge. Witnessing the approaching mass, Byung-ho panicked, shouting that it appeared the goblins from the second basement level had ascended to the first. This development was unexpected and suggested that the creatures possessed the ability to communicate telepathically. The group sprinted toward the exit and reached the gate. Dong Jae-hyun attempted to seal it, but several goblins managed to force their hands through the opening. The rest of the team rushed to assist him, but their combined efforts seemed futile against the force of the goblins pushing from the other side. The numbers were too great, and just as the barrier was on the verge of collapsing, everyone joined in to push against the door, yet it remained ineffective. One goblin, utilizing sheer brute force, held the door open and pushed against it, allowing more creatures to pile up and exacerbate the situation. At this critical juncture, the chubby guy activated his gorilla strength ability to shut the gate single-handedly. Straining with maximum effort, he screamed internally that he had to stop them right there, resolving to succeed regardless of the cost. Dong Jae-hyun quickly signaled to the chubby guy that the rest of the group was safe and urged him to return immediately. The man attempted to retreat with the others, but the goblin succeeded in breaching the gate, causing him to fall to the ground. In desperation, the chubby guy shouted for Dong Jae-hyun to leave him behind, but the leader hesitated, uncertain of the right course of action. Suddenly, Dae-iksu charged forward, striking a goblin with his club in an attempt to pull the chubby guy to safety. However, another creature seized the fallen man's leg, pinning him down. At that moment, a goblin with a lustful gaze stared at everyone, its expression betraying a hunger for what it perceived as a juicy, fleshy meal. Just as the monsters closed in, the chubby guy vanished into thin air. Stunned, Dae-iksu froze in confusion, unable to process what had just occurred. Meanwhile, the goblins turned their advance toward him. One leaped to attack, but Dae-iksu smashed it with his club, sending the creature flying. Dae-iksu then sprinted back toward his teammates, skillfully evading the goblin's strikes. His companions provided covering fire, shooting arrows at the pursuers to create a gap large enough for him to escape safely. The group continued their retreat, striving desperately to avoid being overrun by the relentless horde of goblins. In the darkness of the night, beneath the moonlight, the building stood silent. However, in the basement, a terrifying beast was devouring goblins one by one, tearing apart their bodies and crushing and chewing them as if they were candy. It eliminated every goblin with ease before turning its angry gaze toward the building above. Its singular focus was to kill everyone inside, driven by an insatiable hunger to consume more food and evolve. Elsewhere, the chubby guy suddenly hit the ground with a heavy thud. He had been certain he would not survive the day, and was convinced the goblins were about to make him their dinner, so he was confused by his current surroundings. Meanwhile, standing before him, Jae-hyun asked in a friendly tone how he was feeling. The chubby guy was shocked and worried, but Jae-hyun, offering a friendly smile, helped him to his feet. Jae-hyun felt relieved that he had made the man his vassal, as it was this bond that allowed him to summon him to safety. However, the chubby guy's leg was severely bruised and bleeding from a scratch inflicted by a goblin. He was unable to comprehend what was happening. Before he could process the situation, Jae-hyun noticed the deep cut on the man's leg. The chubby guy attempted to dismiss the injury, claiming it was nothing and would heal on its own. But Jae-hyun observed that he could not even move the limb. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Jae-hyun instructed him to stay put and ran to his room. Upon arriving, Jae-hyun grabbed his first aid kit, recalling how his mother had taught him emergency medical procedures. He possessed an infinite supply of antiseptic pills and various medical resources. However, his supreme recluse inventory was limited to only 40 slots, meaning he could not carry everything individually and had to be careful. After a moment of thought, he devised a strategy. He packed all the medicines into the first aid kit and placed the entire kit into a single inventory slot. It was a brilliant idea. Jae-hyun began to wonder if storing a box full of supplies or even an entire room full of medicine would allow him to duplicate them, a thought that seemed to change everything for him. After making his preparations, Jae-hyun returned to the chubby guy. He produced the first aid kit and asked the man to display his leg. The chubby guy reluctantly revealed the wound, which was gushing blood. While cleaning the injury, Jae-hyun warned him that the situation was very serious, explaining that if the wound became infected, he could potentially lose the leg. As Jae-hyun treated the injury, the chubby guy winced in pain. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, stating that the chubby guy's trust in Jae-hyun had increased drastically. Finally, Jae-hyun finished treating the wound. He instructed the chubby guy to retreat to his room and rest. Although the man was in pain, he was grateful and obeyed the order. Afterward, Jae-hyun closed his eyes and activated his Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes. Through this vision, he observed Rin in the basement, tirelessly dispatching goblins with her bow. She moved with precision, eliminating one creature after another, marking the beginning of the hunt. Meanwhile, Dae-iksu was frantically crushing goblins with his club. The group took turns killing the monsters before running upstairs. Moments earlier, when the chubby guy had abruptly vanished before Dae-iksu's eyes, Dae-iksu had sprinted up the stairs with extreme urgency. Behind him, the rest of the group fired arrows at the goblins with the intensity of people fighting for their lives. Suddenly, two goblins appeared in front of Dae-iksu, looking ready to tear him apart. Seemingly out of nowhere, Byung-ho unleashed a burst of frenzy. He swung his club with hyperactive energy, shattering the skulls of both goblins with a single strike. He did not pause there. Leaping forward, he landed in front of Deoksu and proceeded to annihilate the goblins one by one. It appeared as though the strength of 10 elephants was coursing through his veins. The onlookers stood frozen, wondering what had just transpired and questioning if Byung-ho had always possessed such strength. In reality, having become Jae-hyun's vassal, he was experiencing a significant power surge. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Jae-hyun felt a wave of relief, noting that everyone appeared safe for the moment. He took a brief second to examine Byung-ho's status. Byung-ho had reached level 30. His trust level was 55, and his loyalty stood at 88. His awakened skill was teleportation, a game-changing rank A ability. This skill allowed him to teleport anywhere within his line of sight, and he could transport others along with him. Jae-hyun smiled like a proud parent, convinced that making Byung-ho a vassal had been the best decision. Meanwhile, Byung-ho remained in his heightened state, destroying goblins left and right. Deoksu, observing the madness, turned to the bespectacled man, who looked as though he were about to faint, and asked if he could continue. The man agreed with determination, and the group prepared for the next attack. Deoksu inquired of Rin whether the water tank was ready. Rin confirmed that it was. At that precise moment, Byung-ho ascended the stairs, luring an army of goblins behind him. He leaped up the steps, and as soon as he reached the top, the group overturned the massive water tank onto the pursuers. The goblins were thoroughly drenched, though the water alone was insufficient to defeat them. That was when Dongjian seized an extension cord and plugged it into an outlet. Concealed wires along the staircase illuminated as electricity crackled through the water. The lower-level goblins, specifically the level 6 and 7 creatures, were electrocuted instantly, resembling fried chicken. However, the level 10 goblins remained standing. The system notified Jae-hyun that he had acquired a substantial amount of experience points and a significant sum of 34,464 won. Everything went directly into his supreme wallet. Jae-hyun smiled, noting that he had just leveled up and his skills had become even more overpowered. However, the situation suddenly took a strange turn. Jae-hyun felt a peculiar pain coursing through his body. His heart pounded intensely, as if he had just completed a marathon, and he felt a burning sensation all over. Abruptly, a purple shield materialized around him. The barrier expanded, spreading through the building and reaching down to the basement. Every high-level goblin caught within its radius froze in place. The system notified Jae-hyun that a hostile presence had been detected inside his shield. Jae-hyun smiled, ready to show the creatures who was in charge. With a simple command, the goblins trapped inside the shield burst like balloons. Blood splattered everywhere, coating the walls in a horrific display. Hundreds of goblins perished instantly. On a different floor, a group of goblins had gathered, preparing to march into the building, oblivious to their grim future. Suddenly, a stout goblin sensed a presence behind him. Turning around, he beheld a massive beast standing there. Before the goblin could even blink, the beast bit into his fleshy body, killing him instantly and brutally devouring the meat like a snack. Witnessing this bloody massacre, the remaining goblins were struck with terror. But before they could move, the beast charged at them, slicing through the crowd with the efficiency of a lawnmower and tearing the goblins apart with its claws. Several foolish goblins attempted to attack from behind. They managed to land a few feeble blows, but the beast remained unfazed, tossing them aside like refuse. Other goblins, seemingly driven by stupidity, climbed onto the beast, biting and tearing at its flesh. The creature let out a roar of pure rage as they chewed on its face and clawed at its body. Although the pain was evident, the beast disregarded it. With a roar that shook the earth, the beast seized every goblin clinging to it and ripped them to pieces. Body parts flew everywhere, with blood splattering in a gruesome scene. The beast trampled the remaining bodies, crushing them into a bloody paste until the goblins were completely exterminated. Then, unexpectedly, a system notification appeared, stating that the beast had been granted citizenship. Suddenly, the creature began to shrink. Its huge, bloodied form was drained of energy and began to transform. In a few moments, the beast vanished, replaced by a stunning woman who was completely naked and covered in blood. She fainted, falling unconscious on the floor. Watching all this through his supreme recluse's omniscient eye, Jae-hyun was thoroughly shocked. He muttered in confusion, wondering what he was looking at. A system window appeared, revealing startling information. The woman's name was Oh Yeonju, and her skill was called Dress Up Bear. Another notification explained that Dress Up Bear allowed the user to transform into a monster, maximizing all physical and regenerative abilities. Jaehyun was impressed, noting that she was level 33 and possessed a rank A skill. Subsequently, more notifications arrived. Dongjun and Haran attained a trust level of 50, which unlocked loyalty. Furthermore, Deoksu's loyalty exceeded 30, meeting the necessary criteria to become a vassal. Jaehyun smiled to himself and commanded the system to register Deoksu. Instantly, another vassal was added to the team. Deoksu acquired the Iron Knight skill. A system notification explained that this ability permitted the user to summon a halberd and a full suit of iron armor. Jaehyun grasped a crucial fact. The higher the vassal's level, the more potent their awakened abilities became. He began to review his vassals individually. The chubby guy, possessing gorilla-like strength, held a rank C skill and was at level 20. Deoksu, with the Iron Knight ability, possessed a rank B skill and was at level 25. Byung-ho, wielding the rank A teleportation skill, stood at level 30. Jaehyun contemplated the matter further, noting that from the moment of registration, their levels appeared to be determined by the rank of their awakened abilities. However, a question troubled him. Were the skill ranks assigned randomly? He pondered this possibility. He reasoned that if Byung-ho had earned a rank A skill based on his loyalty value, it made little sense that the chubby guy, who possessed a higher loyalty value, received only a rank C skill. Furthermore, Deoksu had obtained a rank B skill despite having a loyalty value of only 31. Confused, he deliberated further. He realized it would be beneficial to understand the specific factors determining high-ranking abilities. This knowledge was critical, particularly since he was limited to registering only 10 vassals. It would be advantageous to prioritize registering individuals with the potential to acquire higher-ranked skills. Finally, Jaehyun remarked to himself that the uncertainty regarding the outcome of registering a metahuman as a vassal posed a problem. His thoughts were interrupted by a system notification stating that the metahuman could now move freely between the stairs, elevators, and hallways. After considering this development, Jaehyun approached the elevator and utilized his Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes to observe the girl, seeing that she was still lying unconscious on the floor. Jaehyun summoned the chubby guy, who arrived quickly as the elevator doors opened. Jaehyun instructed him to go to the second basement level, locate the girl, and bring her up to him. Meanwhile, his teammates were busy tying up the defeated goblins with ropes, attempting to comprehend the chaotic situation. It appeared that the goblins had been terrified and were fleeing from something. Dongyun was particularly astounded, realizing he had underestimated the sheer power of the ability they had just witnessed. He was in shock after seeing how Jaehyun, with a simple snap of his fingers, had caused the goblins to burst as if they were nothing. Dongyun recalled past moments, such as when the chubby guy spoke of Jaehyun's godlike abilities and mentioned amenities like hot water. Piecing the information together, he realized that this too must be part of Jaehyun's powers. He remembered that the chubby guy's wife had once mentioned that all the ingredients for their food were provided by Jaehyun. Deep in contemplation, Dongyun concluded that everything happening was connected to Jaehyun's abilities. He wondered why someone as powerful as Jaehyun, who seemingly did not need anyone's assistance, still chose to help others in this ruined world. Consequently, Dongyun's trust in Jaehyun increased even further. Reflecting on Byung-ho, Dongyun noted that the boy had always been an introvert, yet after meeting Jaehyun, he had changed, briefly acting like a deranged killer. As he gathered the wires, the only thought occupying Dongyun's mind was that Jaehyun was a frighteningly powerful being whose abilities commanded fear. Meanwhile, the chubby guy was observed running to the second basement level to rescue the woman. As Dongyun continued his train of thought, he considered how fortunate they all were that Jaehyun had selected them. At the same time, Jaehyun utilized his Supreme Recluse's omniscient eye to observe everything, remaining vigilant and calculating his next move. Following this, the scene shifted to a flashback. A very adorable child was playing with a toy car. Turning around filled with joy, he called out to his mother, asking if she could play with him as well. The woman, identical to the one who had previously transformed from a beast into a human, appeared. She played with her son in a loving and caring manner, and the child waved his hand happily. However, this happiness was short-lived. The color drained from her face as she witnessed something terrifying. Horrified, she screamed loudly. Her son, still smiling and beckoning her to play, remained oblivious to the danger behind him. 3 bloodthirsty goblins, drooling and ready to devour him alive. Overcome by a powerful desire to protect her child, the woman ran as fast as she could, but it was too late. The goblins, driven by insatiable hunger, would not let such a meal escape. In an instant, they tore the child apart and devoured him right before her eyes. Witnessing her son's brutal death destroyed the woman from the inside out. This horrific nightmare caused her to wake with a start. The woman, Yeonju, awoke terrified and drenched in sweat. She screamed loudly, sitting up in bed with her chest heaving. Nearby stood Jae-hyun, who greeted her calmly. He looked at her for a moment and inquired about how she was feeling. Still disoriented, Yeonju held her head, attempting to understand her location. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun extended his hand and introduced himself, stating that he was happy to meet her. However, Yeonju remained suspicious of him and asked a single question. Was he the one who had performed that specific deed earlier? Jae-hyun appeared confused, unsure of what Yeonju meant, but she insisted, asking if he was the one responsible for making the goblins' heads explode like balloons. It turned out that while Yeonju was unconscious, Jae-hyun had utilized his domain expansion to eliminate the goblins, causing their heads to burst. As Jae-hyun attempted to offer his hand once more, Yeonju pulled away, her voice trembling. She sought confirmation that it was indeed Jae-hyun who had killed the goblins. This discovery made her even more suspicious and wary. Her fear of him grew, as his immense power was undeniably terrifying. He possessed the capability to annihilate an entire group of goblins in an instant, likened to crushing ants beneath his foot. Yeonju's thoughts took a dark turn. She began to wonder if, had she possessed strength comparable to Jae-hyun's, she might have been able to save her son. Overwhelmed by sadness, she started to tremble and weep again. She cursed her own power, lamenting that it had awakened too late. She believed that if her abilities had manifested earlier, perhaps her son would still be alive. Between her tears, Yeonju called out to Jae-hyun. Her voice shaking, she looked completely devastated as she asked him if he could save her son. Deep down, she knew the boy was gone, but she begged Jae-hyun to avenge him by exterminating every goblin in the world. With that resolve, another goblin slayer was born. Yeonju sat on the bed crying, her body shaking, while Jae-hyun stood nearby, silently observing her overwhelming sorrow. The room was filled with the sound of her uncontrollable weeping. Jae-hyun contemplated the tragedy she had suffered, but as a recluse, he was not skilled at interacting with others, and genuinely did not know how to comfort a grieving mother. As Yeonju cried, the system suddenly notified Jae-hyun that her trust in him had increased significantly. She continued to sob, expressing how much she missed her child. Witnessing her pain and understanding that the goblins had devoured her son, Jae-hyun felt at a loss regarding how to help. He wondered if there was anything he could do. Then he had an idea. What if he assigned Yeonju a mission with a reward that would revive her son? Although he knew such a thing should be impossible, he decided to try. Jae-hyun created a mission for Yeonju, writing that if she killed 1,000 goblins, the reward would be the resurrection of her son. Instead of doing nothing, Jae-hyun felt compelled to make the attempt. He prayed that the mission would work, acknowledging that there was no natural way to bring back the dead, yet in this chaotic world anything seemed possible. However, as soon as Jae-hyun attempted to apply the mission to Yeonju, the system shocked him. It notified him that he did not possess the funds required to provide the resurrection reward. The discovery hit him hard. It implied that if he could earn enough money, he would be able to revive anyone. His entire body began to tremble as he realized this changed everything. At that moment, Jae-hyun grasped the full potential of his role. He was the system, and he had the potential to become the god of this world. Nevertheless, Jae-hyun understood that realizing this goal required additional funds. The issue lay in the fact that the system failed to specify the exact amount necessary. Despite this ambiguity, Jae-hyun refused to surrender. While Yeonju continued to weep, he addressed her, revealing that there might be a method to revive her son. Hearing this, Yeonju was stunned, feeling a sensation akin to being shot. She experienced a simultaneous mix of surprise and sorrow, yet she also suspected Jae-hyun might be jesting. She warned him that if this was a cruel joke, he must desist immediately, adding that she would never forgive him if he was deceiving her. Jae-hyun reassured her, confirming that a method indeed existed, though it would be extremely difficult to achieve. Upon hearing this, Yeonju became desperate. She told him she was prepared to do anything for him, even offering to warm his bed or become his slave. Jaehyun interrupted her, stating there was no need for such measures. He explained that she only needed to perform a single task, which he would detail at a later time. Following this, the scene shifted as Jaehyun introduced Yeonju to Dongyeon. Dongyeon greeted her warmly with a firm handshake. Yeonju introduced herself as well, but maintained a somewhat serious demeanor. She asked Dongyeon a single question. Was he the individual who had been killing goblins with a baseball bat, and was Rin the girl who used a bow for the same purpose? Hearing such an accurate description left Dongyeon and Rin shocked. They could not comprehend who this woman was or how she possessed knowledge of their actions. Rin asked Yeonju if they had encountered one another previously. Attempting to lighten the atmosphere, Yeonju mimicked a bear's paw with her hand and acted in a cute manner, suggesting they must have met her before. She playfully inquired if they truly did not recognize her. Dongyeon, Rin, and Deoksu remained confused, wondering what the woman was talking about. Smiling confidently, Yeonju decided to activate her beast transformation. Gradually, fur began to manifest on her body. A deep, threatening aura emerged, and soon she was entirely encased in thick fur. As soon as Yeonju completed the metamorphosis, Rin recognized her and nearly screamed. Now standing almost 3 meters tall, Yeonju rose like a terrifying, deadly beast, appearing ready to attack anyone in her path. Rin and the others finally realized she was the same creature that had blocked them in the basement, slaughtering goblins frantically. Observing their reaction, Yeonju laughed. The moment amused her slightly, and she placed a hand to her face, clarifying that, to be precise, she was actually a bear rather than a generic beast. She assured them she was not an enemy. In fact, she explained that she had assisted them by killing goblins in the basement on numerous occasions, though they had never noticed. Instead, they had assumed she was a monster intent on killing them as well. Finally, Deoksu and Dongyeon grasped that Yeonju was speaking the truth. The beast had never attacked them, but had instead been eliminating the goblins that threatened their lives. Dongyeon approached Yeonju with great joy, remarking that their encounter in the basement had not been a coincidence. Yeonju agreed, declaring that the goblins were her national enemy. She vowed to exterminate every goblin in the world, declaring that anyone who opposed the creatures was her friend, thus marking the birth of a new goblin slayer. As the conversation proceeded, Jaehyun approached from behind. He expressed his satisfaction that the introductions had been completed, but his demeanor quickly shifted to gravity as he made an important announcement. He informed the group that they were out of time. He stated that by the following morning, they were required to initiate the plan to rescue Byung-ho's grandmother. He noted that with the goblin population drastically reduced, it was the ideal moment to press forward. Jaehyun then notified them that, due to his fatal injury, he would be unable to participate in the battle. Instead, Mrs. Yeonju would accompany Deoksu and Dongyeon's group to eliminate the monsters. Hearing herself referred to as a goblin hunter brought Yeonju great joy. Issuing his final command, Jaehyun instructed everyone to rest, reminding them that the mission would commence immediately upon waking the next morning. As the group dispersed to their rooms, Jaehyun pulled Deoksu and Byung-ho aside. The scene shifted as Jaehyun led them into a small room. He asked if they understood why he had brought them there. The pair appeared thoroughly confused. Wearing a serious expression, Jaehyun repeated the question regarding his reason for summoning them. Deoksu remained clueless, but Byung-ho felt a twinge of suspicion. Taking a gamble, he asked if the meeting concerned abilities. Jaehyun flashed a wicked smile and confirmed that Byung-ho was correct, revealing that awakened abilities had been unlocked. The news left the two in shock. Jaehyun informed Byung-ho that his specific power was teleportation. Upon hearing the term, Byung-ho grinned broadly. Next, Jaehyun informed Deoksu that his awakened ability was known as Iron Knight. Deoksu was bewildered, wondering if the title implied he would be able to summon a knight. Maintaining his serious demeanor, Jaehyun decided to prioritize their training, as mastering these skills was essential for completing their tasks. Consequently, he accessed his system notifications and generated a new mission for the pair. The objective required them to discover and unlock their awakened abilities for the first time within a 1-hour time limit. The reward would be an increase in strength, while the punishment for failure would be sleeping outside. As Jaehyun prepared to assign the mission, an overly excited Deoksu asked if he had indeed unlocked his power, and if he would be able to utilize abilities like Dongjian. Jaehyun confirmed this was the case. Hearing the affirmation, Deoksu's excitement escalated. He began jumping around like a child, shouting that he could not wait to use the Iron Knight skill, noting that the name sounded incredibly cool. Afterward, Jaehyun explained to Deoksu that the ability would allow him to summon a suit of iron armor and a halberd of hell. As Deoksu listened to Jaehyun and prepared to ask a question, Byung-ho suddenly vanished from sight right before his eyes, accompanied by a splashing sound. Witnessing this, Deoksu was taken completely by surprise and stood motionless. For a brief period, both Jaehyun and Deoksu remained in total silence. Moments later, Byung-ho teleported from his invisible state and reappeared at a distance. Byung-ho was astonished and delighted by the result. He could hardly believe that he had merely thought about teleporting further away, and the action had occurred instantly. Clasping his hands together, Byung-ho declared that with this ability, he would definitely be able to rescue his grandmother. Simultaneously, a notification indicated that Byung-ho's trust in Jaehyun had increased drastically. Byung-ho bowed his head deeply, thanking Jaehyun with sincere gratitude. He pledged that from that day forward, he would place his faith in Jaehyun and follow his every instruction, believing that thanks to Jaehyun, saving his grandmother was now a possibility. However, Jaehyun cautioned Byung-ho against celebrating too soon, warning him that reaching his grandmother's house would still be extremely difficult at the present time. Hearing this, Byung-ho felt a wave of disappointment. He reasoned that since he possessed the teleportation ability, he should be able to travel directly to her location. Jaehyun countered by pointing out that there was no guarantee Byung-ho could control the ability effectively yet. Jaehyun explained that Byung-ho currently did not know his maximum range or the duration he could sustain a teleport. He insisted that Byung-ho must first master the skill, as it would be disastrous if he became stranded halfway to his destination or fell unconscious, leaving him vulnerable to being killed by goblins. Although Byung-ho was disheartened, he acknowledged that Jaehyun's reasoning was logical, and he agreed to wait a while longer before attempting the rescue. As Jaehyun and Byung-ho conversed, a brilliant flash of light suddenly erupted from behind them. Both men were startled by the intensity of the glare. When they turned around, they were confronted by the sight of a massive statue-like figure wielding a gigantic iron axe, appearing incredibly dangerous. The figure was none other than Deoksu. Deoksu had successfully invoked his Iron Knight ability, encasing his body in thick, powerful, and enchanted iron armor while gripping the large iron axe. Upon beholding the impressive armor and weapon, Deoksu's trust in Jaehyun surged. The system notified Jaehyun that Deoksu's trust and loyalty had increased drastically. Overjoyed by his new form, Deoksu began to dance happily. Meanwhile, Jaehyun issued Byung-ho his first mission, instructing him to teleport to the adjacent building. Jaehyun reasoned that if Byung-ho could easily teleport to the adjacent building, it would indicate he was utilizing his ability effectively. Byung-ho stared at the neighboring structure, stood motionless for a moment, and resolved to transport himself there. Simultaneously, Jaehyun generated a new mission for Byung-ho, specifying that he had to teleport to the building next door within 3 minutes. The stated reward was an improvement in teleportation proficiency. Byung-ho concentrated, while Deoksu offered encouragement from behind to boost his confidence. Maintaining a serious expression, Byung-ho visualized the destination, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. Moments later, he successfully reappeared inside the adjacent building. From a window across the way, Byung-ho waved his hand at Jaehyun. Jaehyun was pleased to witness that Byung-ho had already managed to use teleportation over a significant distance. Byung-ho waved happily again, but suddenly his vision went dark and he collapsed, falling unconscious within the other building. Witnessing this, both Deoksu and Jaehyun were alarmed, wondering what had abruptly happened to him. Wasting no time, Jaehyun utilized his summoning ability to retrieve Byung-ho and allowed him to rest. Jaehyun quickly checked Byung-ho's system notification and confirmed that his health was in good condition. Since Byung-ho was merely asleep, Jaehyun surmised that either his mana had been depleted or he had exceeded his current limit by teleporting over a long distance. He concluded that teleporting beyond that range drained all of Byung-ho's energy, resulting in unconsciousness. Jaehyun explained the situation to Deoksu, assuring him that Byung-ho was perfectly fine and would regain consciousness after a short rest. Subsequently, Jaehyun abruptly turned to Deoksu and asked if he enjoyed exercising. Deoksu was confused by the question, unsure why Jaehyun had suddenly raised the topic. In the next moment, Jaehyun assigned Deoksu a task reminiscent of the One Punch Man routine. He created a new mission requiring Deoksu to complete 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-meter run within 10 minutes. The reward for success was an increase in strength, while the punishment for failure was sleeping outdoors. Furthermore, Deoksu was required to perform these exercises while wearing his armor. Deoksu did not hesitate. He immediately commenced the push-ups, squats, and the run. Despite wearing the armor, he swiftly completed the exercises, though he began to pant loudly. Observing him from behind, Jaehyun noted that Deoksu completed the task with relative ease, speculating that this was likely because Deoksu was already an athlete accustomed to sports. Due to his background, Deoksu possessed excellent endurance. As Jaehyun contemplated this, a system notification appeared, signaling the commencement of an evaluation process. This puzzled Jaehyun, as he had never encountered such a notification before, and wondered if it was a new feature. Amidst his confusion, Deoksu inquired whether there were any further tasks or quick missions for him to undertake. Jaehyun replied that there was nothing more for the day and dismissed him. Deoksu expressed his gratitude and took his leave. Simultaneously, the system informed Jaehyun that the evaluation was finished. The notification explained that because Deoksu's strength had improved through task completion, Jaehyun's strength would also receive a slight boost. This revelation shocked Jaehyun, as he could physically feel his body becoming more powerful. The discovery was revolutionary for him, leading to the realization that as his vassals grew stronger, he would inevitably gain strength as well, a fact that fundamentally altered his situation. The setting then shifted to nighttime, where Bae Young-ho and his group were seen fleeing from a horde of pursuing goblins. Acting swiftly, Deoksu activated his Iron Knight ability. Resembling a true warrior, he positioned himself in the path of the monsters, slaying and slicing through them one by one. However, facing the horde alone presented a challenge, and several goblins managed to bypass him on the left and right, charging toward Byung-ho. Fortunately, Byung-ho was prepared at the rear with his bow and arrow. Utilizing his archery skills, he eliminated the goblins that had slipped through, standing ready to engage any others. Witnessing the combined prowess of Byung-ho and Deoksu, the remaining creatures became terrified and attempted to retreat. However, their escape was blocked by a massive shadow looming behind them. The sight of this colossal figure was so terrifying that the goblins began to weep in fear, for the shadow belonged to none other than the bear mummy. Before the creatures could react, the bear mummy sliced them in two. Meanwhile, Byung-ho and his group continued to eliminate the remaining goblins individually. The group urged Byung-ho to leave the fighting to them, insisting that they would hold off the monsters while he hurried to rescue his grandmother. Heeding their advice, Byung-ho departed to save her while his companions finished the battle. Elsewhere, Jaehyun was sitting at home eating ramen noodles. As he ate, the system notified him that his citizens had successfully completed the mission, resulting in a reward of 132,966 won. This surprised Jaehyun, as it was the first instance where his citizens had generated income through mission completion. He reflected on the connection established earlier. When Deoksu completed his task, Jaehyun's own strength had increased. When other citizens completed their missions, Jaehyun earned money. He deduced that the rewards he received upon his citizens' completion of tasks were randomized. Gradually, numerous notifications flooded in, alerting Jaehyun that various citizens had finished their missions. Byung-ho had also completed his assignment, and the system began evaluating all the pending rewards. Finally, after some time passed and the evaluation was complete, the system notified Jaehyun that he had hit the jackpot. The moment he saw the specific reward, his ramen noodles got stuck in his throat. He sat there in shock, his mouth hanging open. The reward was a new feature: skill points. Jaehyun raised an eyebrow, genuinely astounded. He questioned whether he was seriously earning skill points now, musing that at this rate, nothing would surprise him, even if the system announced the following day that it was pregnant. The scene then shifted to Byung-ho, who had finally teleported near his home. Wearing a deadly serious and slightly nervous expression, he stared intensely at the house. As he walked slowly toward the door, his mind raced with 100 thoughts, and he prayed desperately that his grandmother was safe. In the next moment, gathering every ounce of courage he possessed, he ran inside, shouting his grandmother's name as he headed directly toward her room. Even in such a desperate situation, he did not forget to remove his shoes before entering. As soon as he reached the room, his eyes widened dramatically. His grandmother was alive, but she was lying unconscious on the floor, appearing painfully weak. panic surged through Byung-ho as he hurried to her side. Fortunately, upon hearing his frantic voice, his grandmother slowly opened her eyes. With a weak, trembling voice, she touched his hand, recognizing him instantly. It was a moment that deeply affected Byung-ho. Tears began to stream from his eyes like rain, and he wept uncontrollably, sobbing like a newborn baby. She was his only family, and he hugged her tightly, continuing to cry while filled with overwhelming happiness. As he wept, he thanked Jaehyun mentally over and over again, elevating him to the position of a deity. In Byung-ho's eyes, Jaehyun had officially become the supreme god of this apocalypse. The perspective then shifted again to Jaehyun, who was staring at a system notification. The system happily informed him that Byung-ho's trust had reached 100%. This signified that Byung-ho would now do literally anything Jaehyun requested, even if it meant killing. Consequently, another vassal slot, specifically for regeneration, was unlocked. Jaehyun now possessed a total of 11 vassal slots alongside a new system ability that allowed him to level up his vassals directly, much like characters in a video game. This development fundamentally altered everything, leaving Jaehyun completely shocked that the leveling process could be conducted in such a manner. Slowly, he attempted to increase Byung-ho's level, but the system immediately issued a cold notification stating that he lacked sufficient funds. The requirement was 100,000 won, which amounted to approximately $70,000. Stunned by this absurd and ridiculous sum, Jaehyun slammed his hand down furiously, yelling that the system was insane. In his view, the system displayed more greed than a fame-seeking influencer. At that instant, Jaehyun detected a strange noise, identifying it as the sound of the elevator. He immediately activated his Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes and detected two individuals, a person with a chubby physique and a cute girl, both standing near the chubby guy's door. To him, both figures appeared frightening and extremely suspicious. It is worth noting that when Jaehyun's domain expanded, it granted freedom of movement to all those within his territory. When Haewon, the wife of the chubby guy, heard the doorbell and opened the door, she was surprised. The woman, who had initially appeared suspicious, greeted her warmly and introduced herself as Dabin, presenting her brother Minho as well. They explained that they were residents of apartment 1701. Confused and wary, Haewon cautiously inquired about the reason for their visit. With a trembling voice, Dabin shamelessly confessed that they were seeking assistance, nervously explaining that she simply wanted to take a bath. After the initial tension, Haewon was dumbfounded, mentally questioning the absurdity of a request for a bath. Although still somewhat confused, Haewon invited them inside, assuring Dabin that the request was easily manageable. As the siblings entered, Minho, maintaining a serious expression, asked where he should deposit the large box he was holding. Haewon was intrigued until Dabin explained that the box contained canned food and supplies. Dabin reasoned that she could not be selfish enough to ask for favors during such difficult times without offering something in return. As Minho placed the box on the floor, Haewon attempted to decline the gesture, stating that such trouble was unnecessary. However, Dabin insisted that she accept the box, arguing that it would be inappropriate to visit a stranger's home and request a bath for free. At that precise moment, Dabin noticed the weapons scattered throughout the room. Surprised, she asked if the armaments belonged to Haewon, inquiring if she was a hunter. The question frightened Haewon, who awkwardly explained that the situation was complicated and that the weapons belonged to someone else, a figure akin to their boss. While Haewon was occupied with her explanation, Jaehyun concluded his surveillance. After careful observation, he determined that for the time being, the siblings did not appear to be malicious. Jaehyun resolved that he would speak to them in person before making any further decisions. Abruptly, the system notified him that a red tiger was being hunted. Consequently, Jaehyun received a massive amount of experience points along with 4,000 won, bringing his total funds to 39,000. His abilities increased drastically, and he even acquired a new skill. The sheer volume of notifications felt overwhelming to him. Jaehyun realized he had committed an error. He had become too engrossed in observing the siblings. Meanwhile, total chaos reigned outside. The group was completely exhausted and injured, having just managed to kill a massive, monstrous tiger. Yeonju lay unconscious on the ground, covered in blood, marking the situation as a complete disaster. At that instant, the range of Jaehyun's domain expansion increased once more, sending an intense wave of pain directly through his heart. Given the dire circumstances, he urgently granted citizenship to everyone, deciding he would assess whether they were friend or foe at a later time. The system then notified Jaehyun again, stating that because the citizen count had reached a specific limit, all citizens had unlocked the power of trust. However, Jaehyun had no time to celebrate this achievement, as he was deeply concerned about the group's injuries. He certainly had not foreseen that they would face a gigantic tiger in the jungle. Elsewhere, Byung-ho was teleporting at maximum speed with his grandmother on his back, heading toward the apartment, while the others ran desperately behind him. Deoksu was carrying the unconscious Yeonju. The situation was incredibly critical. Jaehyun could not believe the severity of Yeonju's injuries. To make matters worse, the goblins were still pursuing them. Just when it seemed that all was lost, the power of Gaeyoung's arrow suddenly intensified, and the others felt a surge in their power and speed as their bodies became lighter. This phenomenon was the result of the power of trust, which improved the citizens' status based on the level of trust they placed in Jaehyun. Jaehyun quickly calculated that the overall trust level exceeded 50%, meaning their combat abilities had improved by 50%. It was a complete game changer. Byung-ho, who already viewed Jaehyun as a deity, received the most significant status increase. He shouted the name of the almighty Jaehyun, fervently thanking him for bestowing such a powerful buff from afar. Consequently, the loyalty of Rin and her friend crossed the 30% threshold, making them eligible for vassal registration. Jaehyun wasted no time in instantly converting them into vassals. Notably, Gaeyoung's trust level was exactly 69%. Thanks to their awakening, both women unlocked incredible abilities: Piercing Arrow for Gaeyoung and Poison Mist for Rin. Gaeyoung fired her bow, stunned to see the arrow behave as if it were alive, effortlessly piercing through all the goblins and killing them instantly. Jaehyun then generated a new mission specifically for Gaeyoung, assigning her the task of killing 10 goblins using the new Poison Mist ability, with a skill rank increase offered as the reward. However, Rin's ability posed a particular danger. It was identified as Poison Mist, a rank B skill that carried the risk of harming teammates if not controlled with precision. Consequently, Jaehyun decided to examine Rin's ability first, paying close attention to her 69% trust level before assigning her to a specific task. Nevertheless, the primary issue remained Yeonju. Jaehyun immediately activated the Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes, scanning the entire building in a desperate search for any form of assistance. After a thorough and frantic search, he located a young, unconscious girl inside her room. For a specific reason, Jaehyun began running toward her with great urgency. While one might jest that his motivation was her youth, the actual reason was that she was a healer, the exact missing piece needed for his team. He arrived outside room 2902, only to find the door locked from the inside with a heavy iron chain. Despite his strength, he was not powerful enough to kick the door down. At that moment, he recalled receiving a new ability called Invisible Hand. He realized he could summon and control this hand. Although his mind briefly drifted to how versatile the ability might be in a romantic context, he decided it was the perfect time to test this questionable power. Closing his eyes, he visualized the hand cutting the chain. A pair of sharp mana scissors formed in response. Controlling the construct, Jaehyun effortlessly sliced through the iron chain as if it were paper. The door opened, and he rushed desperately toward the unconscious girl. Upon reaching her, his eyes widened in horror. Her condition was critical. Her lips were sunken, and she appeared severely dehydrated and near death. Jaehyun frantically attempted to rouse her by shouting her name and shaking her shoulders, but his efforts were futile. Her condition was severe, displaying clear symptoms of dehydration such as pale skin and dry, sunken eyes and lips. The irony was that Jaehyun had come looking for a healer, only to find that the healer herself needed saving. He panicked, unsure of what to do, but in that instant, he noticed something strange. A water bottle sat right next to her. For some inexplicable reason, she had not touched it. Deciding that now was not the time to solve such mysteries, he prioritized saving her life. His mind produced a brilliant solution. He created a mission specifically for her. The objective was to breathe once, and the reward was a full recovery. This unorthodox trick cost him approximately 10 million won, but it proved effective. She took a weak breath, and her dehydration was instantly cured. Marveling at the overpowered nature of this ability, Jaehyun watched as the girl slowly began to regain consciousness. As she opened her eyes, her vision was hazy, revealing Jaehyun looming above her. Confused and frail, she quietly inquired about his identity and his method of entry. Jaehyun identified himself, stating that he resided in the apartment directly above hers. Still bewildered, she repeated her question, acknowledging his explanation, but pressing for the reason behind his presence in her room. Maintaining a polite demeanor, Jaehyun explained that he had observed her critical condition and had entered to provide assistance. Initially, she believed she was experiencing a hallucination, but after a brief pause, the reality of the situation struck her with force. She realized that someone had actually come to her aid. Overcome with emotion, she began to weep, deeply moved by the fact that she had been rescued after enduring days of starvation and dehydration. Although Jaehyun disliked interrupting such a sensitive moment, he addressed her with a heavy heart, apologizing for the timing. He quietly explained that despite the awkwardness of the situation, he was in desperate need of her assistance immediately. As she wept with joy, he elaborated that one of his teammates had sustained grave injuries and required her help. However, as she listened silently, her confusion only deepened. She wondered what the man was talking about, questioning how she could possibly assist another person when she was unable to care for herself, having been on the verge of death mere moments ago. The request seemed absolutely impossible. To add to the strangeness, this stranger she had just met wanted her to provide medical treatment. Suspicion immediately flooded her mind as she wondered how this stranger knew she was a nurse. Judging by the desperation in his plea, she did not perceive him as dangerous. Nevertheless, she believed that in this desolate apocalypse, no one could be trusted. Consequently, she decided to feign cooperation while carefully observing his true intentions. Pretending to agree, she calmly asked where she needed to go and how she could be of service. Jaehyun casually requested that she wait a moment as he busied himself with creating another mission. He generated a new objective specifically for her, tasked with healing the injured Yeonju. The time limit was set to 1 hour, and the reward was an increase in her healing skill level. Once the mission was created, Jaehyun handed her some dried oranges and instructed her to eat and rest, promising to bring his injured friend directly to her room. With that, Jaehyun turned and exited the room, leaving her speechless once more as she stared at the fruit on the floor and the bizarre system notification floating before her eyes. Seized by sudden panic, she shouted Jaehyun's name in desperation, demanding to know the nature of the strange notification and his true identity. However, maintaining a composed demeanor and wearing a devilish smile, Jaehyun calmly replied that he would explain everything later. He left the shocked girl on the floor, reminding her that she was currently too weak and needed to rest. Left by herself, she hastily gathered the oranges, peeling them frantically with trembling fingers. Her mind raced, questioning whether she was in a dream, unable to comprehend that the man had literally generated a mission. Meanwhile, upon reaching his room, Jaehyun received a system notification indicating that Daejung's trust had increased. This confirmed his earlier suspicion that the woman did not fully trust him yet, which he found logically sound. He reasoned that no rational person would place their faith in an individual who had broken into their room like a post-apocalyptic version of Santa Claus. Jaehyun waited patiently for his team to return, but an intense, peculiar sensation suddenly washed over him, signaling that something was gravely amiss. Without hesitation, he activated the Supreme Recluse's omniscient eyes and immediately spotted a red tiger pursuing Yeonju and the rest of the group. This fearsome creature, which had previously wounded Yeonju, had returned. It appeared to be enraged, likely because it was the mate of the tiger they had slain earlier, and it was clearly seeking vengeance. At that moment, the group was fighting desperately for survival, their expressions filled with panic and despair. Jaehyun felt a tightness in his chest, realizing the situation was dire. The monstrous red tiger, with its claws unsheathed, appeared ready to tear everyone apart without mercy. Facing an enraged, widowed tiger, Jaehyun was perplexed by the existence of a second beast. The group was ill-prepared for another battle, and their lives hung in the balance. As they fled, Rin slipped and fell, severely injuring her leg. Daejung and Dongyeon panicked immediately, fearing the worst. Rin struggled to rise, but her injury prevented her from moving. Daejung was heartbroken, watching helplessly as Rin, whom she viewed as a younger sister, failed to escape. At this point, the red tiger opened its massive jaws, wide enough to consume a large object, ready to swallow Rin whole. In that moment, Rin resigned herself to her fate. However, just as the beast was about to take a bite, Rin mysteriously vanished, leaving behind nothing but a faint purple aura. The red tiger stood there in shock and confusion, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Meanwhile, Rin, terrified and struggling to breathe, suddenly found herself sitting before Jae-hyun, gravely injured yet alive. It had been a narrow escape. Had she not been a vassal, she would have been devoured. Fortunately, the worst was avoided, and this unexpected teleportation provided the others with precious time to temporarily evade the furious beast. At that precise moment, Byung-ho teleported directly in front of Jae-hyun, carrying his grandmother on his back. He immediately alerted Jae-hyun that a new citizen was available for registration. Jae-hyun promptly agreed, bestowing citizenship upon the grandmother. However, the danger was far from over, as the Red Widow tiger was rapidly catching up to the group, fueled by greater anger and hunger than before. Jae-hyun was suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. He determined that it was finally time to test the true limits of his invisible hand ability. As the Red Widow tiger charged, poised to crush everyone, Dong Jae-hyun realized that ensuring the group's survival required him to sacrifice himself. Without a second of hesitation, Dong Jae-hyun heroically stopped running. He activated his baseball throw ability and hurled a mana-infused baseball at maximum velocity directly at the beast, but the effort proved to be futile. The tiger evaded the ball effortlessly, leaping high into the air and preparing to tear Dong Jin apart. Ga Young screamed in desperate panic, but Dong Jin had already resigned himself to his tragic fate. Fully aware that he could not elude the beast for long, Dong Jae-hyun sprinted as fast as possible, drawing the tiger's attention entirely toward himself. As anticipated, the monstrous tiger easily overtook Dong Jae-hyun. Its sharp teeth were mere seconds away from piercing his skin when a shocking event occurred. Suddenly, a massive pair of aura scissors wrapped firmly around the tiger's neck, astounding not only Dong Jae-hyun but everyone present. In the next moment, the mysterious aura hand aggressively seized the tiger's throat, mercilessly suffocating the beast and lifting it into the air. It squeezed tighter as the Red Widow tiger struggled desperately for breath. The creature thrashed violently in an attempt to break free, but it was useless. Dong Jae-hyun stood there with his eyes wide, completely in shock, wondering what had just transpired. He had been certain he would meet King Yama that day, yet he remained miraculously safe and sound. Ga Young and the others quickly rushed closer, but at that instant, Ga Young received an unexpected system notification that frightened her further. Meanwhile, from a broader perspective, Jae-hyun could be seen calmly observing the entire situation from above. He muttered that there was no need for him to personally hunt monsters given this incredible new ability, especially considering that if Ga Young delivered the killing blow, he would earn 4 times the loot from the tiger. With this exciting new mission assigned, Ga Young quickly readied her bow, her eyes sharp with determination. As the tiger struggled pathetically to breathe, Ga Young took aim and effortlessly struck the beast's vital point, killing it instantly. The system immediately notified Jae-hyun. By slaying the level 28 Red Widow tiger, he had earned a massive sum of 63,000 won, along with huge amounts of experience points. Furthermore, everyone's trust and loyalty increased significantly. Thanks to this substantial boost, Dong Jae-hyun's loyalty finally crossed the necessary threshold, leading Jae-hyun to smile happily as he made Dong Jae-hyun one of his precious vassals. The scene shifted to reveal Da-jong actively healing Yeonju. Although Jae-hyun witnessed the process with his own eyes, he was completely astonished to see Yeonju's wounds vanish as if by magic. He then turned to Dong Jae-hyun to inquire about the specific events that led to their encounter with the terrifying red tigers. Wearing a heavy and sorrowful expression, Dong Jae-hyun explained that they had discovered the beasts at Byung-ho's grandmother's house, noting that the tigers appeared to have claimed the area as their territory. Dong Jae-hyun sadly insisted that the creatures were almost certainly mutant house cats that had transformed into monstrous tigers. Jae-hyun mentally assembled the facts, realizing why the situation had previously felt odd. He noted the absence of goblins in that specific area, which now made sense due to the presence of the tigers. He reasoned that had goblins occupied the zone, Byung-ho's grandmother would have perished long ago. This led him to wonder if the tigers were actually protecting her, and if the beasts had originally been her pets. Setting those questions aside, Jae-hyun utilized 73,000 won to grant the reward for Ga Young's mission. Simultaneously, Dae-jung completed the healing process for Yeonju. Dae-jung, who had also just attended to the grandmother, prepared to speak, but the chubby guy awkwardly stepped forward to interrupt. He asked Jae-hyun if, despite the poor timing, they were destined to always meet in that tiny, suffocating room. Jae-hyun acknowledged that the man raised a valid point, as they could not continue to crowd into such a small space indefinitely. Jae-hyun calmly reassured the group, stating that he had already considered the issue and possessed a plan. Hearing this caused everyone's expressions to brighten with joy. He confidently explained that Unit 2901 was entirely vacant, and that he would personally supply electricity and other basic necessities to that location. He announced that anyone wishing to move into that room was free to do so. Turning his attention to Dabin, Jae-hyun added further details. He noted that Units 2101 and 2102 were also empty and promised to provide power to those rooms as well. He instructed her to inform other survivors that they were welcome to utilize the showers and bathrooms in those units. However, he noticed that the duo appeared inexplicably sad. Instantly reading the atmosphere, Jae-hyun understood the reason for their distress. With a sly smile, he calmly stated that if they desired, the pair could occupy their own private room to enjoy their privacy at night, while the rest of the group shared the remaining spaces. However, he added that there was a small condition they needed to meet first, a proposal that left the duo completely shocked. Maintaining a dark and intimidating aura, Jae-hyun clearly explained the necessary condition. The task was simply to deliver a message to everyone. This message was straightforward yet enticing. The first person to eliminate 100 goblins would be rewarded with a vacant room equipped with all basic necessities. This included unlimited electricity, water, and food, everything required for comfortable living. It was merely 100 goblins, a task so efficient that the legendary Goblin Slayer himself would likely have been proud of Jae-hyun at that moment. Jae-hyun elaborated coldly, stating that their sole objective was to gather people from all locations and bring them to him for citizen registration. To achieve this, the requirement was simply to kill 100 goblins. In this instance, Jae-hyun appeared to be following in the footsteps of Lloyd, expertly manipulating those around him. With a twisted smile, he finalized the new mission: eliminate 100 goblins to claim unlimited supplies. Meanwhile, the scene shifted dramatically to depict a man wearing a red jacket who was being pursued by goblins while fighting desperately to escape. Just as he was on the verge of capture, he managed a miraculous escape by sliding through an open door, barely saving his life. The goblins pursued him but struggled to squeeze through the narrow entrance. His teammates, who had been waiting patiently behind the door, were poised to slaughter the creatures. It became evident that the unfortunate man in the red jacket had been utilized merely as bait. Thanks to this cunning tactic, the group eliminated the goblins with ease, transforming the encounter into a ruthless and one-sided massacre. The leader of the group, an individual referred to as Dumbass No. 1, hurled his spear to kill the final goblin, showing off for the team. However, the man in the red jacket was far from pleased. He was the only one constantly risking his life while the others secured easy kills. Frustrated, he complained bitterly regarding the unfairness of constantly being used as bait. Hearing these complaints, Dumbass Number 1 became furious. He coldly told the man in the red jacket that he was nothing more than a pathetic loser, asserting that without his leadership, the man would undoubtedly suffer a miserable death. He ordered him to act like a loyal dog, warning that otherwise, he would quickly become food for the goblins. The situation escalated rapidly, leaving the man in the red jacket with no alternative but to apologize. The scene changed once more, showing Dumbass No. 1 happy and confident that he had slain 100 goblins as he went to claim the promised reward. However, to his bitter disappointment, Dabin revealed that the reward had already been granted to the first team to complete the challenge. In a twist, it turned out that Dabin's own brother had been the first to kill 100 goblins, and he had chosen to give the promised room to an elderly couple instead. Dumbass was thoroughly displeased with this outcome. Visibly furious, he immediately began to vocalize his grievances regarding the perceived unfairness of the situation. Dabin's brother then calmly clarified that Jae-hyun had organized a specific arrangement exclusively for Dumbass's team, instructing them to proceed to the 30th floor to receive their reward. Although Dumbass was irate, he lacked alternatives and reluctantly headed toward the designated floor. En route, Dumbass wore a repulsive, mocking smile as he questioned why Dabin held Jae-hyun in such high regard. He found the situation hilarious, wondering if she truly believed Jae-hyun was some sort of deity. He continued to openly deride Jae-hyun, sarcastically labeling him as nothing more than a ridiculous cult leader. However, The man in the red jacket, revealed to be named Seungmin, discreetly voiced his disagreement. He insisted that since Jaehyun was genuinely providing aid and protection, they ought not to speak ill of him, particularly because it was in everyone's best interest to remain in Jaehyun's good graces. Dumbass fixed a cold stare upon him, clearly displeased by the statement. With a chilling look, he silently conveyed that their discussion was far from concluded. As the elevator doors slowly parted on the 30th floor, Dumbass, still seething, whispered coldly to Seungmin that they would finish their conversation at a later time. Yet, the moment they stepped out, Jaehyun approached them calmly. His chilling aura was palpable as he stood with one hand casually in his pocket, his cold gaze fixed upon the group. The entire team fell silent immediately, utterly stunned by Jaehyun's intimidating presence. Dumbass quickly regained his composure and offered a polite introduction, attempting to alleviate the tension. However, Jaehyun merely shook his hand casually, while calmly complimenting their unique utilization of the barrier and their clever hunting strategies. Dumbass stood frozen in shock, nervously inquiring how Jaehyun had acquired knowledge of their tactics. Jaehyun, however, did not bother to respond to the question. Instead, he smoothly transitioned to the primary topic. He coldly informed them that electricity, water, and gas would now be supplied to apartments 1301 and 1502. Still skeptical, Dumbass cautiously asked how such a feat was possible. Jaehyun calmly replied that it was their reward for successfully eliminating 100 goblins. They had earned it. Then, without even a momentary pause, a deeply unsettling and ominous smile slowly spread across Jaehyun's face. In a cold, spine-chilling tone, Jaehyun referenced Dumbass's earlier mockery, specifically citing the comment regarding him being a cult leader. Jaehyun coldly stated that he possessed no interest whatsoever in being treated like a deity or fulfilling such a ridiculous role. The entire group stood speechless, absolutely terrified and confused. They wondered how in the world Jaehyun had overheard what Dumbass had said inside the elevator, questioning if security cameras were installed everywhere. With a genuinely psychotic smile, Jaehyun smoothly changed the subject, casually mentioning that he actually had a small favor to ask of them. The scene shifted dramatically to reveal the nature of this favor. Dumbass and his group were fleeing for their lives, pursued by massive, terrifying orcs. Each monstrous step caused the ground beneath them to shake violently. Panting and terrified to the bone, Dumbass led the group in a sharp turn, running desperately into a narrow alley exactly as planned. Waiting at the corner of the alley was Dong Jaehyun, gripping his spear tightly. Because the narrow passage restricted movement, the orcs became stuck for a moment, just as the strategy dictated. Dong Jaehyun's throwing ability had risen to rank B, meaning he could now propel larger objects with 5 times the damage. With all his strength, he hurled the spear fast and hard, striking the first orc and knocking it down. The second orc attacked furiously, swinging a huge club, but before it could strike Dong Jaehyun, a deadly arrow pierced its forehead, killing it instantly. This precise shot belonged to Gae-young. The final orc barely had time to react before Dongjin finished it off with another powerful spear throw. With that, the group successfully completed the mission of killing 100 orcs, and Jaehyun immediately received 3.2 million won. Nearby, a terrified family of 3 stood frozen in horror, having witnessed the massacre. Dong Jaehyun smiled gently at them and carefully guided them toward Jaehyun's base. As they approached, Jaehyun suddenly noticed a system alert, indicating that an unknown object was attempting to enter. A simultaneous notification signaled that individuals eligible for citizenship had arrived. The system quickly inquired if Jaehyun wished to grant citizenship to the 3 newcomers. After some consideration, he agreed. With this decision, the total number of citizens rose to 200, activating a new ability, tax collection. And this skill allowed Jaehyun to collect 10% of the citizens' money without affecting their actual wealth, though it carried a 30-day cooldown period. Jaehyun quickly grasped the potential of this new ability, realizing he could eventually recover the funds he had distributed. However, recouping the full amount would require approximately 10 months. Driven by the urgent need to save his parents, Jaehyun immediately decided that Dong Jaehyun's team should proceed directly to the Nambuman neighborhood. To accelerate the plan, he chose to distribute 30% of the funds in advance, viewing it as a necessary investment. Suddenly, another notification appeared. Jaehyun's house declaration skill had just reached level 10, granting him 3 additional skill points. Once again, Jaehyun experienced intense physical pain. His liver, kidneys, and heart ached terribly as his domain expanded dramatically, almost doubling in size to cover nearly all the surrounding buildings. The system verified that Jaehyun had successfully declared the entire building as his residence. Shortly thereafter, a subsequent notification appeared, stating that a subsidy of 1 billion won had been deposited and that a new construction function had been unlocked. Jaehyun carefully scanned the displayed options, which included a solar generator for 133 million, a store for 219 million, and a gymnasium for 300 million. Although he had received a total subsidy of 1 billion won, he noted that the solar generator would only yield an annual return of 30 million won. This calculation indicated that it would take at least 5 full years to recover the cost of the generator. Jaehyun stood there perplexed, questioning the viability of such a disastrous business model. Concluding that it would be wiser not to squander this large sum on questionable construction projects, he planned to use the funds to increase the levels of his vassals instead. However, to his complete shock, he realized a crucial detail. When he attempted to use the newly deposited 1 billion won subsidy to level up Dongjeon, the system immediately rejected the transaction. Jaehyun quickly understood that the funds he had just received were fundamentally distinct from the currency stored in his personal wallet. This revelation changed everything, as he now possessed free capital designated specifically for construction purposes. Without hesitation, Jaehyun selected the solar generator. A 24-hour countdown commenced, and his subsidy balance decreased to 867 million won. He was momentarily tempted to install a second unit, but a serious system notification promptly warned him that only one generator was permitted per apartment building. Resigning himself to this frustrating restriction, he turned his attention to installing the store. The system explained that the store was linked to Jaehyun's Supreme Recluse skill. Any item in his inventory could be sold directly to citizens, a feature he instantly realized would simplify supply distribution. Proceeding without delay, he installed the store in apartment 101, initiating a 48-hour countdown for completion. Finally, he analyzed the gymnasium, noting that it would increase the citizens' strength and exercise efficiency by 200%. Envisioning how this would accelerate their progress, Jaehyun assigned the entire second floor to the gym, which triggered a 72-hour countdown. The system then informed him that he possessed 3 skill points. Jaehyun smiled, realizing he had essentially unlocked an infinite loophole for money and experience points. People would hunt to purchase supplies, and he would earn experience and money without any effort, achieving the ultimate goal of passive income. Meanwhile, clad in his armor, Deoksu sliced an orc in 2. Dongjun then asked Deoksu what would happen if he were to throw his spear. Confused, Deoksu handed the weapon to Dongjun, who hurled it with tremendous force. In a panic, Deoksu was instructed to dismiss his armor and summon it once more. To their astonishment, the spear magically reappeared in his hand. Both were shocked by the discovery. Dongjun had uncovered an infinite throwing glitch, leading Deoksu to ceaselessly praise his companion's genius. Meanwhile, just as Gaeyoung was preparing to loose her final arrow, a fresh supply materialized out of nowhere before her. It appeared as though Jaehyun was treating reality like the creative mode of a kingdom-building game. Gaeyoung was astounded. The system displayed a new skill called Omnifocus, which permitted the use of other abilities within Jaehyun's domain. With her ammunition replenished, she eliminated another orc. The system registered the kill, and Jaehyun received 2,100,388. With the mission completed, Gaeyoung leveled up. Realizing he could enhance his vassal's statistics, filled Jaehyun with hope regarding the rescue of his parents, whose home was situated 10 kilometers away. Driven by a sense of urgency, he ascended to the rooftop. His primary focus was to increase the levels of Dongjun's group. He examined Kim Ji-hyun's status, noting she was level 22 with the Crow Familiar skill for reconnaissance. Next, he reviewed Yeonju's profile, seeing she was level 33 with the Warrior Bear skill. Finally, he checked Kim Dae-jung, who was level 30 and possessed the Healing, Blessing, and Magic Armor skills. Jaehyun evaluated the team composition. While Yeonju and Kim Dae-jung were strong candidates, Yeonju's low loyalty caused him to hesitate. He then considered bringing Yeonju's son back to life. He attempted the resurrection, but the system indicated he lacked sufficient funds. Deciding to wait, he generated a group mission requiring the hunting of a monster at level 40 or higher within 24 hours. The reward was the resurrection of Yeonju's son, while failure would result in death. He selected yes, and the process succeeded. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Yeonju who was out of breath. She had rushed over the moment she saw the mission. Jaehyun confirmed that the resurrection was possible, though time was limited. Yeonju collapsed to the floor in tears, expressing her gratitude. The system indicated that her loyalty had surpassed 30, making her eligible to become a vassal. Later, Jaehyun stood at the sink, watching the faucet activate on its own. He was becoming accustomed to manipulating objects with his mind, seemingly developing powers akin to Magneto with each passing day. He possessed control over electricity, water, and gas. The day's store profit of 320,981 won was added to his wallet. He smiled, aware that the store's total sales exceeded 1.5 million won. Jaehyun observed the people in the store, feeling a sense of control. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a boy asked a friend about their savings. The friend replied that the bow cost 150,000 won, noting that they only had 10,000 and that it would take 2 weeks to afford it. The boy laughed, reminding his companion that they also needed to cover the cost of food, a remark that caused his friend to become annoyed. Jaehyun reflected on how significantly the situation had shifted since the store's appearance, noting that even small amounts of currency now served as motivation for people to hunt. The system displayed the current population as 789 out of 11,000. Jaehyun believed that this number would soon increase at a more rapid pace. He then received another notification indicating that he had defeated a level 18 orc, earning 1.2 million won. Elsewhere, Yeonju, having assumed her warrior bear form, was busy eliminating goblins and orcs. Ga Young and Kim Da-jung approached to check on her status. Yeonju offered an apology for claiming the majority of the monsters, but Ga Young smiled and assured her it was acceptable. Jaehyun considered the decision to pair them together to be a strategic move. He examined Yeonju's updated status, noting she had reached level 40 and held the title Ninth Bell. Her trust and loyalty had risen to 66. Her rank S skill, Berserk, was particularly impressive. Whenever she sighted blood, her strength increased by 300%. As he contemplated her powers, a cracking sound resonated through the area. The three women observed a massive orc emerging from the shadows. Yeonju instantly transformed into her beast form, the fierce and unstoppable mother bear, and engaged the orc. The battle commenced, and initially the two combatants appeared evenly matched. Ga Young fired an arrow, but the orc successfully blocked the projectile with its axe. As the fight progressed, Yeonju grew angrier, and with her rising rage, her strength intensified until she doubled in size and launched an attack. The Orc Lord, finding himself in a dire situation, had no time to react before Yeonju struck him. The system notified her of the victory. She had defeated a level 28 Orc Lord, earning a massive reward of 73,100. A subsequent message warned that she had unlocked an outpost. The requirements for the outpost involved a knight residing there for 7 days, with a price tag of 1.3 billion won. Jaehyun deemed the cost too high and the time requirement too lengthy, deciding against building the outpost. He acknowledged that the facility would be useful for his family, but realized it would be difficult to relocate the grandparents. He could only hope they remained alive. Fueled by this determination, Jaehyun decided that the following day he would dispatch Dongjun's group directly to the main house. Back at the subway, Kim Jong watched the battle in a state of shock. He witnessed Yeonju tearing apart orcs that were begging for mercy, leaving him wondering how Jaehyun had managed to recruit someone possessing such strength. Kim Jong noticed that Yeonju was focused on the goblins. The system then displayed a new mission requiring them to return within 1 hour. Kim Jong was aware that even simple tasks carried the risk of failure. Dongjun's group arrived and he informed Kim Jong that it was time to return. Kim Jong summoned his familiar, Kami, sending the crow ahead. Through the bird's vision, he confirmed to the group that the path was clear. The group proceeded forward. Kim Jong observed a rat that quickly vanished from sight. Although he initially disregarded the rodent, he experienced a peculiar sensation. While ascending the stairs, he glanced backward and detected 2 diminutive red lights lurking in the shadows. The very rat he had previously ignored sped toward the group, serving as a signal of danger. The narrative shifted to depict Jaehyun bowing before Dongjun's group, expressing his hope that they would assist him. Dongjun inquired whether Jaehyun's family was still alive within the building. Jaehyun admitted his ignorance on the matter, explaining that he required their assistance specifically to uncover what had transpired. Byung-ho leapt forward, declaring that he would execute any command issued by his deity, Jaehyun. The remainder of the group expressed their gratitude toward Jaehyun, pledging that everyone would contribute to the effort. Jaehyun thanked them and outlined the new strategy, which involved proceeding to Seomyeon Station. He recommended that everyone take time to rest. However, Yeonju questioned whether Jaehyun could utilize his powers to simply teleport his family. Jaehyun remained in a painful silence. He recalled having attempted that very method several times, only to fail because he could only teleport individuals located within his domain. He acknowledged that his capabilities were not limitless, yet he vowed to honor the promise he had made to her. The system alerted him that Yeonju's trust level had just increased. Wearing a smile, Yeonju thanked him. Jaehyun returned the smile and encouraged the group to rest. One by one, they departed. Once the situation calmed, Jaehyun received another notification indicating that an unauthorized entity was attempting to gain entry. He granted her citizenship, revealing Yejin's profile, level 31 with 0 trust, possessing the skill Rat Queen. Jaehyun was perplexed, wondering if they had just acquired a woman capable of transforming into a rodent. The narrative then shifted back in time to the moment Yejin discovered Dongjian's group eliminating orcs in the subway. She decided to trail them and eventually arrived at Jaehyun's complex, where children were playing happily and the area was bustling with activity. Yejin, in her rat form, was shocked. She scurried toward the apartment, but collided with a blue shield. The system interface inquired if she wished to become a citizen. The rat squeaked in response, but nothing occurred. She began to feel desperate, but the interface updated and granted her citizenship. The rat dashed into the building, but chaos ensued as people screamed upon seeing the rodent and attempted to crush it. Yejin fled and accidentally entered the training room, where she observed people lifting weights. She was confused, wondering what kind of muscle-worshipping cult she had stumbled into. At that moment, Yejin awoke from her rat form, suffering from a headache. She laughed, euphoric at having discovered a survivor camp, but her joy quickly vanished. She worried about the monstrous creature guarding the station she would need to cross to reach Jaehyun's building. The scene changed, revealing that Jaehyun had hunted the rat, causing Yejin's connection with him to be severed. Another window appeared describing the Rat Queen, rank A. Her ability allowed every rat to follow her, acting as an extension of her body. Jaehyun's expression turned grave as he realized that the rat was being manipulated by a rank A awakened individual. He utilized the Supreme Recluse's vision in an attempt to locate the controller, but was unsuccessful. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He designed a simple quest requiring the Rat Queen to arrive at the apartment within 48 hours, offering a Coke and a Choco Bar as the reward. While reviewing the mission, Jaehyun recalled a critical detail. He had been unable to summon his parents because they were situated outside his domain, a limitation that also applied to Yejin. However, since she was a registered citizen, he decided to conduct an experiment based on the premise that citizens were subject to his control. He modified the quest parameters, reducing the time limit to a mere 10 seconds and setting the penalty for failure as a forced summoning. The system accepted the terms, meaning that if she failed, she would be dragged to his location. Staring at the screen in shock, his heart raced with the realization that this development could fundamentally alter his situation. He fervently hoped the cost would not exceed 1 billion won. The countdown commenced and quickly concluded. The system displayed the outcome. CEO Yejin had failed the quest, and the cost was a surprisingly low 31 million won. Jaehyun felt an immense sense of relief. Conversely, a startled and panic-stricken Yejin abruptly materialized within the apartment, completely baffled by the turn of events. Jaehyun addressed her by name, demonstrating that he was already aware of her identity. When Yejin inquired about who he was and how he knew her, Jaehyun maintained his composure. He explained that he was the one responsible for granting her citizenship and transporting her there. After introducing himself and offering reassurance, he presented her with a Coke and a Choco Bar to make her feel more welcome. CEO Yejin accepted the snacks while struggling to comprehend the situation. She asked if all of this was indeed his doing, and he confirmed that it was. Bewildered, she wondered if he might be some sort of deity. She implored him to assist the 35 individuals under her care, but Jaehyun refused, explaining that such a request was impossible. Upon hearing this, she began to weep, begging him to save her family instead. This plea triggered a significant realization for Jaehyun. Although CEO Yejin had never interacted with him directly, he had successfully granted her citizenship, which suggested that the rat spirit functioned as an extension of her being. He pondered whether this connection could be utilized to retrieve her family. At that moment, The system interface appeared, displaying Yejin's statistics, level 31 with a trust level of 37 and the Rat Queen ability. Jae-hyun noted that her trust had already risen. He turned to Yejin and asked if she was willing to do whatever was necessary to protect her family. She affirmed her commitment with confidence. Jae-hyun agreed to help, clarifying that there was only one method to save her family, but it required her absolute trust. Upon her declaration of full faith, a system notification appeared indicating that her trust level had climbed to 50 and her loyalty to 33. Having met the necessary conditions to become a vassal, Jae-hyun initiated the registration process. A blue aura enveloped Yejin, and she observed herself with surprise. When the process concluded, her statistics had altered drastically. She now possessed the titles of 10th Seed, Knight, and Tamir. Her trust level had increased to 52, while her loyalty reached 33. New information indicated that the statistics of a tamed being would grow in accordance with their loyalty and trust. Jae-hyun noted that Yejin's evolution class was rated A+, implying that her tamed rats would continue to develop. He mused internally that it would not be surprising if the rodents eventually developed muscles and began walking on 2 legs. Jae-hyun inquired if Yejin had any rats located near her family. She did not answer immediately, but he insisted that she dispatch one. Yejin complied with his command. Simultaneously, Jae-hyun activated the Supreme Recluse's eyes and shared the rat's vision with her. The rodent scurried toward Yejin's family. Upon its arrival, food and drinks materialized before them. Jae-hyun received another notification stating that Seo Yejin's trust level had risen once again. He realized that the combination of her ability and his vision created a perfect synergy, effectively granting him the ultimate reconnaissance capability. Yejin asked Jae-hyun if he was referring to the Nambuman neighborhood. Jae-hyun confirmed that he was. Yejin became excited, noting that she was familiar with the area and could deploy a rat to scout it safely. By utilizing the rats, Jae-hyun could verify if his family was alive without risking the safety of the team. Yejin assured him that she would handle the task. The system indicated that her trust and loyalty levels had increased further. Jae-hyun encouraged her to depart immediately, suggesting she utilize the subway tracks. However, Yejin was terrified and screamed that such a route would be suicide, explaining that a horrible monster lurked at Seomyeon Station. Intrigued, Jae-hyun pressed her for more details. Yejin described the entity as a monstrous and cruel creature. Determined to investigate, Jae-hyun requested that she send a rat to scout the monster, and Yejin agreed. The perspective shifted to the rat running frantically toward the subway, fear evident on its face. A strange sound echoed, revealing a massive, snake-like monster chewing on the head of an orc lord. With a single gulp, the serpent swallowed the entire orc. Overcome with terror, the rat lost control of its bladder. The snake detected the rodent and lunged forward, but miraculously the rat managed to dodge the attack and flee. Jae-hyun observed the entire encounter. He realized the snake was significantly stronger than he had anticipated, likely exceeding level 40. He thought to himself that the terrifying creature resembled a summoned snake from a famous anime. Yejin noted Jae-hyun's reaction and agreed that Seomyeon Station was dangerous. She proposed skipping that station and proceeding to another. Although the path was longer, it would be safer. She reassured Jae-hyun that his team was strong enough to handle the detour. Jae-hyun expressed his gratitude to Yejin, acknowledging that without her warning, his team would have faced serious trouble. Jae-hyun informed Yejin that she was welcome to stay in apartment 2701, provided she took responsibility for cleaning it. Yejin expressed her gratitude and departed. Once she was gone, a smile crossed Jae-hyun's face. Previously, he would have been forced to evade the monster, but Yejin's specific abilities now changed the situation entirely. Jae-hyun formulated a devious strategy. He immediately commanded the system to install a solar generator. As he watched the panels being installed, he realized the energy output would be insufficient for nearly 800 citizens. To improve their living conditions, they would require additional funds and labor. Consequently, he devised a plan to establish a 3-shift system to ensure facility maintenance and resource collection. Ultimately, he concluded that a more aggressive approach to hunting was essential. Meanwhile, Dongyun's team was fleeing from bat-like monsters. Ga Young and her colleagues fired their arrows, eliminating the threats with ease. Afterward, she inquired if anyone had sustained injuries. Relieved to see everyone was safe, she sighed in relief. However, her sister mentioned the snake monster lurking at Seomyeon Station. Ga Young reassured her, insisting they would be safe because Jae-hyun possessed the ability to summon them back. Bolstered by renewed confidence, the group pressed on, only to encounter a wrecked train surrounded by the grotesque corpses of orc leaders. The sight froze everyone in horror, causing the youngest member of the team to vomit. Abruptly, a chilling sound drew near, revealing a massive, monstrous serpent. Dayaxu screamed in despair, but in the next moment, Dongyun grabbed Ga Young and shouted for everyone to duck. The serpent emitted a deafening roar, generating a shockwave that knocked everyone backward. The force was overwhelming. While the men shielded the women, the intense pressure made everyone feel as though their heads were about to burst from the pain. At that precise moment, the system issued a clear notification ordering them to kill the snake. Dongyun felt immediate terror, but to his surprise, he noticed the giant snake was moving sluggishly. Recognizing the golden opportunity, Dongyun quickly exchanged glances with Yeonju and without hesitation hurled his spear with all his might. A flashback revealed that minutes earlier, Jaehyun had explained that the giant snake was known for devouring its prey alive. He realized the creature disregarded small entities, preferring to swallow them whole. Exploiting this behavior, Jaehyun devised a brilliant plan. He directed Yejin to send her tiny rat directly into the snake's nostril, and she obeyed, sending the creature running inside the serpent's body. This marked the true beginning of Jaehyun's ruthless plan. With a smirk, he accessed his inventory and released poisonous gas from within the rat's body, though he deemed that insufficient. Next, he poured gasoline into the snake's stomach and violently ignited it. Instantly, the snake's body erupted in flames, suffering destruction from the inside out. The intense explosion shook even Yejin. Jaehyun quickly checked on her, and she assured him she was fine. Jaehyun praised her courage and returned his attention to the battle. He observed the scene, deciding against killing the snake directly. Instead, he planned for his knights, Dongyun and Yeonju, to deliver the final blow, ensuring he would gain 6 times the experience and rewards. Returning to the present moment, Dongyun and the group realized that the shockwave had not originated from the snake, but rather from the internal explosion Jaehyun had triggered. Seizing the opportunity, Dongyun hurled the spear with maximum force, killing the serpent instantly. Immediately, the system awarded Jaehyun a massive amount of experience points and 1.8 billion won. Because they had defeated the boss of Seomyeon Station, Jaehyun gained the ability to construct an outpost at that location. Both Dongyun and Yeonju saw an increase in their abilities, and the domain level rose to 15. Additionally, Jaehyun received 3 bonus skill points. A new message appeared, notifying him that approximately 200 individuals qualified for citizenship had been located. Jaehyun immediately granted them citizenship. The system updated to announce that the total number of citizens had reached 1,000. Due to this milestone, everyone acquired a new ability called Baseline, which allowed Jaehyun to share 100% of the experience points and money earned by all citizens. This development perplexed Jaehyun, as it appeared to be outright cheating. At that instant, Yejin approached and inquired if Jaehyun could transport her family into his domain. After a brief pause, Jaehyun smiled and agreed. Filled with joy, Yejin thanked him. Jaehyun asked if she was able to control the rats once more, and Yejin confirmed that she could. The perspective shifted to Yejin's rat, which scurried to a new location and encountered Dongyun's group. They witnessed a massacre where hundreds of orcs lay dead and partially devoured. Yejin's rat ran ahead, attempting to signal the group to follow it. Dayaxu was surprised and wondered if this was yet another of Jaehyun's abilities. Intrigued, the group followed the rodent. Meanwhile, Jaehyun deactivated the Supreme Recluse's eyes and returned to his room. It was now time for his personal growth, as he had 3 skill points available to use. Given the expansion of his territory, he determined that the best choice was to strengthen the Omniscient Eyes ability. This skill synergized perfectly with Yejin's rat power, improving their teamwork. The instant he upgraded the ability, a sharp pain struck Jaehyun's head. Elsewhere, Dongyun's group ran into a horde of goblins. Jaehyun was now able to perceive the exact levels and statistics of these creatures. They were level 8, moved in organized formations, utilized spears and clubs, possessed agility, and had excellent vision in the dark tunnels. Observing this, Jaehyun recognized the immense value this vision held for scouting and survival. He began considering hunting goblins to acquire this specific ability, and also recalled his goal to decrease the resurrection cost. To achieve this, he decided to assign more quests to others, allowing them to fight and grow, which would save resources and increase efficiency. Next, Jaehyun focused on another ability known as Dignity Maintenance. As the population grew, maintaining trust and loyalty became increasingly vital. Consequently, he applied a skill point to dignity maintenance. Immediately following the silence, a loud, abrupt gunshot rang out. Jaehyun turned his gaze toward the noise, his expression hardening into seriousness. He deduced that the shot had not originated from the building itself, but rather from underground. The perspective shifted to reveal a bizarre sight: goblins dressed in jackets and pants, casually wielding firearms. It was a surreal scene. As the creatures opened fire, Dongyeon signaled for the group to take cover. Bullets whizzed dangerously close, making it clear that a direct firefight was impossible. Dongyeon was puzzled as to how the goblins had acquired guns, but his concern was quickly alleviated. Byung-ho teleported behind the enemy lines and, with lethal precision, pierced their chests, dodging bullets while slicing through them. When another goblin aimed its pistol, an arrow struck its hand. Simultaneously, Ga Young and Deoksu rushed to join the fray, and Yeonju shifted into her beast form. Together, they annihilated every single goblin. Meanwhile, a system message appeared to Jaehyun, notifying him of a new item in his store: guns with unlimited ammunition. He recognized this as a significant development, but he also identified a problem. He realized he could not simply list the weapons for sale. While seeing guns available might boost the excitement of ordinary people for hunting monsters, he knew that not everyone was trustworthy. Thus far, he had accepted everyone as a citizen, assuming he could manage any troublemakers, but introducing firearms was dangerous. They provided immediate, deadly power. If such lethal force fell into the hands of the wrong person, someone driven by envy, resentment, or jealousy, chaos could ensue. These common emotions had the potential to escalate into serious issues. Due to these risks, Jaehyun resolved that only trustworthy individuals with high loyalty would be permitted to utilize guns. He knew immediately who the first recipient should be. Back at the battle, Dong Ji-yeon's group had finished eliminating the goblins. Suddenly, to Byung-ho's surprise, a gun and a mysterious box materialized before him. With deep reverence, Byung-ho accepted the items, offering silent thanks to his deity, Jaehyun. By this point, Byung-ho's adoration for Jaehyun was so intense that he would have even considered marriage. Following this, Dong Ji-yeon's group pressed forward, guided by Yejin's rat. They arrived at a door, which Dong Ji-yeon opened to reveal a group of terrified people inside. Elsewhere, Jaehyun was walking calmly outside with Yejin, enjoying a moment of peace. Suddenly, a new system alert warned him that an unknown entity was attempting to enter. Shortly thereafter, another notification indicated that a qualified citizen was nearby, asking if he wished to approve. Jaehyun granted the citizenship without hesitation. Her sister Dabin teased her, remarking that she smelled good and asking if she had bathed. Yejin laughed, confirming that she now had access to hot water. From a distance, Jaehyun observed their happy reunion. After a moment, he called out to Yejin, informing her that apartment 2701 belonged to her, though he noted it might become crowded if she intended to house more than 30 people there. Noticing her concern, Jaehyun informed her that he would allocate 3 additional rooms to her, stating that she deserved them. Filled with joy, Yejin thanked him and promised to work tirelessly. Subsequently, Jaehyun received another notification indicating that Yejin's trust and loyalty levels had increased. Additionally, the trust and loyalty metrics for Hong Dal-rae, Lee Sung-jun, and Han Jung-soo also showed improvement. While observing the interface, Jaehyun recalled that he had leveled up earlier, but had neglected to check the associated rewards. He discovered a new feature called the Guardian Beast Management System. Upon opening it, the unlocking cost of 1,000,000 won nearly caused him to faint. As he processed the exorbitant price, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts, inquiring if he had a moment to talk. Jaehyun invited the visitor inside. It was Ha Ye-rin, the youngest member of Dong Jaehyun's group, who appeared visibly nervous. She stated that she had something important to discuss, and Jaehyun invited her to sit down. Her voice trembling, Ha Ye-rin apologized and requested permission to leave the group. She expressed feelings of worthlessness, believing that her disappearance would go unnoticed. When Jaehyun encouraged her to speak freely, she broke down in tears, confessing that the monsters terrified her, and that she felt useless because she was unable to utilize her poison mist ability near her colleagues for fear of harming them. Jaehyun had anticipated this conversation, understanding that her ability was dangerous if used incorrectly. He reassured her, explaining that her timing was actually perfect, as he needed a trustworthy individual to assist him. He noted that Dabin, who had been caring for the injured, was exhausted and had requested help. Jaehyun emphasized that he needed someone honest and compassionate, and she was the right person for the task. He reminded her that no one is useless as long as they keep trying, adding that her poison mist was a unique ability that would eventually have its moment to shine. He suggested that if she could not fight outside, she could provide valuable assistance inside the base. To show his sincerity, Jaehyun bowed deeply. Ha-Yerin was shocked and touched by the gesture, and she smiled. The system indicated that her loyalty had risen to 100. Wiping away her tears, she promised to do her best. Jaehyun smiled in return, assuring her that he would continue to rely on her. Moments later, Jaehyun considered unlocking the new feature. The interface appeared, confirming the requirement of 1,000,000 won. Deciding the investment was worthwhile, he clicked yes. A golden magic circle materialized, and in its center, a golden crystal egg began to crack. A blinding light forced him to close his eyes. When the light faded, he beheld a small, adorable black bird. Activating the Supreme Recluse's eyes, he identified it as a level 1 three-legged divine raven. Although it possessed the energy of the sun, it was an infant that required protection and sunlight to grow. Jaehyun named the creature Little Blackie. The bird flapped its wings excitedly, but remained restless, leading Jaehyun to realize it was hungry. He offered it a bag of chips, which the bird ate happily. Afterward, Blackie fell asleep, resembling a lazy cat. At that moment, Jaehyun received an alert stating that Blackie's level had increased, which resulted in the solar generator's efficiency rising by 100%. Jaehyun recalled that each generator typically produced between 80,000 and 100,000 won per day. With the boost provided by Blackie, the projected annual income rose to 90 million won. Consequently, Jaehyun decided to install solar generators in the 10 newly acquired buildings, initiating a 24-hour countdown. Satisfied with this progress, he proceeded to apartment 3001. The moment Fatty opened the door, Jaehyun greeted him and stated his intention to entrust him with the responsibility of managing his finances. This request caused Fatty to freeze in shock. A flashback revealed Jaehyun's reasoning. He had considered his tax collection ability, noting that by entrusting funds to another individual, he could generate a 10% monthly profit. He had selected Fatty specifically due to his exceptionally high trust and loyalty metrics. Returning to the present, Fatty remained stunned. Choi Hyung-jun, known as Fatty, possessed a trust level of 89 and a loyalty level of 98, along with a power known as Gorilla Strength. These statistics gave Jaehyun confidence in his choice. Without speaking further, Jaehyun transferred 1 billion won to Fatty's wallet. The system confirmed the transfer, noting the substantial transaction cost, which included a 10% fee. However, Jaehyun deemed the expense worthwhile. As a result, Fatty's trust increased, and his loyalty reached the maximum level of 100. Since Fatty was already a vassal, this development also increased the maximum number of vassals Jaehyun was permitted to have. Fatty asked if he was required to hold the money without touching it. Recognizing Fatty's perfect loyalty, Jaehyun reassured him that he was permitted to use a small portion if necessary. Delighted, Fatty expressed his gratitude. Shortly thereafter, Dabin appeared and inquired if she had the authority to select members for her new team. Jaehyun agreed, specifying that she could include Yoo Ha-yerin. He further decided that, as the team leader, Dabin would receive double the standard pay. This news brought Dabin joy, causing her loyalty to rise instantly. She thanked him and departed to locate Yoo Ha-yerin. Once everyone had left, Jaehyun took a deep breath, realizing it was finally time for a serious and difficult conversation. With resolve, he went to apartment 2109, where Ha Dong-gyeon's group was located. Upon arrival, Jaehyun gathered the team and explained the dangerous situation at Seomyeon Station, warning them that an incredibly powerful monster lay in wait there. He noted that the immediate area was relatively safe, with no monsters present on the streets or the subway tracks near Seomyeon Station. Furthermore, the monster population between Beom-nagol and Beomil stations was low, presenting an opportunity Jaehyun knew they needed to seize. As he addressed the team, he recalled Yoo Ha-yerin's earlier outburst. The memory affected him, serving as a reminder that these individuals were risking their lives for him, placing a heavy weight on his shoulders. He acknowledged that thanks to Yejin, they had discovered the threat at Seomyeon Station well in advance. Had the discovery been delayed, the situation would likely have been deadly. Catching the threat early gave them a crucial advantage. Jae-hyun understood the cruel reality that the world was brutal and death could claim anyone. Driven by a desire to protect those he cared for, he informed the group that they would depart for Jugalchi Station the following morning. Later, back in his room, the system screen appeared, indicating that the solar generator's power output had increased by 100%. Additionally, Blackie leveled up once more, unlocking both the power of the sun and elemental magic. As the bird's owner, Jae-hyun inherited these abilities. The acquisition of elemental magic was a massive development. Driven by curiosity, he raised a finger, causing a small flame to ignite. He found the sensation to be peculiar, yet familiar. Later, in a secluded area, he visualized a gigantic blaze. He extended his hand and focused his energy, but only a tiny flame flickered into existence. Although Jae-hyun was initially disappointed, his disappointment was quickly replaced by curiosity. He recalled the special gas generated by his specific ability, reasoning that if he combined the gas with the flame, the results could be explosive. He acknowledged that while it was currently a mere baby flame, it held the potential to eventually evolve into a terrifying fire, representing a truly monstrous ability. Feeling typically excited, Jae-hyun concluded the test and returned home. As he was eating, another notification appeared, informing him that the construction of 2 solar generators had been completed. Jae-hyun smiled as he thought about Blackie, who had leveled up 3 times. Thanks to the bird's enhancement, the generators were now 8 times more powerful, and the surplus energy was converted into currency. He realized that more power equated to more freedom, and the situation was becoming incredible. During his meal, Yejin entered and thanked him for allowing her to rest. Jae-hyun reassured her, stating that she deserved the break because her abilities were top tier. Without hesitation, he informed her that he required her assistance once more. He explained that Dong Jae-hyun's group was waiting at Seomyeon Station and requested that she guide them. Yejin agreed, noting that her rats were already scouting the subway tracks and that they could reach Choryang Station without any issues. However, when Jae-hyun inquired about the situation beyond Choryang Station, Yejin's demeanor became serious. She warned him that the danger truly began at Busan Station and suggested that he witness it for himself. Wasting no time, Yejin sat down to activate her power, while Jae-hyun engaged his Eyes of the Absolute to connect with the rat's vision. Nothing could have prepared him for the scene he observed. The path ahead was a chaotic disaster. Piles of rubble blocked every route, and the tracks were flooded, making advancement impossible. Yejin explained that one of her rats had ventured further ahead, only to discover total destruction with no intact structures remaining. Jae-hyun wondered what could have caused such devastation, and whether his parents were still alive. As he shared the vision, he noticed something alarming. A colossal footprint large enough to topple buildings. Everything clicked into place. It had not been an earthquake. Something immense had passed through the area. He humorously wondered if the colossal Titan or Aaron were nearby. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed in the vicinity, causing the walls to tremble. Each subsequent footstep seemed more intense than the last. Jae-hyun questioned if the monster was approaching. As the tremors persisted, he began to worry that the house might collapse. When another quake shook the building, he asked Yejin if she was all right. She reassured him but expressed confusion regarding the cause of the disturbance. Suddenly, an urgent voice called out to him from the elevator. Jae-hyun and Yejin rushed out to find Fatty in a state of panic. Jae-hyun inquired about the situation, but Fatty simply signaled for the group to accompany him. Jae-hyun, Yejin, and the others followed, and a sense of dread grew stronger with every step. From inside Fatty's room, they witnessed a 60-meter Titan effortlessly demolishing buildings. The creature was a massive cyclops possessing a single red eye. Jae-hyun murmured that his intuitive feelings always seemed to manifest in reality. He looked on powerlessly as the Cyclops annihilated structures and continued its advance. Fatty and the others were gripped by panic. Even Jae-hyun experienced genuine terror, questioning his ability to defeat such a titan and protect the group. Just as he neared an emotional breakdown, Yeonju stepped forward, displaying great resolve. She expressed a desire to fight in order to avenge her son. Noting the focus and determination in her gaze, Jae-hyun placed his faith in her bravery. Suddenly, the system interface materialized to announce a new quest. Defeat the Cyclops within 24 hours. The prize for success was a single day of resurrection for Yeonju's son, while the penalty for failure was a day of physical agony. Wasting no time, Jaehyun briefed the group and assigned teams. Team 1 consisted of Yeonju, Donggyun, Daejung, and Daeoksu. Team 2 included Gayung, Byungho, and Kim Ji-hyun. And Team 3 was comprised of Jaehyun and Yejin. He explained that he would guard the immediate area while the others assumed their positions. He reminded them that he was relying on their strength and courage. Everyone obeyed the commands. Subsequently, Hyerin informed him that residents with military backgrounds had assembled at the gate, while the rest had been evacuated to the basement. Jaehyun expressed his gratitude and instructed her to seek safety in the basement as well. However, Hyerin hesitated. Despite her terror, she wished to assist. Jaehyun recognized both her fear and her courage, as she admitted that, although frightened, she wanted to contribute. Upon hearing this, Jaehyun smiled and directed her to accompany Yejin to the gate. He observed that the turnout was small, as many had chosen to hide rather than fight. While he contemplated this, an individual approached. It was the man in the red jacket. He asked Jaehyun for instructions. In response, Jaehyun inquired about the whereabouts of Baek Sung-yeob and the twin brothers. The man in the red jacket averted his gaze and remained silent, a reaction that revealed everything. Jaehyun realized that Baek Sung-yeob and the twins had fled to hide in the basement. A wave of disappointment washed over him as he understood that hundreds of people, including Baek Sung-yeob, had chosen to ignore the threat and prioritize their own safety. To Jaehyun, these individuals had selected comfort over courage. He viewed them as cowards who had abandoned their responsibilities, leaving the burden of fear to the brave. Yet despite his frustration, Jaehyun vowed never to forget the 101 brave souls who had answered the call. These people were not foolish. They did not appear because they failed to comprehend the danger, but rather because they understood the truth. If no one fought, everyone would perish. They had made the choice to safeguard themselves and their kin. Jaehyun recalled a specific phrase he had once heard. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to act despite it. This sentiment resonated deeply with him. In such a brutal world, those who took action regardless of their fear were the ones who guaranteed survival for everyone. Standing right before him were 101 brave individuals. In silence, Jaehyun offered his gratitude to each of them. Determined to reward their valor, he accessed the system. Suddenly, firearms and unlimited ammunition rained down from the sky, leaving everyone in shock. Initially, the group hesitated, but upon gripping the actual weapons and feeling their weight, a new sense of hope was born. They realized they might actually stand a chance against the monster. The giant Cyclops was a terrifying sight, roaring with such intensity that the surrounding buildings trembled. Nearby, Dongjun lay in hiding, gripping a spear. He took aim at the Cyclops' leg and hurled the weapon with great force. The spear buried itself deep into the monster's limb, causing it to roar in pain. Furious, the Cyclops scanned the area for the source of the attack and locked its gaze on Dongjun, who froze in place. The monster began to advance, dragging its injured leg. At that moment, the mother bear, in her beast form, launched an attack from the rear. She dug her claws into the Cyclops' already wounded leg, inflicting further damage. The creature roared and fell to its knees, but Yeonju's assault was insufficient to keep it down. It rose, executed a massive stomp, and flung her a great distance. With a single blow, it tossed her like a doll, causing her to crash into a distant building. It appeared to be the end. The Cyclops bent down, preparing to deliver the final blow. However, before it could finish the task, a loud voice echoed through a megaphone. It was Daeoksu, taunting the creature by calling it an idiot and asserting that its testicles were located within its eye. Surprisingly, the Cyclops comprehended the insult and turned its gaze toward Daeoksu. Its massive eye noticed the spear still embedded in its leg, leading it to conclude that Daeoksu was the culprit who had thrown it. Enraged, the Cyclops began to advance toward Daeoksu, determined to destroy him. Terrified and knowing the monster intended to kill him, Daeoksu turned and fled desperately, resembling a rat running from a cat. From a distance, Jaehyun observed that the plan had succeeded. The Cyclops was heading straight for the trap. He signaled for everyone to prepare. Meanwhile, Daeoksu sprinted toward the barrier. The Cyclops pursued him with slow, heavy strides. Daeoksu collapsed from exhaustion just inside the safety of the barrier, while the Cyclops reached the perimeter limit. Jaehyun gave a signal, and a black raven flew at the monster, pecking and attacking its eye. Annoyed and in pain, the Cyclops closed its eyelid. Seizing the distraction, Gaeyoung, who was already in position, fired an arrow. The The Cyclops attempted to defend itself, but the arrow pierced through its hand and struck the closed eye. A roar of agony echoed through the air. Amidst the chaos, Byung-ho teleported directly above the monster and dumped several rats into the Cyclops' open mouth. The plan was proceeding perfectly. As the next phase commenced, Jae-hyun summoned an explosive gas within the Cyclops' body, causing it to swell. He raised his hands and activated the Sunfire magic. A colossal explosion occurred internally, filling the sky with black smoke. When the smoke dissipated, the figure of the Cyclops was revealed. It appeared lifeless and severely burned, leaning against the barrier. The onlookers were shocked, having believed they were about to die, yet the Cyclops seemed defeated. However, Jae-hyun sensed that something was wrong. The Cyclops was not dead, as the system had not provided a confirmation. Consequently, he ordered everyone to remain on high alert. Although everything appeared to be going well, Fatty suddenly called out to Jae-hyun with a trembling voice, asking him to turn around. Jae-hyun turned cautiously, and to his shock and horror, he saw the Cyclops' red eye staring directly at him. That murderous gaze seemed intent on devouring him right then and there. Panic set in as Jae-hyun struggled to believe the monster had survived. Before he could process the situation, the Cyclops raised its hands and slammed them into the barrier. The shield withstood the blow, but Jae-hyun grew anxious, doubting its ability to endure much longer. He activated the invisible hand to protect the citizens. The Cyclops attacked again, and although the barrier trembled, it held. However, the surrounding buildings were not as fortunate. The shock waves were demolishing them. It became clear that with 2 or 3 more blows, the entire building would collapse. At that moment, Dongjun sprang into action, launching a rain of deadly spears. Yeonju and the others joined the assault, but their efforts were insufficient. Each blow only seemed to make the monster more furious. Just when defeating the beast seemed impossible, the system notified Jae-hyun. The solar generators had reached 100% capacity, and a request had been made to utilize the energy. The request came from Blackie. Jae-hyun was shocked, wondering if the creature was trying to help. Recalling that Blackie's power relied on solar energy, and seeing no other options, he granted permission. In the sky, a bright yellow sphere resembling a miniature sun began to form, absorbing all the energy from the solar panels. The heat was so intense that it threatened to melt the buildings. Horrified, Jae-hyun realized that 300 million won worth of energy had been consumed for a single attack. The energy concentrated within his room, and from there, a figure emerged in an explosion. Blackie had evolved. She now possessed 3 eyes and large feathers, resembling a majestic black phoenix. She opened her powerful beak, charged the solar energy, and unleashed a devastating beam at the Cyclops. The attack blasted a hole through the Cyclops' chest, yet the monster remained alive. Seizing the opportunity, Yeonju transformed into her fierce mother bear form, leaped into the air, and delivered the final blow, successfully killing the level 51 Cyclops. Instantly, Jae-hyun was awarded a massive quantity of experience points, along with 31 billion won. As he leveled up, he experienced a sharp pain in his head, coinciding with the expansion of his domain to encompass additional buildings. Furthermore, he acquired an additional 10 billion won designated solely for construction purposes. Overcome by the pain, he collapsed to his knees. Blackie flew over to him, rubbing her beak against his nose in an attempt to convey that she was the true hero of the battle. Jae-hyun commended her efforts, though he remained in disbelief that a single attack had incurred a cost of 300 million won. Although Blackie offered no response, Jae-hyun felt content. Ultimately, he had gained 31 billion won, and everyone had survived, making it a truly victorious scenario. Witnessing Blackie slay the giant titan with a single blow was the most incredible sight he had ever beheld. Smiling, Jae-hyun stroked Blackie to acknowledge her extraordinary bravery. Both he and the bird then turned their attention toward the source of a noise. It was Yeonju, the werebear woman. At that moment, Jae-hyun came to a sudden realization. For a brief instant, the soft chime of the system window transformed into something entirely different. A sound that Yeonju had been longing to hear for a very long time. Shortly before these events, inside an old abandoned structure, a man was quietly utilizing his special ability to fill a small bottle with water. The surrounding people were incredibly grateful, simply happy to finally possess clean drinking water. The man with the ability stood lost in thought, burdened by the worry that their food supplies were completely exhausted. Although a line of people waited for the precious water he could generate, it was evident that their food was nearly depleted. He recognized that they had reached the absolute limit of what could be achieved with their meager resources. A profound sense of unease began to grow within him as it appeared they would be forced to abandon that location, a place that had felt safe up until then. Suddenly, he and everyone else in the building felt the entire structure shake violently. Reacting naturally, he immediately asked if an earthquake was occurring. Immediately after, another man rushed in, shouting and imploring everyone to witness the events unfolding outside. When the man uttered the word monster, the individual with the water ability froze completely for a second. Wasting no time, he began to run, dashing up the stairs to reach the rooftop and investigate for himself. Upon reaching the top, the scene before him left him breathless. The enormous Cyclops was still standing, radiating immense power and fury. Beside him, a white-haired man trembled, anxiously asking what course of action they should take. The purple-haired individual, Jaehyun, was already planning ahead. He instructed the other man to hide everyone in the basement to ensure their safety. Overwhelmed by desperation, Jaehyun ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, attempting to devise a plan. It appeared evident that engaging the Cyclops in combat was an absolute impossibility. He endeavored to comfort the other man, explaining that they were powerless against such an entity. Unbeknownst to them, the intense light of Blackie's impending attack had already begun to materialize in the background. The men spoke only in hushed, fearful whispers, expressing that their only recourse was to pray the monster would not discover them. Suddenly, in the background, the Cyclops was obliterated, catching them entirely off guard. They possessed no concept of what had just transpired or the nature of the power that had been unleashed. However, when Hyuk witnessed the event and fully comprehended what stood before him, he realized the truth immediately. This power originated from an awakened individual, yet one who existed on a level far surpassing his own. Hyuk called out to the silver-haired man, addressing him as Hyun, and instructed him to assemble the people. Thoroughly shocked, Hyun questioned if Hyuk had lost his mind, asking if he was genuinely suggesting they approach that location. Nevertheless, Hyuk remained certain. Although he was unaware of the awakened individual's identity, he knew precisely what actions were required. He reasoned that if they truly wished to survive in this harsh, unforgiving world, they needed to align themselves with the person possessing the power to defeat a creature like the Cyclops. As they began their trek toward Jaehyun's location, the group silently hoped and prayed that the individual they were about to encounter would be benevolent, as they had no alternative. Their fate relied entirely on chance. Eventually, they reached the apartment complex and immediately deduced that this was the correct location, noting that the buildings remained standing and completely untouched amidst a world that had been torn asunder. Walking at the forefront of the group, Hyun expressed disbelief, wondering how these structures could remain standing when the rest of the world had collapsed. Suddenly, he collided with a barrier resembling an invisible wall. Immediately following this, a system message materialized before them, stating that entry was prohibited. A subsequent message followed, inquiring if they wished to become citizens. They accepted the offer, and the system responded quickly, indicating that citizenship had been successfully granted. Along with their new status came an initial mission instructing them to proceed to Jaehyun's apartment on the 30th floor. Upon their arrival, they found Jaehyun already awaiting them. Strangely, he addressed them by their names, despite the fact that they had never met. Jaehyun introduced himself as well, calmly stating his name. At that moment, Hyuk felt a deep internal certainty that this man was indeed the one who had forced the giant Cyclops to its knees. Now standing face to face with him, Hyuk's instincts screamed louder than ever. Without a second thought, Hyuk reached out, grasped Jaehyun's hand and introduced himself, sincerely requesting that Jaehyun take care of them. He knew in his heart that this was a pivotal moment he could not afford to miss. Elsewhere, in a quiet and tranquil setting, Yeonju the werebear was occupied with serving a warm meal. On this occasion, a distinct and genuine happiness was visible in her eyes as she cheerfully called out Siwoo's name. Siwoo, her beloved young son, was busy eating happily when she lovingly inquired if the food was to his liking. With a broad smile, he replied that it was absolutely delicious. Displaying innocent curiosity, the little boy then turned to his mother and asked whose birthday they were celebrating, noting that they were eating seaweed soup, a traditional dish for such occasions. She responded by embracing him in a warm, tight hug as he expressed his love for the meal. At that precise moment, the door opened to reveal Jaehyun. Upon seeing him, the boy excitedly greeted him as Wizard Uncle, Yeonju asked Jaehyun if everything had proceeded smoothly regarding the new residents, and he confirmed that it had. He noted that he had already provided the new arrivals with food and shelter. However, Jaehyun then offered an apology. Confused, Yeonju asked why he was apologizing. He explained that the newcomers would be unable to leave the house, a rule he had not anticipated. Yet Yeonju appeared entirely unbothered by this restriction. She calmly replied that simply being there, reunited with her little boy in that manner, was more than sufficient for her. Holding her son even tighter, she sincerely declared that she was truly content. Immediately following this, the system displayed a message stating that her loyalty had increased significantly, officially registering her as a retainer. Even without the system's confirmation, Jaehyun could discern from her expression, tone, and gentle demeanor that her heart was full. He could sense Yeonju's emotions clearly without requiring any proof. As time passed, the mother and son continued to enjoy their time together, eventually sitting side by side to watch television, smiling and laughing. During that simple, tranquil moment, Jaehyun found himself reflecting deeply on his own family and how long it had been since he last saw them. He wondered about their well-being, questioning if they were eating properly or if they were ill. He closed his eyes and envisioned the worst, fearing that a tragedy might have befallen them in this chaotic world. Just then, Blackie appeared, creating a bit of noise. The small creature began to play and frolic with the werebear and her son. Watching them all together, a quiet thought settled in Jaehyun's mind. There was no need to rush. It was merely one day, a peaceful, ordinary day. He acknowledged how hard Yeonju had worked to finally achieve this moment. Simultaneously, his thoughts drifted to the fact that Yejin's rats were, at that very moment, making their way toward the main house. Once the rats arrived at the location, he knew he would be able to deliver whatever supplies his family required. Therefore, on that specific day, observing the mother and child smiling and happy, Jaehyun made a decision. He would focus exclusively on caring for them, as this was the moment Yeonju's singular dream was finally shining brightly. Jaehyun suggested that they sleep in the master bedroom. However, with her child still clinging to her in a loving embrace, Yeonju gently declined, stating that they could stay in another room instead. Nevertheless, Jaehyun insisted they utilize the master bedroom, pointing out that it was the coziest and most comfortable space available. With a warm and reassuring smile, he added that it was the appropriate thing to do. Without hesitation, Yeonju lovingly stroked her son's hair, and together they thanked Jaehyun for his kindness and thoughtfulness. Shortly thereafter, they proceeded to the room and wished him a good night, while the little boy waved sweetly at Jaehyun before entering. Jaehyun observed their departure with a deep sense of contentment in his heart and a faint smile on his face. As the lights in the house slowly dimmed, a gentle lullaby began to echo softly through the home, drifting from the bedroom where the child, still awake, listened quietly. Meanwhile, in the living room, Jaehyun lay on the sofa, listening to the sweet melody that continued for a long time, sung so tenderly by Yeonju. It had been a very long time since he had heard such a tune. Yet, merely hearing it caused his body to relax, and his eyes gently closed, much like a child falling asleep in a mother's lap. A new day began in quiet peace. Jaehyun started the morning by enjoying a breakfast lovingly prepared by Yeonju and her little boy. Afterward, everyone settled comfortably in the living room to watch the boy's favorite cartoons. The child was incredibly excited, laughing at every scene as if witnessing it for the very first time. Soon, the boy began chasing after Blackie, who had been peacefully enjoying the sunlight until the sudden disturbance, which clearly displeased the creature. Later, after exploring all the new toys available, Yeonju, her son, and Jaehyun lay down on the floor together for a short nap. Between colorful drawings and laughter, every second of the day was filled with joy and genuine happiness. However, time waited for no one. With Blackie perched on his shoulder, Jaehyun wept quietly, consumed by the silent sadness of being able to provide only a single day of life to Yeonju's beloved son. Soon after, Yeonju knelt on the floor to bid her final goodbyes, holding her son tightly and pouring all her love and strength into the embrace. Still too young to fully comprehend the gravity of the moment, the boy innocently asked if she was crying. With tears already flowing down her cheeks, she fought to steady her voice, whispering calmly that she was not crying. However, with his small hand resting gently against her face, he could physically feel the wetness. With great gentleness, Sihwa began to wipe away her tears, doing his best to comfort her while kindly asking her to stop weeping. Yeonju embraced him tightly once more, and with a trembling voice she finally confessed her fear, admitting that she was terrified of the world because existence without him was far too frightening to bear. Displaying the innocence of a child, the boy simply addressed her as Mom and promised with absolute confidence that he was right there beside her. Those pure and genuine words caused Yeonju to break down further, her tears flowing freely under the crushing weight of her sorrow and despair. Even as Sihwa continued his attempts to reassure her, Jaehyun remained in tears witnessing the scene. The boy took a step backward, slowly withdrawing from her arms. Looking directly into her eyes, he made a firm promise that he would always remain by her side. Overcome by grief, she called out his name with a choked voice, but he did not stop, continuing his walk toward the setting sun. From behind him, she shakily cried out that there were still so many things she had left to do for him. He stopped abruptly, turning around slowly. With a gentle smile filled with warmth and joy, he told her that he loved her. Just as his body began to fade into the light, she froze the instant she heard those words. Still kneeling on the ground, her body began to tremble, and the immense pain rendered it nearly impossible for her to respond. Yet, as mothers do, even amidst unbearable agony, she managed to smile through her tears and whisper back a quiet declaration of love. With those final words, Sihwa bade farewell with a peaceful smile. In the blink of an eye, his form vanished completely. Overcome by the unbearable pain of the farewell, a hand fell limply to the floor. Jaehyun watched her silently from the side, deeply concerned and heartbroken. Shortly after, she attempted to stand, but the overwhelming, crushing pain she felt was so great that her body refused to rise. Deeply moved by the scene, Jaehyun reflected that hope is akin to a delicate flower that chooses to bloom in the midst of despair. Closing his eyes tightly, he arrived at a painful conclusion. Those who cling to hope must be prepared to confront the deepest sadness, regardless of its cruelty. He then extended his hand to her, gently urging Yeonju not to lose herself in grief, and promising that this moment did not mark the end. At his words, Yeonju lifted her head to look at Jaehyun. In a hesitant, trembling voice, she asked if it was truly so, questioning if this was really not the end. With absolute conviction, Jaehyun replied that if there existed even the slightest chance, he would bring her son back repeatedly, as many times as necessary. His words ignited a new spark of hope, and Yeonju felt a renewed sense of strength. At that precise moment, the system displayed a message indicating that Yeonju's trust level had reached 100%, and that she had acquired primordial vitality. The perspective shifted to the red-haired man, who was screaming in a fit of uncontrollable rage. The twins, having overheard the entire situation, grew visibly frustrated upon discovering that the standard spear, the orc spear, and all the funds the red-haired man had diligently saved had vanished without a trace, leaving him utterly baffled and uncertain of his next move. Visibly irate, the red-haired man inquired about the status of his brother's belongings. His brother explained that upon waking, all his possessions had disappeared without any prior warning. The other twin interjected to note that numerous other individuals had also lost their items. He highlighted a specific pattern. Everyone who had been stripped of their belongings had been absent during the summoning call for those with military service experience. One of the twins then remarked that they should have returned to that location earlier. Abruptly, and without warning, the red-haired man seized him by the collar and yanked him forcefully. Consumed by anger, he demanded to know if the twin was attempting to pin the blame on him. The twin hurriedly clarified that his words had been misunderstood. Nevertheless, the red-haired man remained furious, raising his voice further to assert that they had all agreed from the outset that obeying Jaehyun's orders was a foolish decision. Facing the escalating tension, the brother, who was already anxious and running short on patience, conceded that Jaehyun's plan had indeed been unwise from the beginning. Upon hearing this admission, the red-haired man finally released his grip on his brother's shirt. It was only then that a realization struck him. He might have been expelled due to his own behavior. Now tense and nervous, he recalled that there had been only one similar precedent. He reflected on the account of a man who had attempted to prey upon an underage girl. That individual had been caught and immediately expelled, only to be found dead in the street shortly thereafter. As he continued to dwell on the situation, he arrived at the unsettling conclusion that, despite the presence of the giant and the ensuing chaos, survivors were still congregating in abandoned apartments. Consequently, it was highly probable that there were plenty of people who would be eager to ensure he became the next person to be exiled. He found himself completely swallowed by hatred regarding his current predicament. The image of the man in the red jacket appeared vividly in his mind, seemingly hurling insults at him. He envisioned just how delighted that man must have been upon receiving a weapon. Shortly thereafter, the red-haired man scratched his head, feeling restless and agitated as he struggled to comprehend how events had spiraled so drastically out of control. Elsewhere, Jae-hyun observed the entire situation, noting the tension surrounding the red-haired man. He remarked to himself that this was merely the beginning of the punishment he had meticulously devised for him. Back with the red-haired man, a system window abruptly materialized behind him, displaying a new mission that caught him completely off guard. Startled and in disbelief, he immediately turned around to view the message for himself. The system window revealed the new objective: hunt 20 goblins within 24 hours. Success would yield a meager amount of experience points, whereas failure would result in 1 minute of excruciating, unbearable pain. The narrative then shifted focus to Yeonju's most recent and impressive achievement, the terrifying primordial vitality. This rare and highly coveted ability, which Jae-hyun now also possessed, was renowned for accelerating regeneration speeds in direct proportion to the severity of the injuries sustained. Jae-hyun struggled to comprehend what he had witnessed, having never imagined that attaining 100 trust points would grant Yeonju that specific power. Deep in contemplation, Jae-hyun soon realized that, for the time being, this ability held little utility for him. With his gaze fixed on the system window, he continued his train of thought. He reasoned that he would not be the one engaging in combat, and even if he were to leave the building, the likelihood of him sustaining serious injury was negligible. Nevertheless, the fact that such a potent skill was the reward for reaching 100 trust points was certainly noteworthy. His thoughts then drifted to Byung-ho, who was also nearing that same 100-point threshold. A theory regarding potential future developments began to take shape in his mind. He speculated that if Byung-ho received an ability upon hitting the milestone, and if Jae-hyun were to inherit that same skill, specifically one allowing instant teleportation to any visible location, then his possibilities would expand dramatically. Taking this thought further, Jae-hyun began to envision a future where this teleportation capability could be utilized in conjunction with the Absolute One's Eye, aided by the activation of an advanced base. At that moment, the system displayed a message regarding the advanced base, describing it as a safe zone that could be established outside of Haven. When activated, it temporarily provided the authority and protection of the city, provided that a citizen of knight rank or higher was present inside. However, the notification warned that if enemies occupied the base for more than 1 day, it would be automatically destroyed. Returning to his internal monologue, Jae-hyun concluded that as long as he possessed sufficient mental strength to manage the process, he would be capable of traveling to the advanced base. With this realization, he made a firm decision. From that moment on, his primary goal would be to strengthen his mental fortitude. Consequently, all his upcoming missions would be focused on enhancing that specific attribute. Just then, someone called his name, explaining that they needed his permission to depart immediately as they were feeling more stable. It was Yeonju, who stated that she would personally handle the task of bringing Jae-hyun's family back. Hearing this, Jae-hyun acknowledged that the mission should have commenced the previous day, realizing that the delay was entirely his fault. Yeonju thanked him for his valuable time and understanding, promising that she would find a way to repay his kindness. Maintaining a neutral expression, Jae-hyun could not shake the feeling that she had deciphered his inner thoughts. He made a light-hearted remark, inquiring if he truly appeared to be an impatient individual, and admitted that while he was grateful, her comments caused him a degree of embarrassment. Yeonju replied gently, assuring him that he certainly did not seem impatient. She admitted that, had she been in his position, her actions likely would have mirrored his. With a soft smile, she acknowledged that, ultimately, people cherish their families above all else. She expressed that she fully comprehended the immense value of the single day Jae-hyun had granted to her and her son, offering him her sincere gratitude once more for his actions. Jae-hyun smiled modestly, stating that he appreciated her empathy. He then requested that she proceed to Unit 2901, informing her that a group was already awaiting her arrival and promising to join them shortly. Yeonju bowed respectfully and, after a quiet affirmation, walked toward the designated location. Sometime later, the reason Jaehyun had not dispatched the group directly to Seomyeon Station was clarified. Due to the earlier attack by the Cyclops, a significant section of the tracks near the station had collapsed. The destruction was not limited to the rails. The station itself had sustained massive damage, rendering it nearly unusable. Confronted with this situation, Jaehyun determined that new routes needed to be established. To achieve this, Yejin had been deploying her rats for the past 24 hours to scout for a path. It appeared she had finally located a new access point. Desiring complete control and awareness of the scenario, Jaehyun activated his absolute one's eye skill. At that precise moment, an unexpected detail captured his attention. The system displayed a notification regarding a level 7 tamed giant rat. A wave of nervousness washed over Jaehyun as he grasped the implications of this message. He realized that an evolution had occurred. Still reeling from the shock, he questioned whether this was the result of the new ability acquired after the official registration as a retainer. Furthermore, Jaehyun observed that something was trailing the rat, though he could not identify the entity despite his efforts. Suddenly, his vision detected something even more alarming: a horde of zombies of varying levels, specifically level 9, level 11, and level 13, emerging directly behind the rodent. A jolt of fear coursed through Jaehyun as he utilized his powerful ability to watch the troubling scene unfold. Facing this threat, the rat sprinted forward at high speed, making a desperate attempt to escape the zombies pursuing it with relentless determination. However, in a completely unforeseen twist, the rat abruptly halted. It turned to confront the approaching enemies and, displaying no fear, growled aggressively, baring its teeth with a ferocity that belied its size. The zombies quickly encircled the rat from every direction, effectively cutting off any escape route. Despite the immense danger, the rodent stood its ground, refusing to retreat even a single step. Observing the scene from a distance, Jaehyun realized that the rat would likely perish pointlessly if it remained in that position. He considered triggering a gas explosion to eliminate the zombies along with it. However, even as the threat closed in, the rat remained focused and adopted an even more aggressive stance. With a sudden burst of explosive speed, it charged forward. Despite being completely surrounded, the creature managed to evade every zombie attack, weaving through them with surprising agility. Still watching from afar, Jaehyun was thoroughly impressed by the display. Having escaped the immediate cluster of zombies, the rat leaped forward and continued its momentum. Amazingly, it emerged from the confrontation without a single scratch and continued sprinting toward the exit. With only a short distance remaining, the rat took one final leap, shooting through the opening to the outside. However, something was already waiting on the other side, silently observing its approach. With its gaze fixed on the rodent and sharp fangs bared, the creature emitted a low, dangerous growl, poised to pounce at any moment. The rat froze instantly, paralyzed by overwhelming fear in the face of the predator's threatening presence. From his distant vantage point, Jaehyun was taken completely by surprise, unable to conceal his shock as he witnessed the unexpected confrontation. In an instant, the level 23 land shark lunged forward with terrifying force. With its massive jaws wide open, it bit down in a single, clean motion, swallowing the rat whole. The perspective shifted to Jaehyun, who stood in silent despair, deeply troubled by the event. He questioned the nature of the creature, but more importantly, his eyes widened as he recognized the location as Nampo Station, situated just a few kilometers from his own home. This realization struck him hard, clarifying that deadly creatures like the land shark were likely roaming near the very place where his loved ones resided, intensifying the anxiety in his chest. Struggling to maintain his composure, he quickly acknowledged the need to hurry, realizing that time was no longer a luxury he could afford to waste. The scene shifted once more, this time focusing on Dabin, who was crouched down sorting through several boxes. She was clearly exhausted, but also visibly relieved to have finally completed her task. Suddenly, the person in charge called out to her. She turned her head to see that Jaehyun had arrived, thanking her for all her hard work. With a slight smile, Dabin replied that she did not consider it hard work, particularly since she was being paid for it. She then inquired about the nature of the new problem at hand. Jaehyun appeared slightly uncomfortable and averted his gaze as he attempted to organize his thoughts regarding the best method to explain the new situation to her. Sensing his hesitation immediately, Dabin became visibly concerned. Her tone growing increasingly tense and anxious, she urged him to simply reveal what was happening. Adopting a calm and cautious manner, Jaehyun explained that he wished to request Yuharan's assistance for a specific task over the coming days and expressed hope that Dabin could manage affairs in the interim. Caught off guard by the sudden request, Dabin forced a smile to conceal her nervousness. With a slight tremor in her voice, she asked if he expected her to bear the full responsibility entirely on her own. Jaehyun replied that he would only be leaving matters in her hands for 2 days. She was well aware that this implied a significant amount of work and responsibility. With a skeptical expression, she inquired if she would receive extra payment for the overtime hours she would inevitably have to work while serving as the acting lead for that period. Upon hearing her question, Jaehyun offered a faint smile. Then, speaking with an enthusiastic tone, he promised to pay her double for the overtime. The moment he made this pledge, Dabin's face brightened with joy. She could barely suppress her excitement, becoming thoroughly energized and ready to handle whatever came next. Elsewhere, a dense green mist, released directly by the system, completely enveloped Yuharan's body. The scene rapidly shifted to another location where the entire group was gathered around a table, their eyes fixed on Jaehyun as he prepared to commence the mission briefing. Jaehyun began by explaining that due to the massive Cyclops, traversing Siamayan Station had become significantly more difficult. He noted that it would be a shame to cease using the subway line entirely. Shortly thereafter, Yejin intervened to clarify that the section between Siamayan Station and Bayamnagal, extending all the way through Deokoryang Station, remained in perfect condition. According to her, there were no monsters along that portion of the route, meaning the group could cross it with little worry. She then placed a piece of paper on the table which displayed the mission's first primary objective, to secure the route to Bayamnagal Station. Visibly uneasy, the man with glasses began to think that the optimal method for navigating the current route would be to fly over it. Suddenly and unexpectedly, Deoksu interrupted, not to contribute anything of importance, but merely to compliment Yejin on her impressive talent for drawing maps. Jaehyun quickly cut through the distraction and steered the conversation back on track. He restated Yejin's explanation and then pointed to a specific area on the map, noting that they needed to exercise extreme caution before reaching their final destination. He then informed the group that approximately 500 orcs were currently active near a large supermarket complex. Upon hearing this, Dongjin immediately inquired whether they would be required to engage the orcs in direct combat. Yejin responded clearly, stating that fighting the orcs was not part of the plan. She explained that their objective was simply to reach Bayamnagal Station and utilize the underground subway line. She assured the group that she had identified a route completely devoid of orcs, containing only a few lower-level monsters that would need to be cleared along the way. In silence, Jaehyun recalled the significant investment he had made prior to the mission to ensure that nearly everyone in the group reached at least level 30, noting that only Fatty and Hiran had not yet attained that status. He believed that their current strength would be more than sufficient to handle goblins. Jaehyun continued by explaining that they should be able to reach Koryang Station without any significant issues. However, he immediately highlighted the true obstacle that lay ahead, Busan Station. The moment Busan was mentioned, Deoksu panicked, fearing that another giant creature might be located there. Yejin quickly corrected him, clarifying that her concern was not regarding another giant, but rather the condition of the railway tracks between Koryang and Busan. She revealed that this specific area was infested with a massive swarm of zombies. She warned that unless a member of the group possessed an ability capable of wiping out monsters in extremely tight spaces, utilizing that route would present a serious and dangerous challenge. The news left everyone stunned, particularly Hiran. Attempting to maintain her composure, Hiran concentrated and slowly mustered the courage to speak. Although still nervous and with trembling hands, she addressed Yejin, suggesting that she believed her ability might be of assistance in this situation. Sometime later, the system displayed a message indicating that the 100,000 weight limit of her poisonous mist had just been reached. Upon seeing this message, Hiran felt a deep sense of frustration that her contribution had already hit its limit. She opened a nearby door where Jaehyun and Yejin were waiting. Both immediately began to praise her efforts, telling her she had done an exceptionally good job. Jaehyun asked if she was feeling all right. Hiran confirmed that she was, explaining that although she had felt completely drained at the beginning, something powerful seemed to push her through, and she now felt fine. Unbeknownst to her, the strength she had felt originated from Jaehyun, who had secretly upgraded his retainer management level. Jaehyun reflected on the cost of the upgrade, noting that while it had been expensive, it was ultimately worth it, as he ended up earning billions in return. Hyun, still harboring doubts, asked Jaehyun if he was truly certain that her physical presence was not required. Jaehyun offered a calm reassurance, explaining that simply remaining in place and generating the poisonous mist was more than adequate to meet the mission's needs. With all preparations finalized, Jaehyun activated his Supreme Recluse's Eyes ability and officially initiated the operation. Through this ability, he immediately observed a massive swarm of zombies located precisely where they had anticipated. Abruptly, something drew the zombies' attention, causing them to turn simultaneously to face the approaching entity. It was a level 3 rat charging toward them at full velocity. The zombies appeared momentarily stunned the instant they realized what, or rather, who, was approaching. Adhering strictly to the plan, Jaehyun accessed his system inventory. A dense, poisonous green mist was unleashed, rapidly enveloping the horde of the undead. With flawless coordination, the rat sprinted forward, weaving through the bodies with great speed and leaving the zombies in its wake. Hyun's poisonous mist typically caused paralysis by targeting muscles such as the diaphragm upon inhalation, eventually resulting in suffocation. However, the current targets were zombies, creatures that were already dead and possessed no need to breathe. Anticipating this limitation, Jaehyun had already devised a contingency plan. He had previously instructed Yejin to assume control when necessary. Consequently, several rats waited patiently amidst the group of undead, poised for Jaehyun's command. The moment the order was issued, one of the rodents lunged at a fallen zombie. Via the reflection in the zombie's unblinking eye, the system captured the precise moment the rat bared its teeth and viciously sank them into the creature. At that exact instant, a system message materialized, confirming that a level 11 zombie had been successfully hunted. Alongside the gained experience, a sum of 120,085 won was deposited directly into the digital wallet. However, the momentum was abruptly halted when Yejin called out to Jaehyun in distress. Her voice filled with urgency, she informed him that something appeared to be wrong with the rats. Simultaneously, the system displayed a troubling notification indicating that a rat had reached level 9. This intelligence instantly put Jaehyun on edge as he quickly grasped the potential danger. He realized that if the rat came into contact with zombie blood, it risked infection and transformation. Even more alarming was a far more terrifying possibility, that Yejin herself might have been exposed to contamination through bites or scratches sustained during the battle. In response, Jaehyun immediately inquired whether the rats remained under her command. Yejin confirmed that they were still obeying her, though she noted that they had become noticeably more aggressive. Relieved, Jaehyun exhaled softly, remarking that everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly for the time being. Internally, he began to contemplate what lay ahead. He reasoned that if they could reach Jugalki Station safely, then perhaps there would finally be a chance for him to reunite with his family. However, just as this thought took shape in his mind, it was abruptly interrupted by a system message indicating that an unauthorized individual was attempting to enter the shelter through the main entrance. Confused and alarmed, Jaehyun stared at the notification, struggling to comprehend the situation. Before he had time to react, a second message materialized. The system stated that a group of 157 individuals met the requirements for citizenship and inquired if he wished to grant it. Trusting his instincts, Jaehyun confirmed the request. Immediately, another system message appeared, announcing that the total population had reached 3,000 residents. Consequently, a new ability titled Economic Activity Subsidy was unlocked. Reading about this new development, Jaehyun experienced a brief moment of worry, unsure of the potential consequences. However, a small smile slowly appeared on his lips as he realized that this might actually be a positive turn of events. The system continued to display new information, announcing that salaries would now be paid to citizens, with the amounts determined by their specific titles or positions. These wages would be dispersed separately from the chief's personal wallet, dependent solely on the individual's assigned role within the community. Reading this update carefully, Jaehyun realized it presented the perfect opportunity to assign official titles to Dabin and the entire team responsible for managing public facilities. He noted that a weekly salary of 700,000 won matched a daily wage of 100,000 won perfectly, which simplified the accounting. Tapping the system's screen, he remarked that there was no longer a need to pay people manually, particularly since doing so previously meant forfeiting tax reductions. Given the rapid pace of events, it became clear to him that they needed to expand the department responsible for public facilities. After all, the money distributed to citizens through the Economic Activity Support Fund consisted of essentially free resources provided by the system, and the amount was not insignificant. Even the 100,000 won paid to each employee was substantial. Performing a quick mental calculation, he estimated that if there were 300 workers on the payroll, the total would already amount to 30,000 won per day. Furthermore, if all positions, ranging from basic workers to general managers, were filled, the total daily payout could easily reach 50,000 won. Looking ahead, Jae-hyun envisioned that as this money circulated, the total income he derived from his tax collection ability would continue to grow. Conversely, the citizens would inevitably expend those funds within his store, effectively circulating the money back into his possession. This realization led him to conclude that bestowing titles upon the maximum number of citizens was likely the most lucrative strategy for the long term. However, he remained somewhat uncertain regarding which specific titles would be appropriate aside from facility management. Shortly thereafter, another concept occurred to him. Roles related to maintenance, sanitation, and security seemed like practical starting points. Consequently, before taking any further action, he proceeded to appoint Dabin as the general manager. He recalled that she had already recruited Fatih and Hiran as team members, though he could not quite remember the identities of the other personnel. Just then, something captured Jae-hyun's attention. The system displayed a message indicating that Dabin had reached 100 loyalty points, thereby officially registering her as a retainer. At that moment, Jae-hyun arrived at a significant realization. Once a citizen attains 100 loyalty, they are automatically upgraded to retainer status. He then began to question whether all retainers acquired a new skill upon reaching that specific milestone. Curious, Jae-hyun prepared to investigate what new ability Dabin might have obtained. However, just as he was about to access the system, he was interrupted by an unexpected sight. Hiran was fast asleep on the sofa, looking completely relaxed and even drooling slightly. Observing the scene, Yejin appeared somewhat uncertain and inquired if they should wake her. Jae-hyun responded that they should let her rest, noting that she had completed her work and must be thoroughly exhausted. Smiling faintly, he admitted to himself that although she attempted to appear fine, she had likely endured significant hardship and pushed herself to her breaking point. He reasoned that if anyone deserved a break, it was she. Activating his invisible hand ability, Jae-hyun gently lifted her and carried her carefully to a bed in one of the rooms so she could sleep more comfortably. Upon returning to the living room, the two spoke in hushed tones, agreeing that Hiran was likely having a difficult time. Jae-hyun then turned to Yejin and inquired about her own well-being. Yejin replied calmly that she faced no difficulties and was doing perfectly fine, particularly now that they had reached the tracks near the station. Jae-hyun nodded in understanding and encouraged her to keep up the good work. She smiled and told him to leave the matter to her. However, at that precise moment, her expression shifted slightly. Something caused her to hesitate. Jae-hyun noticed the change immediately and asked if something was wrong. Stammering slightly, she replied that the connection had suddenly stopped working. Caught off guard, Jae-hyun asked for clarification and she requested a moment to check. Closing her eyes, she attempted to reconnect with the link, but it appeared to be useless. She then explained that the issue was likely the distance. It seemed the range was simply too great this time. When Jae-hyun asked whether the link had been functioning properly beforehand, she clarified that it was possible to extend slightly beyond the maximum range, provided the link had been established in advance. However, the reach of the link was now limited to the central station. She turned to him and inquired about their next course of action. Receiving no immediate response, Jae-hyun became lost in thought. He realized that complications always seemed to arise at critical moments. The house where his family was supposed to be located was situated just beyond the station. He had been relying on the plan to utilize one of Yejin's rats to scout the residence before making a move. Clenching his fist tightly, Jae-hyun muttered that this was a complication. Nevertheless, he requested that Yejin attempt to re-establish the link from the central station by any means possible. She agreed, promising to make her best effort. Closing her eyes once more, she began to focus her powers on restoring the connection. With the vision of zombie rats navigating the station still visible through his supreme recluse's eyes, Jae-hyun reminded himself that they had to explore every possible option. Until then, all Kim could do was hope with all his heart that his family remained safe. The system display updated to show the current locations of everyone involved in the mission. Yejin's rats were advancing to scout the path, while Dongyan's group followed from a safer distance further back. The scene then shifted to the station where Dongyun's group had just arrived. The entire team stood frozen, completely overwhelmed by the sight before them. The area was a tableau of total devastation. All surrounding buildings had been reduced to rubble, and massive footprints, far larger than a human's, were deeply impressed into the ground throughout the site. Jae-hyun, the man with glasses, stared at the destruction in disbelief, eventually mumbling that the sight was incredible. The archer, noticing his distraction and lack of focus, instructed him to begin scouting the area immediately. Heeding her command, Jae-hyun ordered his raven, Blackie, to begin flying over the zone. After spending some time observing through the raven's eyes, he reported that there appeared to be no monsters in the vicinity. Deoksu then spoke up, noting that the station itself also seemed clear of goblins, and suggesting that due to the massive rock slide that had occurred earlier, they should be able to traverse the area without much difficulty. Jae-hyun agreed, remarking that this was likely because no rational person or creature would dare approach a place marked by such destruction. With a hint of worry in her voice, the healer mentioned that night was falling rapidly, and suggested they find a safe place to stay until morning. The archer quickly reassured her, explaining that based on typical goblin behavior, nighttime was actually the safest period, as goblins tended to hide or sleep once darkness fell. At that moment, Dongyun appeared to be lost in deep thought. After a brief silence, he suggested that they continue moving forward. He reasoned that if a truly dangerous situation arose, there was a high probability that Jae-hyun would summon them back immediately. Suddenly, one of Jae-hyun's small rats materialized, making faint gestures as if attempting to draw their attention to something significant. The entire team halted, instantly recognizing the creature as one of Jae-hyun's specially trained rats. They interpreted this as a signal to follow it without question. Moving quietly and cautiously, they began to trail the rat as it scurried ahead, guiding them through the eerily silent night of the ruined city. As they traversed the path, someone remarked that the station ahead appeared to have been transformed into a shallow lake. Yang questioned whether this was a result of the giant's destructive rampage. The archer responded that it was very likely, explaining that the ground had shifted significantly when the buildings collapsed, which could have easily created sunken areas that filled with water. As they continued walking along the water's edge, a disturbance began beneath the surface of the lake. Slowly, and nearly unnoticed at first, a large entity began to rise, emerging completely from the water directly in front of them. Both Jae-hyun and Deoksu immediately sensed that something was wrong. They observed strange movements in the ripples that did not align with the natural motion of the water. When the others inquired about the situation, Jae-hyun replied that he had just heard a sound that did not seem to belong in that environment. Squinting, he peered carefully ahead, attempting to discern details in the dim light. Suddenly, he pointed toward a distant figure, announcing that there was someone up ahead. As they all looked, they struggled to identify what they were seeing. Initially, the silhouette resembled a human, leading them to wonder if it might be a woman. However, as their eyes adjusted and they scrutinized the figure more closely, they noticed a strange detail. Something was moving behind her. It was a tail. The creature stared directly at them with a peculiar intensity, before opening its mouth wide to unleash a deafening, high-pitched scream that sliced through the still night air. In immediate panic, the healer shouted a warning to the group, instructing them to cover their ears as quickly as possible. Despite possessing the appearance of a woman, the creature standing before them was no ordinary monster. It was, in reality, a siren, shrieking with a voice that felt capable of tearing through their very minds. Reacting with sudden desperation, everyone in the group instinctively raised their hands to clamp them tightly over their ears, attempting to block out the piercing, bone-shaking scream. Deoksu quickly began to exhibit visible signs of exhaustion, struggling to keep his hands pressed firmly against his head as his arms trembled under the strain. Meanwhile, Yeonju scanned her surroundings in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the events unfolding around her. Her voice was filled with disbelief as she questioned the situation. Deoksu, even more bewildered, realized with escalating horror that his body had begun to move on its own. His limbs seemed to betray him, acting as though they were under the control of an external entity. Moments later, as if drawn by an invisible force, both he and Yeonju began to slide helplessly toward the edge of the lake. The force pulling them was powerful and unyielding, dragging them across the ground while they remained unable to halt their momentum. When Yeonju hit the ground and felt the cold water, she instantly grasped the danger. Observing Deoksu moving toward the water with such speed, she sensed that if he continued on that path, he would face serious trouble. Suddenly, at that precise moment, sharp fangs emerged from the water and lunged at her feet, kicking her instincts into overdrive. Reacting immediately, she attempted to swim upward toward the surface, but the monstrous creatures seized her legs with vicious strength, dragging her back down into the depths with raw, furious force. Back above the surface, Dongjun and the others remained locked in a battle of endurance, struggling to withstand the siren's horrific scream. With faces contorted in pain and bodies weakened, they attempted to hold on for just a moment longer. Amidst the chaos and panic, the healer closed her eyes and concentrated, gathering all her remaining strength. With a surge of energy, she cast a protective magical armor over the group, enveloping them in a luminous defensive shield. Now shielded by the magical barrier, Dongjun experienced a tangible difference. He remarked that he felt significantly stronger and better equipped to resist the siren's debilitating scream. Breathlessly, the man with glasses inquired about the specific nature of the young healer's power. Exhausted and barely able to remain upright, she implored them to hurry and rescue Deoksu and Yeonju before it became too late. However, just as she finished speaking, something in the water captured her attention. A ghastly blue creature, scarcely visible beneath the surface, began to emerge from the lake's depths. From a distance, the rest of the group watched the movement and began to question the identity of those creatures. Before anyone could respond, the entities launched a sudden, brutal assault, moving with terrifying speed and aggression. Sensing the imminent clash, Dongjun immediately called out to everyone, instructing them to prepare themselves. He warned that the creatures were closing in rapidly. Without a second of hesitation, the monsters vaulted through the air, aiming directly for the group. Dongjun swiftly hoisted a steel rod with both hands, bracing for the impact and preparing to counterattack. With tremendous force, his weapon clashed against the creature's strike, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Just as the creature began to recover, it was struck by a precisely aimed arrow and finally collapsed. However, this victory was limited to a single monster, while several others continued to emerge from the shadows. Visibly frustrated, the female archer muttered under her breath regarding the seemingly endless wave of creatures. Without delay, the monsters reached the surface, encircling the group from all sides with terrifying speed. In a state of growing distress, Dongjun insisted that they could not afford to waste time, emphasizing the urgent need to rescue Deoksu and Yeonju immediately. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the lake, something began to draw the creature's attention. It was the werebear woman emerging from the depths, cradling Deoksu in her powerful arms. As she surfaced, Deoksu gasped and coughed, expelling the water from his lungs. He murmured that he genuinely believed he was going to die. Overcome with relief, the group's faces lit up with joy at the sight of their safe return. Deoksu then turned to Yeonju and thanked her with deep sincerity for saving his life. However, their moment of reunion was abruptly interrupted. The monsters resumed their relentless attack, refusing to give the group even a second to breathe. The team quickly realized that the creatures would not relent for a moment. Deoksu immediately activated his magical armor, causing his body to glow with protective energy. As the monsters continued their charge, he shouted to the group that they would hold the line and fight until the bitter end. At that moment, the werebear woman planted her feet firmly, preparing to strike. When one of the creatures lunged forward, she delivered a heavy punch directly to its face, launching it backward through the air. The creature crashed violently into a thick wooden pillar, splintering the wood with the force of the impact. Atop that very pillar, the body of a goblin had been tied and hung. In that instant, both Dongjun and Deoksu looked up and shouted for everyone to clear the area immediately. Without hesitation, the group leaped back just in time as the spot where they had been standing was struck. Byungho immediately turned to Dongjun to ask if he was all right. Dongjun replied that he was fine and inquired about what had just happened. As the wreckage became clearer, Deoksu froze, unable to speak. It was the corpse of the goblin, still bound to the broken pillar that had plummeted from above. As the group stared at the unsettling sight, the man with glasses instructed everyone to look up. When they did, they were horrified by what they saw. Numerous goblins, their bodies bound and hanging high above, were arranged in the shape of a massive cross. Dongjun remarked that the group had been so focused on the danger below that they had failed to notice what was above them. At that moment, he arrived at a terrifying realization. These creatures did not care whether their targets were victims, monsters, or humans. At that moment, the female archer's bow slipped from her grasp and hit the ground. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and she was rendered completely speechless, unable to believe the sight before her eyes. In total silence, she wondered internally if that man could truly be her father. Suddenly, one of the creatures charged forward at full speed. Dongjun watched in horror as the beast sprinted directly toward the defenseless archer, who remained frozen and entirely unaware of the impending attack. Without hesitation, he screamed her name in desperation. At that very instant, a loud gunshot rang out through the air. The bullet struck the creature in mid-leap, cutting it down and sending it crashing to the earth. Holding the weapon was Byung-ho, who immediately turned to inquire if the archer was unharmed. Dongjun praised him for his quick reflexes in such a dire situation, but soon realized something was terribly wrong. The archer was kneeling on the ground, visibly shaken, her expression distant and broken. Suddenly, the man with glasses appeared, urgently calling out to Dongjun. He claimed he might have discovered a way to handle their predicament. He explained that, by using Blackie to observe the surroundings from above, he had uncovered a crucial detail. The agonizing sound that had been tormenting them was also the mechanism controlling the creatures. Dongjun was startled by the news. The man with glasses added that, while he could not fully comprehend what the siren was communicating, he had observed that every time she opened her mouth, the fish-faced creatures reacted and began to move. He theorized that if they could find a way to cut off the sound, it was highly probable the creatures would lose their coordination and disperse due to the lack of a leader. In the midst of this tense and increasingly hopeless situation, Dongjun agreed that the idea was worth attempting. However, he expressed concern that the creatures would not give them an opportunity to execute the plan. Seeking clarification, Deoksu asked directly if the entire objective was simply to stop the sound. Dongjun confirmed this with a serious tone. With determination in his eyes, Deoksu declared that he would be the one to take the creature down, and that he had a plan. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the siren opened her mouth once more, releasing the dreadful sound. Like obedient soldiers, the creatures responded as if preparing for another coordinated assault. Observing their behavior closely, Dongjun noticed that the creatures were altering their formation. The man with glasses surmised that they must have realized the group's new objective was to silence the siren. Dongjun then turned to Deoksu and asked if he could truly count on him. Deoksu answered with confidence, urging everyone to trust him and clarifying that all they needed to do was clear a path for him. Deoksu declared that he would handle the remainder of the situation on his own. Without hesitation, Healer volunteered to remain behind to protect the group. With the plan set in motion, the team charged forward with absolute determination. Each member focused solely on generating the necessary opening for Deoksu, attacking the enemies ruthlessly and eliminating the creatures one after another with unwavering resolve. Dongjun paused briefly to look back at Deoksu, shouting that the moment to act had arrived. Deoksu locked onto his target, grounded his stance, and gripped his halberd with both precision and strength. Exerting all his might, he hurled the weapon down the corridor, aiming directly for the siren. The weapon sliced through the air with tremendous velocity, but the siren reacted swiftly, evading the attack with ease. The halberd missed its mark and continued its trajectory, clattering past her. The group froze in stunned silence, witnessing the opportunity they had fought so hard to create vanish in a split second. However, Deoksu remained entirely undisturbed. The siren erupted into manic laughter, joined by her grotesque minions mocking his apparent failure. Yet, Deoksu merely smiled, maintaining his composure. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he asked Dongjun if he had forgotten a specific detail. Frustrated and confused, Dongjun failed to grasp the meaning until a sudden realization caused his eyes to widen. Adopting a sarcastic tone, Deoksu then inquired about the most effective method for handling a fish. As he spoke, he raised his hand to activate the weapon's recall command. Obediently, the halberd reversed its course, slicing cleanly through the siren's back and impaling her, effectively silencing her laughter forever. At that instant, the system alerted the group that a level 33 siren had been defeated and experience points awarded. As the weapon returned to Deoksu's grip, everyone stared at the siren's lifeless body. The fish-like creatures, now leaderless and confused, hastily retreated into the depths of the lake. Their departure brought a wave of relief to the team, knowing that one major threat had been eliminated. Wasting no time, Dongjun approached the archer and gently inquired about her well-being. She remained unable to calm down, trembling persistently. Concerned, Healer looked to Dongjun and asked what their next move should be. Dongjun considered seeking out Jaehyun. Suddenly, The archer revealed in a shaking voice that one of the bodies suspended on the crosses above belonged to her father. Dongjun was left speechless. He spun around quickly, struggling to accept the possibility that his father-in-law was among the battered victims. Overcome by profound, unbearable sorrow, the archer collapsed into uncontrollable weeping, mourning her father. Next to her, Dongjun dropped to his knees, engulfed by panic and disbelief. The entire group felt the burden of her grief as though it were their own. Directly before them, suspended from a cross in a gruesome condition, hung the body of her father, a heartbreaking spectacle that wounded the soul of everyone who witnessed it. At that precise moment, the system displayed a mission reconstruction screen, targeting the archer this time. The designated reward was the resurrection of her father. However, the system issued a clear warning that bringing him back to life was only possible within the boundaries of the absolute domain. Staring at the screen with a mixture of urgency and desperation, Jae-hyun tapped rapidly on the system window, attempting to finalize the reconstruction process. Witnessing his state of despair, Yejin was completely stunned by his behavior. Suddenly, Jae-hyun stopped. He began to contemplate the situation more deeply, considering the trust the group had placed in him. He reasoned that if the situation had truly escalated to a point where lives were in imminent danger, he would have been summoned immediately. With this thought in mind, he tried to convince himself that there was no genuine danger, no alternative option, and no action required. Yet even as he attempted to calm his thoughts, a nagging doubt persisted. He questioned if it was truly the case that no other choice existed. Being dragged underwater while surrounded by a group of armed fishermen did not seem like a threat that could simply be ignored. It was clearly a serious matter. Jae-hyun could not help but worry about his own family, consumed by a desire to reunite with them as quickly as possible. However, he also acknowledged that this longing was not unique to him, as the others had their loved ones and personal stakes as well. Nevertheless, he attempted to push that thought aside, convincing himself that saving his own family had to take precedence over everything and everyone else. With trembling hands, he finally selected an option from the system window. A new mission was generated for the group with the goal of constructing a tomb within a 1-hour time limit. The reward was a small amount of experience points, and the mission carried no penalties. When the archer read the message, she became even more shaken. A sense of hopelessness and deep grief overwhelmed her body, weighing down her spirit. Meanwhile, watching from a distance, Jae-hyun observed the entire painful scene silently through his supreme eye ability, filled with regret. Eventually, the tomb was completed. The entire group stood before it, silent and sorrowful. Dong Ji-hyun turned to the archer and gently inquired if she was truly okay with how things had transpired. She replied firmly that her father would have wanted it this way. She explained that he had been obsessed with his job, constantly speaking about his desire to be buried near the railway tracks when he died. Holding a metal plate inscribed with her father's name, she recalled how she had thought that wish was ridiculous as a child, yet now she had fulfilled it. He rested in the precise location he had always desired, his final spot marked by a metal plaque bearing his name. Observing from a distance, Jae-hyun was struck by a sudden troubling realization. One day, this same agony might become his own. He could only hope that he would never have to experience their grief. Driven by this specific fear, he resolved to protect them regardless of the cost. Glancing back at the system interface, he recognized a crucial necessity. To achieve his goal, he required stronger allies by his side. Consequently, he made a firm decision in that moment. However, before he could fully formulate who the most important person was, the scene shifted. Elsewhere, a goblin was struck by a man possessing the power of water. At that instant, the system displayed a notification indicating that the loyalty of citizen Jun Hyuk had exceeded 30, qualifying him for vassal registration. Shortly thereafter, a subsequent message confirmed his successful registration. A woman appeared behind him, calling for his attention to inform him that his body was glowing. He quickly examined his hands, astonished by the sight. Thoroughly intrigued, he wondered about the significance of the phenomenon. At that moment, the system announced that he had reached level 40 and acquired the titles of 12th Bell Knight and Mage. He now possessed 59 trust points and 51 loyalty points, with his awakened skills pertaining to water manipulation. Shortly after, a new mission materialized. The potency of his mage abilities had been increased by 100%. One of his new skills, the rank A water bomb, allowed him to summon high-temperature compressed water that exploded with a force contingent upon the amount of mana expended. The second skill, The rank S water control granted him the ability to freely manipulate water using mental energy. The system then established the objective: utilize these skills within 10 minutes. The reward was an enhancement of mental power, while the penalty for failure was mental exhaustion. Standing there, Junhyuk was stunned by the information displayed before him as the mission message flashed once more. As he read the text, a nearby individual inquired about his well-being, but he requested a moment of silence. A smile slowly spread across his face as he comprehended the mission. He quickly realized that there were ample enemies in the vicinity against whom he could test his powers. Without delay, water began to manifest around him, marking the start of the challenge. A massive sphere of liquid formed before the onlookers, leaving the goblins completely shocked and unprepared. With confidence, Junhyuk issued the command for Water Bomb. He hurled the attack forward, striking the group of goblins without mercy. The resulting explosion blasted a crater into the ground, leaving every single creature dead while Junhyuk observed the scene in silence. He extended his hand once more, activating his water control ability. With intense focus, he began to levitate droplets of water into the air. The ensuing event surprised two men who were quietly watching the scene. A man wearing a black coat asked in total disbelief if it was truly Junhyuk performing those feats. The other man confirmed it, stating that what they were witnessing was indeed Junhyuk's power. Wearing a smile, Junhyuk allowed the tiny drops to descend slowly like gentle rain, maintaining complete control over them. Immediately afterward, he dropped to his knees, raised his arms, and began to express gratitude for the kindness he had just received. The two observers, now even more confused, began to wonder aloud if he was losing his mind. At that precise moment, the system displayed a message indicating that both his trust and loyalty had increased. The mission had been successfully completed, and 70,251 won had been utilized. Witnessing all of this, Jae-hyun was completely taken aback. He had not expected an S-rank skill to awaken in such a manner. With this event, Junhyuk became the second person to possess an S-rank skill, following Yeonju. Jae-hyun began to contemplate the situation, finding it surprising given that Junhyuk's original ability was merely B-rank, a skill that utilized mental energy to create water. He had not imagined it would improve so significantly. He wondered if this immense growth was due to Junhyuk's high level. Standing before the system window, he admitted to himself that this outcome was unexpected, yet he was pleased with the result. Internally, he recalled that when the ability was still B-rank, it allowed for the creation of water in any form using mental energy. Now he questioned how this type of utility fit into the overall strategy and the metaphorical board of pieces. He noted that there was no need to add a new piece to Dong-hyun's group, as the team was already well balanced. As he considered what his next move should be, Jae-hyun continued to stare at the screen. The display now showed a message regarding a goblin hunt. Level 6 goblins were being eliminated one by one, with both experience points and money being added to the account. Reading this message left Jae-hyun in shock, as it was already late, yet there were still people out hunting. Suddenly, the system displayed another message. The skill level had increased, bringing the Declaration of Return to Home to level 20. Consequently, 3 additional skill points were acquired alongside a brand new ability. Upon reading the latest update, Jae-hyun fell into a state of panic. The system indicated that the territory was expanding, a process accompanied by an intense, unbearable pain that radiated throughout his entire body. He screamed, overwhelmed by the sensation, while Jae-jin watched in terror, unsure of how to assist him. The agony became excruciating, yet the territory continued to expand further without ceasing. Through his blurred vision, Jae-hyun could barely discern Jae-jin as she urgently inquired about his well-being. He was besieged by a pain far greater than anything he had ever experienced. It felt as though massive needles were tearing through his body, ripping him apart from the inside out. Jae-jin persisted, her voice filled with desperation as she instructed him to breathe. Visibly shaken and desperate to alleviate his suffering, she frantically asked what she could do to help him in that critical moment. Jae-hyun forced his eyes open, his mind clouded and dazed. Through his hazy vision, he caught a glimpse of her face, partially obscured by confusion and relentless pain. Startled, he realized she was inching dangerously close to his face with a clear intent. Straining his voice, he asked her what exactly she thought she was doing. Flustered and embarrassed, Jae-jin immediately retreated, apologizing profusely. She hastily explained that for a moment, she feared he had stopped breathing and was preparing to perform CPR. However, before she could elaborate, Jae-hyun interrupted her, firmly stating that he was fine. Behind him, Blackie was crying, visibly upset and worried. Jae-hyun reached out to gently stroke Blackie, softly repeating that everything was going to be all right to calm the creature down. As he regained his composure, Jae-hyun activated his ability, Supreme Eyes. Through the lens of his awakened power, he observed the expansion and was immediately taken aback by its magnitude. The zone had spread to both the west and the north, encompassing streets within a full 1-kilometer radius around the complex. Lying on the ground, he finally comprehended the true cause of the overwhelming pain he had just endured. The territory had expanded to its largest size yet. Turning his attention to the system screen, Jae-hyun reflected that regardless of how exhausted he felt, now was not the time to rest. The system displayed a message stating he had earned 3 skill points for reaching level 20. Jae-hyun had already determined which ability to upgrade next. He chose to enhance the skill he deemed most crucial for the current operation, Supreme Recluse's Eyes. Immediately following his choice, the system notified him that Supreme Eyes had reached level 4. Shortly thereafter, a new message appeared on the screen announcing that a multi-vision function had been unlocked and added to the ability. With the activation of this new feature, Jae-hyun experienced a dramatic expansion of his visual field, feeling as though he were suddenly surrounded by numerous security monitors, each displaying a different perspective. However, he quickly observed that maintaining this expanded vision placed a significant strain on his focus. He determined that his current capacity allowed him to manage only 3 simultaneous viewpoints. Checking the system once again, Jae-hyun noted that he still possessed 2 remaining skill points. He chose to invest them in upgrading the skill known as Preservation of Dignity. Moments later, the system displayed an update indicating that the skill had reached level 5 and that a new feature called Mystic Draw had been activated. Furthermore, he received a reward of 300 crystals, a development that took him completely by surprise. Shortly thereafter, the system clarified that these crystals had been acquired through the Mystic Draw feature. Seeing no reason to decline the unexpected gift, Jae-hyun selected the message to accept them. The moment he did so, a luminous circle materialized on the ground beneath him. The light emitted by the circle was so intense that it caused discomfort to Ye-jin, Blackie, and Jae-hyun himself, compelling them all to shield their eyes. After a brief interval, the circle of light vanished, though a potent, concentrated glow lingered in the air. Emerging from this brilliance, an object began to materialize, revealing itself to be a ring. The system promptly informed him that this was a communication ring, designed specifically to transmit Jae-hyun's voice directly to his vassals. Jae-hyun placed the ring on his finger, though he remained uncertain regarding its practical application. As he contemplated its function, he realized that the ability to project his voice would be ideally suited for Dabin. He then recalled that Dabin was already officially registered as one of his vassals. He accessed the vassal management interface in the system, which displayed detailed information about Dabin. She was level 25 with the title of 11th Servant, possessing a trust level of 77 and a loyalty level of 100, along with a newly awakened skill called Telepathy. Astounded by Dabin's new ability, Jae-hyun acknowledged that telepathy was indeed the ideal skill for someone with such communication-heavy responsibilities. Suddenly, utilizing the multi-vision function of his ability, Jae-hyun observed a distressing scene. 50 individuals were crowded together, attempting to sleep within a single housing unit. Inside the congested unit, Dabin attempted to explain to the agitated group that the situation was only temporary. However, her words were met with anger and indignation, as the group felt she was treating them as if they were insignificant. One visibly furious man raised his voice to shout at her, pointing out that they had all observed numerous empty houses during their journey. He demanded to know what she was talking about, acting as though her excuses were completely unreasonable. Clenching their fists in frustration, several others stepped forward, insisting that at the very least, the children should be allowed to sleep comfortably. They demanded that some of the vacant rooms be opened so everyone could rest properly after enduring so much hardship. Overwhelmed by the escalating situation, Dabin quickly apologized, struggling to remain calm as she explained that current policy did not allow for such allocations. Throughout the entire exchange, Jae-hyun watched the events unfold in silence from a distance, utilizing his Supreme Eyes. At that moment, the system displayed a new message indicating that a skill called Supreme Recluse's Door had been activated. With this ability, Jae-hyun could now connect to and control all doors within the territory he had claimed as his own. Back inside the unit, just as Dabin was desperately attempting to bring the situation under control, a door suddenly swung open on its own. Annoyed and suspicious, one of the men immediately questioned the audacity of someone barging into a home during an emergency. He reminded everyone that in times like these, people should be helping one another rather than creating pointless conflicts and divisions. He demanded to know why there was such unnecessary resistance against a basic request. At that precise moment, Jae-hyun stepped through the open door, catching Dabin completely by surprise. He turned to the man with a firm expression and declared bluntly that if he disagreed with the house rules, he was more than welcome to leave the premises immediately. Stunned by Jae-hyun's words, the man demanded he repeat himself. However, without the slightest hesitation, Jae-hyun simply proceeded to eject him from the spot. Witnessing this sudden and firm action, the rest of the group began mumbling among themselves, noting how quickly things had calmed down. Jae-hyun then turned to face the assembly and asked a sharp question, inquiring if anyone else had complaints they wished to bring up. With a cold and determined tone, he announced that from that moment on, the electricity, water, and gas supply to that entire unit would be cut off. Hearing this, a visibly alarmed young woman asked if he was serious about such an extreme measure. Jae-hyun looked her in the eyes and responded shortly that, in fact, that was exactly the question he wanted to ask them. With a firm look, he stated that it was no coincidence they appeared right after the giant fell. He then asked if they had come because they perceived the place as capable, noting that they were just like so many others who arrived every single day with the exact same mindset and expectations. His words struck the group with the force of a harsh reality check, rendering them momentarily speechless. However, Jae-hyun did not pause there. He proceeded to explain that acquiescing to such demands would result in 3 significant problems. First, the supply of empty rooms would eventually be exhausted, making it impossible to accommodate new arrivals who were in genuine need of shelter. Second, the existing residents, those who had already settled in and were adhering to the rules, would begin to feel disrespected. Third, once a single demand was granted, it would trigger an endless cycle of further requests. With absolute ruthlessness, Jae-hyun raised his voice to declare that the basic rights and welfare they expected to find simply did not exist in this place. He emphasized that the South Korean government had collapsed and clarified that he did not stand before them as a representative of anyone's ideals or dreams. He acknowledged that some might view him as a tyrant abusing his power, but he warned them that the world had become too brutal and unforgiving for naive concepts like rights and welfare to survive unless they were fought for and earned. He pointed out that if they desired such privileges, they first needed to demonstrate their worthiness. He went on to explain that the other survivors, those who had arrived earlier, were enduring extremely harsh conditions and organizing rotating shifts just to secure some rest. Despite the discomfort and hardship, those people continued to prioritize the care of the children and the weakest among them, choosing to fight for survival as a united community. Finally, Jae-hyun issued a firm and non-negotiable order. They were to return immediately to the accommodations that had been designated for them. He warned that if they refused to comply, they would be positioning themselves to lose even more than what had already been taken from them. Upon hearing these words, the group immediately retreated. Feeling a wave of relief, Dabin let out a soft sigh and thanked Jae-hyun for his assistance in the situation. However, he replied that there was no need for gratitude. On the contrary, he insisted that he was the one who should be thankful to her. His unexpected response left Dabin momentarily startled as she attempted to decipher his true meaning. It was then that Jae-hyun suggested that perhaps she too might be capable of performing actions similar to what he had just executed. He inquired if she was familiar with the concept of telepathy and instructed her to visualize a specific person she wished to communicate with, imagining a mental conversation taking place within her mind. Dabin shut her eyes, channeling all her focus into the task. A short time later, a subtle aura began to envelop her body. Pleased with this outcome, Jae-hyun stressed that she needed to discover the precise conditions and limitations of this ability, suggesting that consistent practice was the most effective method. At that moment, someone signaled for Jae-hyun's attention with a trembling wave. Both he and Dabin turned to observe a nervous-looking man standing with his head bowed. Jae-hyun asked if the man had anything further to say. Although clearly frustrated, the man remained determined. He acknowledged that he was being bold, but felt compelled to ask if Jae-hyun would consider pardoning the friend who had been expelled earlier. When Jae-hyun questioned the reasoning behind this request, the man explained that Yoon-sik, the expelled individual, was merely the only person brave enough to voice the group's collective thoughts. He argued that it was unjust for Yoon-sik to be the sole recipient of punishment. Leaning forward respectfully, the man offered to accept any penalty himself, imploring Jae-hyun to show mercy toward Yoon-sik. Jae-hyun silently contemplated whether to reinstate Sung Yoon-sik, acknowledging deep down that endangering someone's life merely to make an example of them was morally wrong. Resolute in his decision, he accessed the system and noted that the expelled man was still lingering outside the door. Fixing his gaze on the petitioner, Jae-hyun asked for his name. The man replied that he was called Kyung-hoon. Jae-hyun then informed him that he would restore Yoon-sik's citizenship. Kyung-hoon was surprised when Jae-hyun added that he would also reactivate the electricity and water services, although the gas supply would remain disconnected. Before Kyung-hoon could respond, Jae-hyun clarified that this action was taken out of respect for Kyung-hoon's courage, but he issued a stern warning that there would be no second chances, a fact that required everyone's full understanding. Immediately following this, the system sent a notification confirming that Yoon-sik's citizenship had been officially restored. Visibly relieved, Kyung-hoon rushed back to his quarters. Shortly thereafter, another message appeared, indicating that Kyung-hoon's trust in Jae-hyun had increased. For a brief moment, Jae-hyun considered restoring the gas supply as well, but he realized that doing so would diminish the intended impact of the punishment regarding the recent events. His contemplation was interrupted when Dabin remarked that he appeared to be a warm-hearted individual. Jae-hyun inquired if she was genuinely paying him a compliment, which she confirmed with a smile. Although he expressed his gratitude, she playfully teased him, noting that he seemed to be getting embarrassed. Shifting the topic, Jae-hyun requested that she inspect the facilities across 3 specific buildings, adding that his goal was to establish one in each of the 25 structures. This proposal left Dabin completely surprised. Without hesitation, she asked about the current number of members he had. Jae-hyun explained that if they could expand to 100 people, he would be able to assign 4 individuals to manage each building. Dabin's eyes lit up with interest, and she declared her willingness to pay 100,000 won per day for each person, assuring him that operations would run smoothly on that scale. As they conversed, someone approached from behind. Jae-hyun and Dabin turned around and asked if the newcomer was new to the area. The man confirmed his status and inquired if Jae-hyun required an on-site medical team. He then introduced himself as Sung Min, an associate professor of nephrology at Busan Park Hospital. Upon hearing his credentials, Jae-hyun commented that he had temporarily dismissed the previous medical team, as he believed high-ranking individuals required proper treatment. He then turned to Dabin and sought her opinion regarding the allocation of a room for the team to convert into a hospital. She responded that it seemed like a sound idea. Seizing the opportunity, Jae-hyun noted that a careful search of the surroundings would likely yield a significant number of nurses. He further stated that the responsibility of assembling and managing the medical team would fall to her. Visibly excited, Dabin promised that he could rely on her for the task. Subsequently, Jae-hyun opened the door and returned to where Ye-jin was waiting. She asked if he had managed to resolve the issue, and he confirmed with a smile that he had. Wasting no time, he activated his Eyes of the Absolute ability. When Ye-jin spotted the Dongjin group, she asked if they had already departed. Jae-hyun quickly realized they were en route to Jugalki Station, and that there were no complications in that area. He then accessed the system again to complete his previous work. As he had anticipated, the final option available for investing his skill points was the Absolute Warehouse. The system issued a message stating that the skill had reached level 2, increasing its capacity to 200 kilograms and adding a new feature called State Preservation. The description clarified that this function would maintain the exact movement and condition of an item precisely as it was at the moment of storage. Realizing that the capacity had doubled, Jae-hyun immediately understood that he could utilize the warehouse with much greater freedom and strategic flexibility. His thoughts quickly turned to the true potential of this new function. It did not take long for him to comprehend that, if utilized correctly, this capability could become an extremely formidable asset. Without hesitation, he accessed the store and purchased an SNW revolver alongside 100 rounds of .38 caliber ammunition, which began to materialize before him. He theorized that if the kinetic energy of the firing mechanism were preserved, the action would resume precisely from the point of interruption upon summoning the warehouse. Gun in hand, he extended his arm and calmly instructed Yejin to cover her ears. She gazed at him in alarm, her anxiety escalating rapidly as she noticed the firearm. Jae-hyun assured her that the process would be brief. With his finger positioned on the trigger, he issued the command to store the item in the warehouse. Immediately following this, he pulled the trigger. A gunshot cracked loudly through the room, echoing with force, yet almost instantaneously, the system confirmed that the storage process had been flawless. Experiencing a surge of excitement, Jae-hyun stepped out onto the building's balcony, mentally exploring the potential of his prediction, while Yejin remained frozen in shock at the spectacle she had just witnessed. Extending his hand, he focused intensely and issued the summon command. From the system's storage window, a stream of bullets began to pour out at remarkable velocity. Jae-hyun observed with satisfaction as his concept materialized exactly as planned. He concluded that this method was an absolutely flawless means of assisting Dong-hyun's team, who were currently engaged in combat at Jugalki Station. There, goblins were struck down one after another by the incoming projectiles, collapsing rapidly. Those that survived the initial barrage fled in terror, finally leaving Dong-hyun's group in solitude. With renewed conviction and confidence, Dong-hyun announced that they had finally reached Jugalki Station. On the other end, Jae-hyun attempted to communicate with the group, inquiring if they could hear his voice. Dong-hyun was caught off guard, genuinely startled to hear him so distinctly. Observing Dong-hyun's surprised reaction, Jae-hyun quickly deduced that every member of the group could hear his voice without difficulty. With this established, he explained that communication would proceed in this manner moving forward and directed them all to proceed to exit number 2. When they finally arrived at the exit, Dong-hyun surveyed the area cautiously, observing surroundings that had been reduced to total ruin. From a distance, Jae-hyun silently reflected on the fact that they were stepping into genuinely uncharted territory where any path might conceal a threat. Meanwhile, Yejin continued her struggle to reconnect with the rats at the central hub, but despite her exertions, she remained unsuccessful. Lacking that vital connection, the group advanced blindly, entirely unprepared for whatever dangers might be waiting for them. Amidst the prevailing uncertainty, Dong-hyun broke the silence to voice the question burdening everyone's mind. He asked where they should proceed next. Jae-hyun provided directions with calm determination, guiding them toward a broad road stretching to the left. He explained that following that path for approximately 1 kilometer would bring them closer to their destination. At that precise moment, a sudden apparition captured Dong-hyun's immediate attention. The gleaming reflections in the creature's eyes made it evident that the group was in a state of panic. They scrambled desperately, attempting to evade the beast's vicious fangs. Overwhelmed by discouragement, Dong-hyun recalled the exhaustion and danger of their earlier encounter with the fishmen, noting how narrowly they had escaped with their lives. Now, confronting yet another massive challenge, he found himself face to face with a colossal shark. In an instant, the creature gaped its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth prepared to shred them. Reacting on instinct, Dong-hyun seized a heavy iron bar to defend himself against the impending strike. The man with glasses raised his weapon and unleashed a storm of gunfire at the shark. The bullets impacted its body, leaving the beast dazed and disoriented. Seizing this opportunity, Dong-hyun charged forward with resolve, delivering a decisive and powerful blow directly to the terrifying shark's fin. Simultaneously, the Werbear woman threw herself into the fray, leaping with unrestrained fury. She crashed down upon the monster's head with brutal force, inflicting a devastating wound. Almost immediately, the system issued a message announcing that a level 24 shark had been successfully hunted. Experience points were added, and a monetary reward was automatically deposited. Subsequently, Dong-hyun signaled to the man with glasses. Concentrating intensely, he connected his mind to the raven, Blackie, and instantly acquired a sweeping aerial view of the surroundings. The man with glasses froze, stunned by the imagery transmitted through the shared vision. Without hesitation, he warned the group that the entire surrounding area appeared to be teeming with fish. In that tense moment, yet another figure materialized, and the group found themselves staring directly at an overwhelming presence. Almost simultaneously, Dai Waksu looked up and detected movement above. It was not a solitary creature, but rather countless blue figures resembling swordfish descending rapidly from the sky. The group prepared for another immediate battle. As the creatures drew dangerously close, Donghyun called out to Daehwaksu. He hoisted his halberd high, focusing his energy as his armor activated with a flash of power. At the exact moment Daehwaksu struck with lethal accuracy, his blow landed true. The system promptly confirmed that a sky blue marlin had been successfully hunted, rewarding them with additional experience points and currency. Without a moment's pause, the female archer unleashed a barrage of arrows. Her shots were rapid and unrelenting, cutting down the creatures that hovered stubbornly in the air. Her voice rang out with absolute conviction as she declared that the group would not yield an inch until every single enemy had been eliminated. Abruptly, however, an unexpected development drew her attention toward the healer. Despite the healer firing directly at one of the sky blue marlins, the massive creature continued its steady, unshaken advance straight toward her. Eventually, her ammunition was depleted, and she realized with mounting dread that the beast was drawing closer by the second. At that precise instant, the system issued a notification regarding the summoning of storage. Bullets materialized immediately, striking the creature with sharp precision. The system then reported that a level 17 sky blue marlin had been successfully hunted, awarding experience points and depositing 231,733 won into the account. Reading the message, Jae-hyun noted with frustration that the financial reward appeared lower than expected whenever he personally fired the weapon. With determination, he called out to Ye-jin, demanding that she cease her attempts to connect with the rats and instead concentrate her efforts on shooting in his place. He placed the weapon firmly into her hands without hesitation, though she felt instantly insecure and uncertain, nervously inquiring where exactly she should aim. As she rose to her feet, she hesitated, but Jae-hyun calmly assured her that pointing anywhere would suffice. Summoning her courage, Ye-jin fired her initial shot, and the system immediately announced a deposit into the storage. Seizing the opportunity, Jae-hyun focused intensely and commanded that the projectiles she fired be transported to the ongoing battle. Following his order, countless system windows materialized before them, serving as gateways through which the bullets traveled directly to the battlefield to strike their targets. The system then confirmed that another level 17 sky blue marlin had been hunted, providing additional experience points and depositing more money. Amidst the action, Ye-jin urgently warned Jae-hyun to move aside and reload swiftly to ensure the assault continued without interruption. Grasping the urgency of the moment, Jae-hyun reflected silently that the operation's overall efficiency had now increased sixfold. Although he felt genuine sympathy for Ye-jin, who was clearly overwhelmed, he knew deep down that this approach was absolutely necessary. At that instant, the door swung open, and Hiran, known as the Poison Girl, entered the scene, her expression full of curiosity as she surveyed the chaotic spectacle. Upon observing Ye-jin discharging her weapon repeatedly, the newcomer inquired about the cause of the shooting, attempting to discern if the spectacle before her was reality or merely an illusion. Amidst the turmoil, a colossal entity launched a sudden assault. Nevertheless, both Dongjeon and the werebear reacted with speed, evading the violent strike at the last possible moment. The entity revealed its true nature as a red, gigantic, and terrifying crustacean, possessing the form of a monstrous crab. Distressed and exasperated, Dongjeon vocally questioned if the situation was a twisted jest, desperately asking if they were genuinely expected to vanquish such a horrifying beast. The giant crab readied an attack, hoisting its massive limbs with menacing heaviness. It struck downward with sufficient force to shake the ground violently, yet Dongjeon and the werebear woman managed to dodge in time, narrowly escaping the devastating impact. Her gaze remained locked on the target, burning with resolve. The werebear woman emitted a powerful cry to summon the healer. Comprehending the signal immediately, the healer raised his hand and enveloped her in a radiant aura. Cloaked in that energy, she propelled herself forward with explosive velocity. With ferocity, she seized a portion of the creature's massive frame, opened her jaws wide, and filled with fury, drove her fangs deep into its flesh. Simultaneously, Dongjeon charged at the monstrous adversary, clutching a long iron rod with both hands. Halting his sprint at the precise moment, he hurled the weapon with calculated force, sending it flying directly into the target to pierce the center of its head. Emerging from behind the crab, the werebear woman moved relentlessly, her determination unwavering and focused entirely on her objective. She delivered a decisive blow to the creature before quickly retreating. To her shock, however, she realized the beast remained completely unharmed, as its thick carapace was unaffected by her assault. Byung-ho then shouted for everyone to retreat. Positioned above, he raised his weapon, gripped it firmly, and concentrated his attention on the crab. He commenced firing without pause, unleashing a relentless storm of bullets upon the creature's dreadful form. Amidst the chaos, Dong-jun remarked on the enemy's insane durability, his voice laden with frustration as he questioned their next course of action. His gaze remained fixed on the beast, and for a fleeting instant, doubt seized him as he wondered if victory was truly unattainable. Watching carefully from a distance, Jean noticed a crucial detail. He realized that this creature differed from the ordinary enemies they had previously encountered. He concluded that they required not merely piercing strikes, but a blow of overwhelming impact, something heavy and crushing akin to a hammer. Accepting this necessity, he began a frantic search for an object capable of delivering such force. His gaze swept every corner until he finally located a hidden gem. A smile of satisfaction crossed his face, as he had discovered exactly what he required. The system promptly notified him that an item was being placed into storage. Utilizing his communication ability, Jae-hyun instructed the werebear woman that she must leap onto the crab's shell upon his signal, explaining that he had secured an object capable of breaching its defenses. Shortly thereafter, Jae-hyun raised his hand to summon a massive barbell, which began to materialize directly before him. Internally, he offered an apology to the boy who had originally owned the equipment, silently vowing to purchase a replacement for him in the future. His strategy was precise. First, he allowed the heavy bar to plummet freely, letting gravity maximize its kinetic energy, and only then did he store it in the deposit. Immediately following this, Jae-hyun retrieved the bar. It erupted from the system's window, rocketing toward the center of the crab's skull. At that precise instant, he employed his communication skill to issue the long-awaited signal to the werebear woman. The barbell struck the target with brutal intensity, splitting the creature's head open and causing blood to spray outward. Without hesitation, the werebear woman propelled herself directly toward the point of impact. With her gleaming, sharpened claws prepared and her body driven entirely by determination and fury, she closed the distance with fierce speed. She struck with lethal precision, delivering the final blow that successfully terminated the beast. The system immediately recorded the successful hunt of the level 35 giant crab, awarding experience points and depositing funds into their account. Despite their victory, the route homeward resembled a chaotic marketplace of sea monsters. Various types of fish and crab-like abominations continued their relentless attacks without pause. Jae-hyun realized that without his support, the group would have encountered numerous situations likely ending in tragedy. With heavy resignation, he accepted that this environment was simply too overwhelming to handle, even for Dong-gyun's team. He reflected on the fact that, despite everyone being awakened and armed, they struggled merely to traverse a single kilometer. Consequently, he was forced to admit to himself that the probability of his family being alive was nearly non-existent. As he drew closer to his home, the fear within him intensified. Nevertheless, he knew he could not abandon hope, even if a mere 1% chance remained. Utilizing his ability, he surveyed the surroundings and recognized a ruined yet familiar street, thinking that his home lay just beyond the narrow alley. However, something unusual suddenly captured his attention: a tree. Through his communication skill, he instructed the group to halt immediately. He knew this city well, as it was the place of his birth and upbringing, and he was certain regarding what belonged there and what did not. Upon observing the scene closely, he concluded that such a tree had never existed on the main thoroughfare. Even if it had, the city authorities would not have permitted it to remain standing. Consequently, this implied that the tree had manifested only after the world had fallen apart. Utilizing his ability once more, Jae-hyun drew the group's attention to the anomaly, inquiring if they were also able to perceive the massive tree looming ahead. The group confirmed that they could. Jae-hyun firmly asserted that the tree was, in fact, a monster, and instructed them to prepare for an assault. At that precise moment, a peculiar event occurred. A solitary, enormous eye opened upon the tree's trunk. The entity awakened before the group, causing the surroundings to tremble as though the world itself were recoiling from its presence. The archer stood her ground, her gaze directed upward. She loosed a shot that flew toward the monster, piercing a section of its trunk, yet this action was insufficient to halt it. With every passing second, the creature rose higher, detaching itself from the earth as if abandoning the surface that had anchored it. Confronted by this overwhelming threat, Dong Jae-hyun concentrated his focus and hurled an iron bar at the tree, striking his target with flawless precision. Nevertheless, the colossal creature withstood the impacts and continued its advance, drawing steadily closer. Its extraordinary resilience left Dong Jae-hyun in shock, struggling to believe the sight before him. Meanwhile, Byung-ho teleported to the rear of the tree and swiftly raised his weapon, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that struck the monster repeatedly. Simultaneously, the werebear woman charged forward, flinging herself into combat against the creature amidst its relentless offensive. Her sharp claws tore into the wood, violently ripping away splinters and peeling back the bark. The tree responded by summoning a living mass of trunks and roots from its depths, which twisted and writhed as they surged toward her. The branches coiled around her body, hoisting her into the air and immobilizing her with crushing force. Horrified, Dong Jae-hyun and the others cried out to her, but the tree held her firm, suspending her high above like a living trophy claimed within its domain. Without hesitation, the entity began to extend branches sharpened into spear-like points, which twisted dangerously as they thrust toward the werebear woman. Overcome by despair, she emitted a cry filled with anguish. In that instant, Byung-ho materialized in front of her, positioning himself in her defense. She implored him to retreat, pleading with him not to endanger himself. Yet he stood his ground unwaveringly, prepared to face the piercing tip of the approaching branch. To his surprise, however, the monster halted. Its branches retracted, retreating back into the surface. Watching from a distance, Jae-hyun was also taken aback by the tree's sudden withdrawal. This unexpected pause compelled him to consider what might have triggered such a change. Utilizing his communication ability, Jae-hyun instructed Dong-hyun to order Yeonju to retreat, while the others continued toward the creature. Dong-hyun hesitated, questioning if it was truly only Yeonju who should pull back, but Jae-hyun confirmed the order without faltering, prompting Dong-hyun to issue the command. As the companions prepared to resume their attack, she obeyed the instruction and retreated as commanded. Watching from a distance, Jae-hyun analyzed the scene carefully, pondering whether the reason behind the creature's withdrawal aligned with his suspicions. On his side, Dae Hwak-soo braced himself, double-checking that the situation remained under control. At that moment, the great tree began to stir once more. As everyone readied themselves for combat, confusion spread among the group as they internally questioned what was actually transpiring. However, the monster slowly settled back into its original position, as if nothing had occurred. Maintaining his vigilance, Jae-hyun began to consider the possibility that the creature simply did not attack humans. He observed that the monster had directed its aggression exclusively toward Yeonju ever since she had assumed her werebear form. A conclusion gradually formed in his mind. Perhaps it was specifically the beast form that provoked the creature's anger. Jae-hyun continued his close observation, but suddenly, the massive tree rose again. From the opposite side, a shark emerged, charging ferociously toward the tree with its teeth bared. The tree's branches extended once more, striking the shark deep. Based on this event, Jae-hyun felt certain that the tree did not attack humans. Acting on this realization, he commanded the group to disregard the creature and proceed, given its lack of hostility toward them. Dong-hyun accepted the order, and the group advanced step by step until an obstacle halted their progress. Dong-hyun immediately signaled Jae-hyun, who offered a silent prayer that the tree's location was not what he feared. The group stood before the gigantic tree, questioning whether they had arrived at the wrong destination. With trembling hands, Jae-hyun confirmed that there was no mistake. This was indeed the precise location where his father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother were supposed to be. Rage overtook him, and he became convinced that this monstrous tree had no right to occupy such a sacred space. He made a firm decision that it must be destroyed immediately. He formulated a plan to surround it with gasoline and set it ablaze, certain that only by reducing it to ashes would he feel satisfied. He realized that Dong-hyun's group could be summoned not only by his own hand, but also through his vassals, meaning the destruction could commence without delay. At that moment, a system message appeared, revealing the presence of one of Jae-hyun's blood relatives nearby. Suddenly, a voice rang out, demanding to know who was there. A blinding light illuminated the group, forcing them to shield their eyes. An old man emerged, scrutinizing each of them carefully, accompanied by two other figures.